optioned CJ Abrams to the minor leagues. He confirmed again that this was going to be an internal issue, so he didn't expand much on it. But he did say that they were aware of an issue and that CJ Abrams was not acting up to the standard that they expect from a Nationals player. The Nats GM made sure to say that he and the organization are still very much in contact with Abrams and his agent throughout this entire time. A bit of college football news: UNLV making headlines yet again. UNLV's starting quarterback Matthew Sloka will not play any more games this season for the undefeated Rebels. He posted to Twitter, quote, "I committed to UNLV based on certain representations that were made to me. They were not upheld after I enrolled." UNLV is 3-0 for the first time since 1984. They received 53 total points in the latest AP poll. That's just 16 points behind number 25 Boise State. And now they're without their quarterback. And the Dallas Cowboys are on a short week heading into Thursday night's game at the Giants, but there's been a lot to unpack over these past few days. So CeeDee Lamb is finally speaking to the media after he avoided it on their loss on Sunday. He was apologetic for his performance and how he handled himself, especially on the sideline, saying that he played a huge part in Sunday's defeat. He also acknowledged that his body language and attitude didn't help the situation or the outcome of the game. So he's taking a ton of responsibility. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Lyrically. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. I'm way west. I woke up this morning with palm trees and a pool at my hotel right next to a highway. And I got in so damn late, I was unaware of the highway. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
What up, brother?
Oh, man. Part of my line of work is occasionally bad travel days, and damn, I had a travel day yesterday, B.
Hey, man. I mean, what happened? You had weather or something?
So, weather coming out of Cincinnati.
Cincinnati.
Yeah, dude. When it's weather, like, you get it. Like, these are airplanes in the sky, and apparently there was, like, really bad weather all over the Midwest. 2-hour delay getting out of Cincinnati. Flight gets delayed getting into Houston because there's no direct from Cincinnati to Phoenix. I think we should be lucky there's directs from Cincinnati to D.C. at this point. So then I'm in Houston, and I miss my flight, but they rebooked me for a flight an hour later. But when we land in Houston, I'll never understand this, and I know that there's a lot of complicating factors in the universe, Brian. I'm aware of that, okay? But, like, these are airplanes that are in contact with the ground, right? Like, are they talking to the ground? Isn't that how it all works? How can the gate not be ready? I don't understand.
Some other plane was just late getting out of it.
Clearly. But we land in Houston, and I had moved my flight, so I should be good. And then there's like a 15-minute delay getting into the gate. So then I have to sprint. You know how big that Houston airport is. I've been doing far too much sprinting at the airport. I'm like OJ at this point. And I make it to the net. You didn't like the OJ reference? I make it to the gate. They're like, all right, we'll let you on. Don't worry. You're on the plane. I get on the plane. This is now close to 10 o'clock at night in Houston. So about 11 o'clock our time. And the plane is 1,000 degrees. The plane is hotter than what it is in Phoenix right now.
Well, it was hot because you just ran. It was hotter because you ran.
The engine didn't work, Brian. The engine didn't work.
Well, see, this is my thought process in that. Engine not working, I have no problem getting off that damn plane.
No problem.
See, people are like, well, I want you to fix this engine. I'm gonna walk off the damn plane and go to another one. I'm not gonna try to be on the plane with engine not working.
The lady gave this speech that was unbelievable. She's like, hey guys, no big deal. The engine's not working, and that's why the air conditioner's not working. But don't worry, we're gonna try. She's more or less like, we're just gonna get in the air and jumpstart it. And I was like, huh? I was like, how is that the plan? And like I'm like the air conditioning is
It
a
must
far
be something
secondary
that
matter.
worked for the air must not have been working because they won't get in the air if the engine not working.
The lady's like, yeah, we're like, and then so we're sitting on this 800-degree plane for a half hour, and then finally the captain, who I had a lot more faith in than this woman that was explaining we're going to jumpstart the plane in the air, he was like, listen, man, you got to get off the plane, everybody. We're going to get maintenance over here. We'll try again. So about an hour later, maybe an hour and a half later, they get us back on the plane. Still hot, but apparently the engine's working. We get up, we go. The flight's relatively uneventful at that point. Yeah, that's whoever this dude Alex Malik 08 in the chat is right. That's what they kept talking about was the backup APU.
Okay, there we go.
Whatever a backup APU is, it was having trouble. So we finally. Oh, I didn't even tell you that the damn jet bridge didn't work in Cincinnati, but whatever. So we finally land.
In other words, don't fly with you because you bad luck.
I fly all the time. Most of the time, it's uneventful. Yesterday sucked.
Hey, JP's bad luck. Just tell you.
I fly all the time.
You always have something going on with you too.
I think most people's air travel. I mean, the truth of the matter is, and I'm aware of this, it just doesn't exist from Cincinnati to Phoenix unless you're on the charter with the football team. Never take connectors. Like, get nonstops as much as possible. It wasn't possible yesterday. Whatever. I made it. It was a very late night, but we're off and running. I'm in a hotel room. Now, you guys always want to know about how weird my hotel rooms are. This is weird.
Did you get a hotel room with a shower in the middle of the room again?
Nope. Shower's in the bathroom. It's a positive step. But this one has like a guitar. Here, I'll show the people on the stream. There's a guitar on the wall. If you can see that right there. It's a very industrial vibe in here, but I don't know. We're going to make it.
On the way there, did the cab driver say it's all murder in this area?
No, that was B's cab driver.
That guy told me that. He was telling me about the whole area, how they were revitalizing it.
This area used to be all murder.
You can see where they revitalized it, and then you can see the parts that wasn't. And there were a lot of people hanging on the corners. Believe me, I was like, okay, you don't need to stop at none of these lights. Just run through them. Slide on through, brother.
I did not do much around that Cincinnati hotel. There was a little convenience store.
You were right by university, dog. You could have walked on campus.
If you went out and went to the right, it was the college, University of Cincinnati, which was actually pretty impressive. I walked around for like a few minutes after the show yesterday. Much older and bigger than I thought, and the football stadium was really cool and like kind of this old school vibe. If you went out of the hotel and went left, I think that's where the murder was. So I
you have to go back up the street. Go make the quick left and then walk back up that street. You will see it. Don't worry. I
wasn't looking for it. I avoided all that. Good morning to everyone in the stream. Good morning, Jeffrey. Good morning, Landini. How's everybody doing?
Good morning, man. I'm doing great.
I walk up to Jeff fussing with Drab and Valdez.
About what?
Football.
Oh, because the Seahawks are 3-0. What are you going to say to Valdez? Or to Drab, rather?
Well, you know how it is. You know how it is. Like if the Commanders are doing anything positive, this whole building seems to want to hate.
No,
that's just how it goes.
Who's hating?
The thing is, it wasn't even that. It's just when you say one thing, when the Commanders are winning, it's like other fans hate to see the Commanders fans happy.
They love talking down and looking down on you.
I get it because we do have some toxic Commanders fans, but they were trying to say that everyone is only talking about Jaden Daniels. No one is talking about the rest of the team. I said, y'all got to get out and touch grass more because people are talking about
more
rookies, people that they bought. And I'm just like,
but Valdez, at this point, we might have to qualify Valdez as just a Skins hater because in the preseason, he was saying, I can't believe everybody's hyping up Jaden Daniels so much. He's not that good. Now that Daniels through 3 games let's not get over our skis, and I'm sure some people will, but Valdez Jaden Daniels is at least definitively through 3 games. And I'm not making a proclamation about the rest of their careers, but through 3 games, unequivocally the best rookie quarterback. So like now he's saying, oh, people only talk about Jaden. It seems like you're moving the goalpost there, right?
Yeah, dude. It's just I didn't get it. The real argument was he said Jaden doesn't see the field, and EB and I were like, yo, what quarterback can you say that hasn't missed a receiver running down the field open? Everyone has.
But his quarterback has got 2 MVPs and he don't see the whole damn field.
And because we said that translated into their ears as, oh, here we go. Jaden Daniels is the greatest quarterback ever. And I'm like, we never said that. But you can't sit here and say he can't see the field.
But the whole thing about it is like, if you're going to be that critical, criticize the one that you have on your team because he doesn't see the whole field. The reason they haven't gotten into a Super Bowl because when people get in the playoffs, they say, hey, just make him throw the ball. He's not good at that.
So the first Jaden Daniels hater is the random guy that dyed his hair from Cincinnati, that short dude. The second big jack dude produces the junkies, Matt Valdez. should we keep track of the list of Jaden Daniels haters? Jeff, you're in charge of that. You're in charge of the haters list. I think there is an interesting spot for Washington here because I've been on the road and all you see like traveling is kind of ESPN, but with no sound, like in every airport restaurant. And then even in the hotel, like I've had ESPN up and running, but just no sound. You do see a whole lot of Jaden all of a sudden. And I think for the first couple of weeks, it was a whole lot of Caleb. Now it's a whole lot of Jaden. Obviously he had that, just dazzling performance on Monday night.
Mm-hmm.
You do wonder though, if the hype really will matter, really might get to him. I have an argument.
The hype will get to who?
I don't think it will get to Jaden.
What it get to who? You talking about Jaden?
Yeah.
But listen, man. So I called Gil last night, my boy. Gil lives
down in Louisiana.
Gil lives 10 miles from LSU. And I just called him and said, hey, man, you were right. That dude could play. He said, man, what I like about him is he said, you don't know if he's having a good game or a bad game because he just laughs. He smiles and laughs all game. He's having fun. And when people get to that point of their career where they could be on the field and they just having fun doing it, that's when you know a guy is not fazed by much. You know what I mean? His personality doesn't even much give me the thing that he's going to worry about what many people say, because as I was talking to TJ Hushmanzada the other night, he said, look, bro, this dude here puts in the work. All he does is work. Whenever he had a break at LSU, he flew back home to train with his trainers. You know what I'm saying? He say, I was like, dude, you here again? He said, yeah, man, I got to get this work in. That dude doesn't worry about what people think. He worry about what he's going to reach for himself.
To that point, Brian, like if we're worried about him buying into the hype or something like that, or you want to, whatever you want to say. And Landville, I appreciate Landville just created a Google Doc for the Jaden Daniels hater list. Number 1 on the list, Bengals postgame guy. Number 2, Matt Valdez. What was Drab's argument about Daniels?
Drab is right there neck and neck with Valdez. But Drab gave him an A+ performance on Monday. But they were just trying to argue that he couldn't see the field. And I'm like, dude,
nobody sees the whole field.
When they run 3 games in.
And the only reason that most fans think they can see the field because they show the damn replay. So let's be real about it.
And we're sitting down watching the game.
Sit down watching other people perform. You don't have 10 seconds to do it. You got to do it in moments notice every time you're on the field.
So do we make Drab a consensus number 3, or do we make Drab and Valdez equal at number 2?
No,
2A, 2B.
I don't know. I got to hear it from Drab because I heard it from Valdez before the season started. The see the field stuff is quite interesting. And for you to say at least, no, Drab gave him an A+ performance, he was outrageous.
Drab is actually right here. We could get him on if you want.
Look at the statistics from the game. What else would you give him in that game? Like, B didn't like after the Tampa game. I gave him like a 6.5 out of 10 or whatever, just because I thought he could be better. There's not a whole lot better he could have done. I guess he missed Terry on the one throwaway.
Hey man, 21 to 23 is good in all parts of the world. That's all I'm saying.
Well, and here's my thing specific to, because a lot of people were asking like, oh man, Washington's getting all this hype now. I don't know.
Why would they have gotten the hype before?
Sure.
Okay.
Fair point. But I don't know collectively as a unit, they're prepared for the league looking at them possibly as like a real threat or whatever, right? Like whatever changed from Monday night's performance across the NFL, I don't know that collectively as a group, the Commanders are ready for it.
They're not talking about the Commanders as a group. They're talking about the way that the one person on the team that normally gets your team a lot of press, your quarterback. They're talking a lot about the quarterback because the quarterback is passing the test that people put out there for rookies. The quarterback is the one that, if you're good at that position, your team is going to end up being in certain level games, and they're going to have more people coming to cover your team. They're not giving a lot of the other side of the ball a lot of credit now.
The other side of the ball shouldn't get a lot of credit.
So the thing of it is, it's the same thing that happens every year. The rookie class comes in at quarterback, and people want to see who's going to pass the test. Thus far, our guy is ahead of everybody else. And then as your career goes on, your team is going to be represented and covered based off of how good is that guy. It happens like that.
Yeah. I mean, quarterbacks drive the league, drive the eyeballs, drive the viewership, drive the marketing efforts. Like you nailed it, Brian. But specific to Jaden, will the hype machine, will the big performance, will any of that impact him? I said this before Monday Night Football when people were like, oh, man, this moment might be too big for him. And I was like, I don't know, man. There's 95,000 people at every LSU game, and they played at Bama and at Ole Miss. And, like, I recognize that for a lot of our listeners and a lot of people based on the East Coast, like between D.C. to Boston, that didn't go to big colleges or whatever, haven't been to big college football, I think they don't believe college football, the product, is not as great as the NFL. The NFL is grown men. The NFL is scouted from all over the country. Like it's the next level, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean that college football fans and college football atmospheres and college football crowds and college football noise isn't at times equal to or significantly more than NFL stadiums.
I think college football noise is probably louder than NFL stadiums. NFL stadiums are basically pushed by their corporate suites, where you have a bunch of suits and ties in the building who are talking about business more than they care about the game.
Well, I
think at the college games, you got a bunch of drunk young people. That's the loudest people in the world.
You're right. Probably like a third. Like great college football atmospheres are untouchable. There's a lot of just bad to boring ones too.
But I mean, but when we're talking about the best of the best. That's what I'm not talking about you going to see Lehigh play against some other school, some podunk school. I'm talking about LSU, Alabama. I'm talking about
the
Michigan,
college football
Notre Dame, Michigan, Ohio State. I'm with you. That is louder than an NFL stadium.
And to that point,
there's more people.
When you're the quarterback at LSU or Alabama or Michigan or Ohio State, the pressure on you in those scenarios, and you happen to be 20 years old instead of 26 or whatever, is incredible. And I just look at Jaden's numbers last year. Once he hit this gear, once he, I think, dedicated himself to football in a way that probably changed his life, he followed up his good performances with good performances. Like eventually you're just good. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't mean there's not going to be bad games. And I don't think he's going to go 17 games without an interception or a turnover. Like eventually there's going to be some plays made against him. And Brian, you have always said eventually there'll be tape on him and D coordinators will start to try to take stuff away. But I am not expecting specific to number 5. I do not expect some sort of collapse or some sort of regression to the mean.
Listen, man.
I think this is largely the mean.
We've seen the best of the best have bad games, but they have real good games way more often than they have those bad games. Pat, what's Pat's highest interception game? I think it's 4 or 5. Okay, Tom highest interception game. These are the great ones, and I'm not comparing Jaden to them, but I'm saying they have them too. So when it's amazing when people try to say somebody's not good, but they're judging him based off of what the good ones do. You know what I'm saying? So if they judging you based off of those standards, then you're damn good,
huh? Yeah. Pat's had a 3 interception game.
Okay.
I just think to make any declaration about what Jaden is or isn't, regardless, if you're saying, I would say the same thing to the folks that want to anoint him as an MVP candidate. Let's all chill out. It's 3 games. But damn, he's looked good in 3 games. So if you want to say he's not good enough, I think that's silly based on 3 games. If you want to say undoubtedly this dude's taking him to the Super Bowl, I think that's silly. It's 3 games. He's been fantastic. Eventually, defenses are going to figure some stuff out he likes to do. He's going to have to counter that. Like it's a very long, complicated chess match here. But to the haters, we are keeping track. Nobody go anywhere. It's B Mission Philly.
It's saving season at Lito's Pizza. Order online at litopizza.com. We're waiting on history to be made over in the major leagues, but not the fun kind. The White Sox had a huge comeback victory last night. Now, not only was it their first victory of the year after trailing following the seventh inning, but in the process, the White Sox avoided making modern Major League Baseball history by notching their 121st loss. So they're still holding at that 120 mark. However, they're going to hit that 121 mark, which will be an accomplishment in its own right that's toppled the expansion 1962 New York Mets record for the most losses in a single season. There are 5 games remaining on their schedule, though, so it's almost a matter of time until we reach that historical mark. It's saving season at Lito's Pizza. Get the Lito Pizza football deal that feeds up to 6 hungry fans. Find new deals, specials, and rewards exclusively at litopizza.com or on the Lito Pizza app. Lito Pizza, a local legend since 1955. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Beastie Boys always on vacation. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Just saw this from one of these PFF analytics dudes. Actually, we're going to be joined by one of the PFF analytics dudes. I think it's his first time on the radio show with us. I think he's been on my podcast before. Nick Ackridge will join the program at high noon at 11 a.m. The one and only Barstool Nate. B, how excited do you think Nate is?
Oh, man.
You might have to hose him down.
May have to.
Frank Schwab from
he's going to go overboard.
Nah, not him. Always very calm, cool, collected. Frank Schwab from Yahoo Sports will join us at 1 o'clock. We're going to do power rankings today. I haven't looked yet at power rankings, and I will be very interested in kind of how where Washington ranks after that win the other night.
Mm-hmm.
And B, that win the other night has kind of changed the conversation around these Washington Commanders. And I mean, we'll start with the facts. They are in first place in the NFC East.
Mm-hmm.
They have a tiebreaker on the Eagles because they've played a division game and won it. I don't think 3 weeks into the season, still in September, we should really get too caught up in standings. You just want to try to pile up some wins.
True.
But does the win in Cincinnati, Brian, kind of change at all what you think about the season?
No. I think my whole concept of the season is to basically go out there, make sure you bring your quarterback along, and hope you find other pieces moving forward. Now, as I said in the beginning, if you start winning some games, you're not going to be mad at that. But I still look at the defensive output, and I can't really get too far out there because of what happened. They gave up 33 points, and they gave up 400 and something yards offense. So when we look at this, I know in football, just like as all offense these days, you see the quarterback getting better, you see the offense doing something, you forget about the other side for the most part. But hell, if you're going to get where you want to go, the other side got to start coming too.
Yeah, I think, if for a lot of folks, like our guy Drew Cohen, right, is kind of banging this drum loudly, but a lot of people are like, all right, well, now it's time to have a bigger discussion about, are they going to add to this defense? Is there a veteran corner they can sign or trade for? I think the fact, I think I'd argue that the biggest issue for the organization is the lack of pass rush. And honestly, late in that game against Cincy, they kind of got one. They were able to get home a little bit. I think if the defense continues to play at the level they're at, any real conversation about what is this team's ceiling and all that is a little misguided.
Mhm.
I mean, dude, right now, this is through 3 games, and these are just the stats. I'm not cherry picking anything. Offensively, the Commanders rank 5th in points scored and 6th in yards.
Mhm.
And think about it, that's 5th in points scored in a game where all they could do was kick field goals.
Yeah.
They are first in the league in giving in interception count because they have 0.
Mhm.
They are first in rushing touchdowns, but that probably has a lot to do with Jaden Daniels' 3 rushing TDs. From a past yards standpoint, they're 15th, about midway through the league, 26th in passing attempts. They are 5th in rush yards, 7th in rushing attempts.
Mhm.
They are 11th in YPC. So obviously, offensively, if you've been watching, they're moving the ball.
True.
Defensively, they stink. They are 29th in points allowed, 29th in yards allowed. So sometimes you will see those 2 numbers don't match up, right? Like
Mhm.
sometimes you'll see, all right, they're giving up a lot more points than yards. And generally that means the offense isn't helping them or the offense is putting them in bad field position situations or a lot of turnovers, stuff like that. That's obviously not happening. Like there's a direct correlation from 29th in points to 29th in yards. If you look at a little bit more advanced stuff, just like what they're doing on third downs, which is always a huge factor. Currently, through 3 games, the Commanders' defense is dead last in the NFL. They're giving up third down conversions at a 61% clip.
Mhm.
So not to be a big old bucket of cold water, but
You're not. But what I'm saying, that's why
those aren't playoff numbers.
I'm not one that I'm going to completely change my mindset, what I was starting with off of 1 game. Yeah, I'm happy about what happened, and I gave a lot of praise for it. But I need to see another step next week, even on the offensive side, because I know how things go with it. I'm not expecting them to be damn near perfect, but I would expect other people to come along. I want to see the run game be be a little better. Defensively, I got to see a lot more. So just because they won a game and they're sitting at 2-1 now, I'm not automatically thinking everything's good. We can stop. Because you know who's not thinking that? The damn coaches.
I do think just from a math standpoint, right? And I think I don't want to say for you. I generally predicted them around 7 or 8 wins, falling short of the playoffs, but showing a ton of progress, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my argument throughout this whole offseason was by far the most important thing that can happen is Jaden Daniels cements himself as the future of the organization. And I still contend that. I know that, I recognize that football seasons are truly finite resources and you want to maximize them and celebrate them. It's only 17 games. Every game is an event. I understand all of it. I still contend that knowing what is the answer to the question been in Washington for roughly 30 years, Brian? Do they have a quarterback?
True.
The answer's been no.
Yes.
If you can answer that in the affirmative going forward, if you could say, yes, they do, and through 3 games, it sure looks like they do, that to me is by far what's most important of the 2024 season.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not necessarily prepared to say that has changed this year. Just from a straight math standpoint, though, which is clearly my strong suit, if they can win this weekend, and I think this weekend sets up to be a really difficult game. Sure looks like they're not going to have Eckler. We can discuss that a little bit more. If they win this weekend and then all of a sudden you're 3-1 at the quarter mark,
mm-hmm.
a lot can happen, man.
Yeah, a lot can happen. But see, that's the whole thing about it, Jay. I'm not thinking about anything beyond if they're 3-1. I had this coach say this weekend. They were asking him about the Howard Hampton. They say, so coach, when you look at this game, what are you thinking about? Because they had a lot of games coming up after that. He said, I'm thinking about being 1-0 on Saturday. And that's the mindset I have. If they win, they're 3-1. As I told you when we went to the Super Bowl, every week Monty Coleman say, cool, we 0-0. We got to win this game. At halftime, we're down. We've got to win the second half, whether we were winning or not. And I think they got to keep themselves, like all these coaches say, be where your feet are. We in the media, we as fans, we always thinking ahead. We never ever think about what has happened right now. We always worried about what's going to happen next or what's going to happen next week or week after. But this football team, their mindset has to be, if we get to 3-1, they need to think they're not 3-1. They need to start feeling like, okay, everything's against us and work even harder. Because if they start getting a little happy, get a little complacent, things will normally go the other damn way.
One thing I heard in the locker room after the game from players was, we had an excellent week of practice. We really kind of turned things up for this. And excellent week of practice, great. But at some point, the excellent week of practice needs to just be what you do rather than getting ready for Monday Night Football. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and that's not to say they can't do that, but we got to learn that they can. They
also
have to show
think
that
this.
they can.
We had an excellent week of practice. How about that be your focus next week? No matter who you're playing, that should be your focus every damn week. Because the reason that the good teams, the great teams or whatever, that they don't just beat the good ones and then they struggle against the bad ones, and every one of them do it too. They struggle like once, but they approach every team like they could beat them. And when you think that way, instead of like, I know when we play some teams, like when you say, "Oh, ain't no way we're gonna beat the Bears" and all that, I'm like, "Hey, don't say that," because if you think it, somebody else thinks it. But if the players approach every team as if they are the Bengals, it's Monday night. This is a serious thing. If they approach every team like that, then they don't have to worry about anything.
Big opportunity, man. The more you win, the more each game matters. By mid-November last season, nothing mattered because they were getting their ass kicked week after week.
But the more you win,
different scenario.
I guarantee you, if you talk to coaches, the more their teams begin to win, the more they're concerned about the guys keeping the same mindset. Because human nature, when things are going great, what do? You start to feel good about yourself.
Sure.
And coaches want guys to always feel a little better. That's why most coaches, when you win, they love to correct them because you're happy, so you're willing to listen to everything. When you lose, they got to watch it. They don't really affect you too much. But the coaches are more concerned.
Here's what we're going to do. Landfill has updated the Jaden Daniels haters list, and Barstool Nate joins us at 11. coming back. A lot of people got a lot of questions about the hotel room I'm in. I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. There's like a bird cage and a painting of a lady on the wall. It's kind of weird. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
It's like one of those horror movie hotel rooms, man, where you end up dead.
I don't think so.
I'm just saying, Jay.
I booked it, B, because I could walk
you
to practice.
You can come to my room to do the show tomorrow, though.
Yeah, maybe I will.
I don't want to be there
because I thought I wanted to be able to walk to practice. And that was before I realized it's 109 degrees and the 20-minute walk to practice, I'd be drenched in sweat.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to Uber to practice.
JP didn't realize it was hot in Arizona.
I didn't realize it was this hot in late September.
Yeah.
I've been here. I feel like this is hotter than normal.
Ahmed sent out something yesterday. It said 108, 107 every day.
Right, but B, I booked the hotel 6 weeks ago or something.
Yeah, but I mean, you booked the hotel, but you still can look at the weather before you get there.
Jeff, I need you to do something for me. It appears there's like an attempted love connection in the YouTube chat. Jeff. What the hell is going on in here?
I do not know.
You see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. Wait. I'm not. What's going on? I'm not paying attention today.
Listen, we have one. At least we believe it's a female fan that's always in the chat, Deborah Bell.
Who's trying to flirt with Deborah?
Seymour Butts said, "Deb, you're so hot," and Deb said, "How do you even know that's a real picture of me? LOL, I could be really ugly." And Seymour said, "Not about looks. Your personality is hot." And
oh Lord! Oh yeah. You see what his nickname is, right? Seymour Butts.
And Deb blushing. She over there like, oh, well, that's true. LOL. She blushing.
Hey, we got a love connection going on the chat.
Sam C said, "Horny jail." What we need is Chris Russell to get involved in the chat.
No, we don't.
If it's horny people on the internet, let's get the number one contender. Dan Quinn yesterday talked about Austin Eckler, provided really no information. Just said that Eckler's back in Virginia with a concussion in the protocol. He also cut his ear, a lacerated ear, like Vincent Van Gogh. Considering it's Wednesday and the ball club is here in Arizona and that Eckler is in Virginia, I would say it doesn't look good. I'm not saying anything definitive one way or the other. You never know with concussions, but the protocol is very different than a guy that's got a tight hammy and they're not sure and they're going to give it treatment and rest it all week. You know what I'm saying?
No, I understand that. I'm just saying if it's Austin Eckler, veteran player who probably get himself ready. If he were to clear protocol, he can play this weekend.
Sure. And they got planes.
Yeah.
Like if something happens and
I know they got some nice planes too.
Yeah. Like if he can clear, they could get him here.
Yeah.
My expectation would be that that's not going to happen. I think you're better off kind of operating from that standpoint than expecting him to clear protocol in 4 days. If you look at the run game, Eckler's been really good. Through 3 games, he's got over 200 yards from scrimmage, a touchdown. He's averaging 9 yards per touch.
Dude,
right?
man, he can play, bro.
And that doesn't take into account the 62-yard or 63, whatever that was, the kickoff return Monday night in Cincinnati, which set Washington up with really good field position.
Yep.
Or, frankly, the 100-yard kickoff return he took 2 weeks ago against the Giants and got called back. He has 13 carries for 83 yards with a touchdown, and then another 9 catches for 121 yards through the air. He looks slippery. He looks strong. He looks explosive. He looks such that the concept of he had lost a step or his ankle wasn't right and couldn't return is just wrong. Like he's looked good enough that was incorrect. Right.
Yeah, we can see that. But you know, that when teams are trying to get rid of you or try to shortchange you, that's the lies they put out there.
You also had a coaching change there, and
I understand that, but still,
but the
lies started before Harbaugh came in.
Well, I think last year he was dealing like having the high ankle sprain. They
Yeah,
almost
but-
need a different term for it because
but-
that lingers so much.
It lingers, and once you know somebody's hurt, they're hurt. You don't have to make another name to say the guy is really hurt. That's why a lot of guys don't play as good as they can when they're hurt. But don't make it seem like the guy just can't do it anymore. That's the teams have been doing that for years.
We will get our first injury report this week. Obviously, Eckler's going to be on there. It'll say concussion out. I don't know who else will be on there. I'm quite curious about the status of Clelin Ferrell. But if you're wondering kind of what the next move is, let's say Eck has to be down on game day. You have Jeremy McNichols, who's been on the roster, has been active. If you think they're going to elevate somebody from the practice squad, maybe Saturday night, your options, Kaz Allen, Chris Rodriguez Jr., and Mike Wiley.
Mm-hmm.
What would you want to see done if they were to elevate somebody from the practice squad?
Wiley.
I figured.
I mean, the way he ran in preseason, he blocked, he blocked, he caught the ball, he ran the ball effectively. I see him as at this point, he's the next one in line.
It'll be my only thought, and I agree with you. I think Wiley deserves it. If they, and not entirely possible they'll call somebody up, but if they do, I think it should be Wiley. My only thought is I think these guys love Kaz Allen and love the possibility of Kaz Allen, who is an explosive player with real elusivity and quickness. Brian, I'd be nervous to put him on the field because he turns it over. That's just me. That's just me.
I'll say this: when they kept the people on the team, who was on the active roster, who was on practice squad.
Sure.
But they must have not didn't have that much faith in him. So they like him. They see a potential with him. But when you're trying to win football games, you have to go with the guy who already could get it done for you.
The guy with NFL experience of that group is Chris Rodriguez, who actually had some decent games last year. Didn't seem to be the right fit for them throughout this offseason. Like he was never getting a ton of work. So I think it'd be Wiley. If they call somebody up, my money would be on Wiley. Certainly not a sure thing. And maybe Eckler is able to have a fast recovery. We don't know. Head injuries. We don't speculate. Nobody go anywhere. Barstool Nate's probably going to go bananas when we return.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. After a near perfect performance from Jaden Daniels on Monday Night Football, Coach Dan Quinn is speaking out and he wants to make it clear that the quarterback can't change the past that happened at this position. Now, Dan Quinn has said that he knows that fans have been waiting and wanting a franchise quarterback, but he doesn't want Jaden feeling any ghosts or people to compare him to what's happened before or to anybody else that's put on that uniform. Now, I don't have to tell all of you this, but this is the 7th consecutive campaign the Commanders have started a new quarterback to open the season. They started 10 in the past 5 years overall. No quarterback has been the primary starter for more than 3 consecutive years. That dates back to Mark Rippon in 1989 to 1994. Now, Jaden Daniels, whenever he was drafted, said he is aware of the history, but he is not going to let that affect him. He's going to play his game. And if it's anything like we saw on Monday Night Football, I'd say the quarterback position is in very good hands. Power up your future with PGCC. Enroll in the tuition-free sustainable energy program and launch your career in renewable energy. Build your skills and join the eco revolution. Visit www.pgcc.edu to get started today. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Stuck back out of memory. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I got some hotel updates. I came in the middle of the night. It was kind of cranky. I just went downstairs. It's actually kind of cool. Definitely a different vibe. Also, Sam Fortier staying here. I have more hotel updates to come. Right now, joining us on the BetQL guest line is somebody that is excited and I imagine ready to take on any of the haters, any of the ops. Hello, Barstool Nate. How do you do, buddy?
If there's a single hater or op out there, I'd be shocked because there's nothing to hate. Besides that one dork on the Bengals postgame show, there's absolutely no reason to hate or be an op right now. What a week it's been for us, man. What an absolute week it's been for us. I am as excited. I know you guys are. I know everybody listening in the JP and B-Mitch universe are excited. All the Nadaholics are excited. It's a great day to be us.
So take us through kind of your emotions, excitement, everything that happened watching that game Monday night.
It's crazy, right? Because the first drive, the Bengals go down, expose our secondary, and I tweeted it out. I said, this is going to have to be a shootout because, our secondary is the secondary. And then what do you know? Jaden saw my tweet. He got up and he made it a shootout. It was one of the more remarkable, we're sitting there watching it. And it's almost like, is this happening to us? Is this my team that we're watching right now? Is this my rookie quarterback that we're watching right now? And it was. And, everybody on Twitter, everybody who's interacting, everybody who's not even a fan of the team, all on the same page, all saying the same thing about just how awesome Jaden is. And I need to apologize. I said this season might be a roller coaster. He's still going to make rookie mistakes. I was wrong. We have the best quarterback in the NFL. There's no mistakes to be made. We have a Pro Bowl Hall of Fame quarterback on our team for the next 15 years. It's unbelievable, JP.
Does any part of you feel the need to chill out? I know how you are.
Hell no, not Nate.
But I know how you are and how excited you get, right? And I'm cool with that. But does any part of you want to say all right, I got to chill out just a hair and let it build on its own?
Right. I mean, we have to stay level. We have to understand it's a process that that the defense isn't all the way there yet. That we can still use a couple pieces on the offense, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We've been talking on this show, the highest rated segment in DC Sports Talk history for the last 6 months about how we're finally in the
a lot of credit there, Nate.
It's true. CK showed me the numbers. It's true. So we understand that a rebuild takes time. We understand that through the last 5 drafts, 90% of those guys are gone, that it did not go well under the last regime, that, the depth isn't completely there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We all understand that. It's also okay to be a little bit excited, and not just a little bit excited, overexcited. I don't care if people are exaggerating or people like me calling him a Hall of Famer, first ballot unanimous Hall of Famer, whatever. After a performance on Monday Night Football where our rookie quarterback outplays not just Joe Burrow, outplays pretty much every other quarterback in the league, sets all sorts of wacky records of completion percentage and random acronyms that Grant Paulson loves tweeting out that nobody understands. It's just a great time to be us, and it's okay if people overreact. I'm all about overreacting.
I think it's okay for fans to overreact. I just don't want any of the players to ever get those mindsets that you all have.
And dude, players shouldn't be. That's why they're players. That's why they're
they're
professionals.
players. They're professionals.
They shouldn't be, but
guy.
JP, it creeps into them too.
I
When
know.
people react to what they hear.
I get it. Nate Dogg, you had a couple blogs after that game that I found interesting. We've all talked so much about Jaden, and I tend to the performance that night was just unbelievable. He really, like, to cap it off and to ice that win out with that throw to Terry, and Terry deserves a ton of credit for a hell of a catch. But much has been made about Cliff Kingsbury. The analytics community doesn't like Kingsbury. That's just the reality. I operate within or adjacent to that space enough that you can see that out there, right? What do you make of Kingsbury's offense now through 3 games? Because through 2 games, it sure did look pretty horizontal, but they definitely got the vertical thing going in Cincy.
Look, I think he kind of put on a master class in the first 2 weeks of easing a unexperienced rookie quarterback into the NFL without making them sit on the bench. It was almost like it was so, put the ego aside, put everything you want to do aside. Let's just take baby step after baby step. Let's complete our passes. Let's limit turnovers, which Jaden obviously has 0 of, and ease you into an NFL playbook. And it worked perfectly. I thought we were going to have this conversation maybe week 8 or 9. Like, okay, now they're opening up the playbook for Jaden. Now they're really taking shots downfield. It only took 3 weeks. And I'm not saying that everything's perfect and that the playbook's completely open and all that stuff. But I think he's just what Cliff did and what Jaden was able to do and not let his ego or I need to bomb it out. Terry's down there somewhere. I'm going to just air it out into double coverage type of mentality. I think just was so genius, and it worked so well. And it's just what I'm kind of at a loss for words, just how perfect their game plan worked. Hopefully we don't take any steps back. Hopefully, the playbook continues to open up and we just see more creativity and we see more passes downfield. But yeah, I'm elated about what Cliff's playbook and game calling ability did. He's completing 80+% of his passes, most accurate quarterback in the league. It's really, really, really great that they trusted each other, that they saw the vision, and that we're not even in October yet and we're having this conversation. Never mind, I thought we were going to have it in November or December.
I think the whole thing about it is like with the analytics department, I don't care what those people think. I care what the quarterback, I care what the quarterback does and how the coach operate with it. I think that's the whole thing. We get so caught up in somebody sitting in the room, putting numbers into a damn equation and telling us what you're supposed to do on the football field. That man sees Jaden every day. He knows what he needs to do. He knows what he's capable of. And also, let's just think about it. We just left week 3. People might have their whole offense in. They don't run all of it in the first 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they're bringing stuff along slowly, not just for Jaden, but probably for other people on the offense. He may be able to do. I would think the way he spends time over that building, he's ready for anything they throw at him. But you also got to make sure you don't leave the people that he needs to come along with him to help him out.
I'd say, especially on that 4th and 4, in that whole drive, you could just tell that the Bengals had no idea what Jaden was going to do because they were terrified of his legs. And we talked last week, is he running too much? I mean, he had 12 carries on Monday night, only averaged 3.3 a carry. He gets the ball out quick. He makes his decisions quick. Sometimes he still is missing wide open people downfield. And again, that comes with time. That comes with experience. That comes with learning the NFL offense and defense. But, Jaden also learned how to slide, which I almost jumped through the roof when I saw him do that. I was so excited. It's just little by little, he is getting a hang of everything. And it's so funny to say that after he, completes 91% of his passes on Monday Night Football, which makes me think like, we haven't even seen the half of it yet. Who knows what Jaden's capable of?
Mhm.
He very well might be the best thing to ever happen to all three of us. I'm so optimistic and so excited for what the future holds for him, because after 3 weeks in the NFL, we know what he's capable of. And now the sky's just the limit for him.
One of the things we're talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the BetQL guest line. You can follow him at Barstool Nate, also goes by Little Nate X. One of the things that pre-draft folks were caught up in that I thought was just kind of silly. No, not Top Golf. That was another thing folks were caught up in.
Yeah.
But from a number standpoint was the pressure to sack ratio. Through 3 games, Jaden's been sacked 9 times. I think it was he sacked 5 times by the Giants or 6? Whatever it was.
Five times.
So it was 4 in the first half, 1 in the second half. I think he has evolved so much so fast. Maybe evolved isn't the right word, but like,
or they just could have been damn wrong. Let's be real.
Well, I just wanted to point this out. So for all the consternation about the pressure to sack ratio through 3 games, and nobody's had a bye yet, everybody's played 3 games. Daniels isn't even top 10 in the league in sacks. He's been sacked 9 times, which is a tie for, I guess, 9th with Dak, Brock Purdy, Jacoby Brissett, Geno Smith. They're all right there. Deshaun Watson's been sacked 16 times. Will Levis has been sacked 15. Baker Mayfield 13. Caleb Williams 13. If you want to look at like a sack percentage, Daniels ranks a little higher there. He's been sacked on about 10.5% of his dropbacks. Levis is the top of the list at almost 14. Levis, Baker Mayfield, both almost 14. Deshaun Watson over 12. Then Jacoby Brissett, then Trevor Lawrence. I think that's another of the one thing I enjoy is Monday night, I think, put some storylines to rest, Nate Dogg. And I like that when, for whatever reason, people like decided to take a side. Maybe it's just like the increasing polarization of our country, but like coming into the draft, everybody wanted to take a side on who the quarterback should be, right? And then people search for validation of the side they've chosen. I think a lot of the attempts at analytically driven answers for why it should have been one quarterback or another have been thrown out the window at this point.
Yeah, it's all about the play on the field, right? None of that pre-draft nonsense matters. It's you can do all the GMs and the player personnel and the scouts. They do all their research. They watch all the tape. They do all the interviews. You can think that you have the next big thing. And I mean, look at the last 2 drafts. Bryce Young cannot complete a 3-yard pass, and Caleb, he still might be fine in Chicago, but as of right now, Jaden at number 2. The trivia question is going to be, who did the Bears pass over when they took Caleb at number 1? Or the opposite, I'm sorry, because people are going to forget Caleb and remember Jaden. So it's tough. Like, for these GMs, sometimes they get it right, sometimes they get it wrong. We have Adam Peters, the best brain in the business. He got it right through 3 weeks. And, if you don't have the Jaden jersey yet, you better go online and order it, because these things are going to be sold out after he goes into Arizona on Sunday and puts on another show in front of another number 1 overall quarterback, Kyler Murray.
I was thinking about this, especially in Cincy, Brian. I'm guessing you noticed it too.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of kids in Cincinnati wearing Burrow jerseys was just remarkable. And I want to see that in Washington. Like, I just want to see kids at the grocery store wearing Jaden jerseys.
If it continues like it's going, they will. Like, I'll be honest with you, kids don't want the jersey if you're not good at it.
Right.
Kids are the most honest beings in the world. They're gonna let you know if you're playing or not.
Yeah, the Tressway jerseys, though, I feel bad for him. Those things aren't going to be selling because he can't get on the field.
That's true. That's
Hey,
true. He's icing his hands now.
He's not concerned, believe me.
Yeah,
No.
he's cool with it. Do you have any? How you feeling about this defense, Nate Dogg? Or do you just want to stay on the positives?
The defense is the defense, right? Like it's not great when our draft picks on the defensive side in the last few years can't get on the field. Manuel Forbes, all 95 pounds of them, can't get on the field. Jamin Davis.
He's hurt, though.
Really,
he had a surgery.
Yeah, no, I understand. But, he's on the sideline. Jamin Davis, Ron Rivera, drafted him 3 rounds too high. We traded Sweat. We traded Chase Young. So the defense is not going to be great. We know that, and that was always going to be the downside of this season is we have a very, very, very rough, especially secondary, and they are going to get exposed probably week after week just because, and I said it a couple of weeks ago, these guys are prepared. I trust this coaching staff to prepare these guys as well as possible. If your talent level in the Madden world is a 60, you're not going to become a 95 just by preparing during the week and watching tape. Talent is, talent's talent, and you can't just make somebody good if they just aren't that good. We can bend, not break defense until the cows come home, and that's what we're going to be this year. And we're going to have to get some good, timely turnovers. We're going to have to get some tip balls. We're going to just have to get to the quarterback, and just the defense is going to have to play above expectation to keep Washington in the games. The offense can only do so much. We can't score 38 every single game. We know that. So right. That's going to be the roller coaster. Let's say the offense, it's not going to be this Monday night result. We're not going to have, just results like that every week. But
how much do you think potentially, we don't know that yet, but possibly not having Eckler will impact the offense?
Man, I love Eckler. That stinks to see him go down. It's probably not going to, it's not going to change dynamically, that offense. Eckler wasn't the focal point of the offense. He wasn't doing anything that I don't think you can, find someone else in the league and plug him in. I mean, 13 carries in 3 weeks. I know he left the game early, but 13 carries in 3 weeks isn't really like game changing stuff. And I think he had 9 catches in 3 weeks. So we love Eckler.
200 yards in 3 games, averaging.
He had a major impact on his offense thus far.
I mean, he had a touchdown in the last game.
Right, but I don't want to make it seem like, you can't replace 13 carries, right? Like,
but it's not the 13 carries, I think, Nate. It's the impact that he's had on the team. And I think his play, he's had some huge plays.
Yeah, I mean, no, I agree. I agree. But
Nate, just hear me out, bro. 22 touches. So don't worry about just the carries with a guy like that. It's touches. 22 touches rather for 204 yards, a touchdown, averaging over 9 yards per touch. B-Rob, now they're asked to do different roles. I'm not looking for a direct comp here, but B-Rob has 50 touches for 262 yards. So maybe some of that pass load can land on Robinson, but I think I don't want to slow you down. I love your enthusiasm, but Eckler's a big part of this offense. And if you go back and look if you look at the box score from the other night, the run game really kind of started grinding after he went out. Like things that they weren't able to run the ball with the same vigor of which they did in the first half.
Look, I'm not trying to hate. I love Eckler. I love his contributions to this team, but we can't act like that he's irreplaceable. It's a next man up for the backup running back or the third down running back mentality. Eckler's down. Who is it? Jeremy McNichols? You're the next man up. Make something happen. That's all it is to me. Eckler will be back. He'll miss a couple weeks. Seems like he has a concussion. He'll be back. But right now, I'm not about to act like we're going to lose in Arizona because Eckler's down. Absolutely not. This offense is too dynamic, has, too many guys who are awesome. How about Giammi Brown getting 2 straight balls in crunch time? That was pretty cool to see. I
thought it was good to see Luke McCaffrey have a role and make some plays.
Absolutely. So with everybody stepping up, it's just next guy's going to step up. Eckler will get healthy. He'll be back. But nothing stopped this train. Not an injury, not nothing.
I'm not asking you this, Nate. I'm asking Brian this, just so we're clear. Yep. B, you remember in training camp we saw Luke get a little bit of work out of the backfield?
Mm-hmm.
maybe Veckler does miss time. They think maybe that's just another wrinkle they can add to the offense.
It may be, but I think they're still working on that one. I don't know if that's already polished up and ready to go just yet.
Yeah, I get that. Nate Dogg, we appreciate you, buddy. And you are very correct. It is okay to be incredibly excited about a rookie quarterback that looks like he's out
Just
of this world.
don't you tweet any one of the guys on the team.
No, I don't do that. I don't do that. I'm just here to
keep
watch
that to
our
you and
beloved-
yourself up there in New York.
Our beloved commies about to go 3-1 going into Arizona. I can't wait. And how about Dallas being the worst team of all time? It's a great time to be us.
Yo, what'd you think of the little blonde dude from Cincinnati saying Jaden wasn't that good?
Just a dork. Like, come on. Like, you can say that the Bengals defense looked bad without saying Jaden isn't that good. I think that quote's going to stick with him forever. They'll play it at Jaden's Hall of Fame induction ceremony. We're all having a nice laugh. And, life goes on for him. He'll continue to be wrong. But, yeah, keep Jaden's name out of your mouth.
We got to go next week, break down all the Caps preseason action. Thank you, Nate Dogg.
All right, Nate.
Yeah, see you guys.
When we come back, Dan Quinn spoke last night. What'd he say? Let's find out.
This sports update is brought to you by the Tailgate MVP Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and the unmistakable can with the sunset stripes. UNLV's starting quarterback Matthew Sloka said he will not play any more games this season for the undefeated Rebels. He's citing certain representations not being upheld by the program. He posted this announcement to Twitter, quote, I committed to UNLV based on certain representations that were made to me, which were not upheld after I enrolled. So Sluka added to that announcement that he's going to use his red shirt this year. NCAA redshirt rules allow players to retain a year of eligibility if they play in 4 or fewer games in a season. But UNLV was having a great start to the year. They're 3-0 for the first time since 1984. They received 53 total points in the latest AP poll, which is 16 points behind number 25 ranked Boise State. The Rebels are also 2-0 against Big 12 teams, and there was a lot of hope that they could contend for a spot in this newly expanded 12-team college football playoff. But I would say without their starting quarterback, not so much. Brought to you by the Tailgate MVP, Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade, full of flavors with only 100 calories. No bubbles, no troubles. Find the can with the sunset stripes. Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade. Ask at your local bars and liquor store. Must be 21. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Be honest with you, Landfill, when I woke up this morning, I didn't think I was going to hear Shania. It wasn't something that I thought of, but you better play it now. But just look at us.
Hey, Jay, let her sing. Please stop. You're killing it.
Still holding
JP, please, dog. Landfill, turn that song off.
Still the one, too long. So in this weird hotel I'm in with paper thin walls, it's 8:34 in the morning, and I'm singing Shania Twain. How much do you think the people to my left and right enjoy me doing the radio right here, right now?
They probably not in there. They probably gone somewhere. You sitting in the room. They probably go and play golf or something.
Hotel update. I went down to the front desk to get some water. Landville, I think you might like this place. It's growing on me. They have goldfish. They have just like ample amounts of goldfish. You can fill up a cup and take up to your room.
The crackers, right?
Yeah. I hope it is the crackers. And
what if I was just
took the real goldfish?
Just took a pet goldfish up to my room. They also have, and I noticed this last night, but I just wanted to go to bed last night. They have video games down there. They have pinball games and like some like race car game, and they're all free. So that I will be playing some pinball. Pool table.
How are you somewhere near like a park or something where they have a lot of kids or something?
Nah, man, it's like a very hipster vibe. It's like they're going for the hipster subset of Arizona State students.
Okay.
That's my take. I got a balcony, Brian, overlooking the highway. Things are coming up. I have requested a refrigerator.
I wish you don't sing anymore today, please.
The people in the chat love the singing.
No, they don't. They're lying. I'm going to tell you the truth. They're lying to you.
I'm just looking at the comments. It's nothing but positivity.
You're awful. They're telling you.
No.
Yeah.
No, they love it.
Nope.
I love Nate being fired up. Listen, Nate's obviously a lunatic. He's our lunatic. But if there are fans that are just super excited right now, I think that's okay. You've got a first round.
But if they're super excited right now and they call in making all them comments, don't call in if something were to they're having to lose a game or something. Don't call in being about to jump off a bridge. I don't want to hear that crap. What I'm trying to say is pump your brakes just a little bit right now. Be excited, but don't be ridiculous.
what did you think? Nate Dogg was saying that, losing Eckler, next man up. And that's the right mindset, but I think his skill set is pretty unique.
There you go. It's the right mindset, but you know what? Everybody can't just step up. What he has come in here and done has given this offense something that you have a consistent weapon. And he's been consistent. So it's not, and Nate is just focused on the amount of carries. It's not the amount of carries, it's the impact he's had. I think when you look at his timely catches and getting the first down and the runs.
He's also really good in pass pro.
Yeah. So all that stuff matters more than just, he just has 13 carries. No, that's not what it is. It's the way the defense sets up when he's in the game. It's the way the defense has to cover it when he's in the game.
Sure. There's not a lot to this, but Landfill, I know you got the audio set up here from DQ. Can we start just at the top? This is DQ's official update on Austin Eckler.
Yeah, so Austin had a concussion and also a laceration on his ear. So he went back to Virginia today to begin the concussion protocol. So I'll have more info as it goes towards the end of the week. But instead of coming out here to Arizona, he went back home to Virginia to begin that process.
So the question I ask is, did the process just start yesterday? Or did it start right after the game when they knew he probably had one? Because he keeps saying, he said that twice. He went back to Virginia to start the process.
I imagine there's some semantics there. Like, once he's diagnosed with a concussion, the protocol starts. As far as like when you start taking your baseline tests and all that stuff, honestly, B, I don't know because it's a Monday night game.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, one thing that, whether this was done intentionally, I certainly think it was, that is probably smart with the NFL protocol is that there are no strict timelines attached. It's all about baselines and medical testing and getting cleared by doctors. So hypothetically, that could happen in 24 hours, or it could happen in a week, or it could happen in a month. I think you want to leave that ambiguous because the nature of these injuries is so unique to the person. For me, and I'm not a doctor, I'm not a running back, I am not a what do you call it, brain doctor, B?
A brain surgeon?
Oncologist? No, that's
neurologist.
Neurologist with the nerves?
Thank you, Landfill. I'm also not one of those. I think Washington should probably approach Sunday's game that they're not going to have Eckler. I think that is the cautious path here. And then if you get him, great. But I think the plays you design for him, a lot of those touches and stuff that he gets, I think you plan elsewhere for this week. Brian, one question I'm starting to have, though, that I think we're getting close to needing an answer. I thought Brandon Coleman was pretty darn good Monday night. I know late in that game he did get beat inside for the sack from Hendrickson, but Hendrickson kind of beats everybody. I think we're getting to a point where maybe we don't rotate so much at left tackle. This is Dan Quinn, number 5, Landfill, talking about rookie Brandon Coleman's performance against the Bengals.
Yeah, we kind of continued to try to balance him up a little more as we're going to go, but we knew that was going to be one of the factors inside to make sure Hendrickson can't ruin the game. I believe he got inside on one late, that got the sack and created the negative yards. But by and large, I felt Brandon's kind of, technique and energy, all the things when you're missing some time start coming back into play. So we've been impressed, and the arrow's definitely going up, Dave.
B, have you been impressed with Coleman?
Yes, I have been. And he's been good in both the running game and the pass game. So, but the thing of it is, they're going to keep giving him a little time because, the amount of time that he's playing, that matters too. Did he get beat late because he got a little tired? I don't know.
Maybe.
I'm just saying, I don't know that question, but that is the question they're probably asking themselves, though. Does he need to get in more football shape? Because he didn't do a lot of practicing in training camp.
Dude, I do wonder. I mean, the guy missed damn near a month, wasn't it? It was all of the preseason.
It was a long time.
So we got no action in preseason, which the preseason games were, help me with the dates. I want to say it was like August 25th, and then a week prior would have been
10th, 17th, and 25th.
Boom. There you go. And I think he missed like a week prior to that first one. So damn near a month. So maybe there is just some getting into shape. Not to mention you've got a rookie trying to get into shape. I did have a really cool moment at the Cincinnati airport, which makes sense because I was there for about 4 hours. I had a really cool moment. Got to meet Trent Scott's dad. Plus, B. Mitch's favorite quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, with some highly complimentary words on Jaden Daniels. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. NFL Week 4 is here, and you can start with a chance for a big win on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. If you're new to FanDuel, you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. You can build a quick same-game parlay for Thursday night football game as the Cowboys take on the Giants. I wish they could just play to a tie. CeeDee Lamb over receiving yards, Dak Prescott over passing yards, and how about Devin Singletary anytime touchdown? Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This song was like a jam for a minute. Kind of gets you riled up, though. I love my boss. People used to get hyped for this, B.
Who
A long
did?
time ago. I'm telling you, this song came on at a bar, and like whenever this song was big, like the mid 2000s, people got hyped. Ride the horse, ride a cowboy. I'm gonna sing every song just because people in the chat really seem to be enjoying it today.
I don't think they do.
I'm telling you, B. You think I'm making
Okay,
that
well,
up?
you're gonna be doing the show by yourself. You keep singing.
You love my singing.
I'm going to just walk off the air, go to the airport, get there earlier, and come fight you.
What time is your flight?
My flight is like 5 something.
All right, Landfill, do me a favor. I want to hear one more Dan Quinn. This is what it's like knowing that this team is rallying around a rookie quarterback. Number 9, Landini.
Yeah, I think they feel also his support for others, for the prosperity of others, Scott. And you might see on a field goal, who's the first one out there kind of shaking the hands of the linemen and the people coming off. It was Jaden. And so he has that way about him that he creates energy and belief in others as well by the way he plays, the standard that he goes for it. Like I said earlier, that we don't want him, having and feeling there's any ghosts, anything here, and just being the best absolute version of him. And so we wanted to make sure that was clear. We know how important the position is here to him, to the organization, but we also wanted to make sure, man, be you and authentically you and do it in your own way. And we've really seen that.
I think that was really accurate and really fair from DQ. And I'll go back in time and I'll go left hand up on this. I didn't really care that they didn't name him the starter right away because they also said, we all know where this is going. They said enough of what was going to happen, and the draft status dictated it anyway. And when Dan later explained we didn't want additional unnecessary weight on him to have to think he had to behave in some sort of fashion that maybe wouldn't be his style. I don't know that that ever would have been a problem, but in hindsight, I actually think it was a really smart strategy. And I think Quinn, and if it was Peters or Kingsbury, whoever involved, deserves credit for that strategy.
I think the strategy worked more for the other people, not him, because he didn't care. He was going to do the same things no matter what. I think for the other people on the team to follow suit on what he is and how he is, that worked better for the other guys. Jaden told you when they said about the starting day, I'm not. What if I'm the name the starter? I'm not going. It's not gonna I'm gonna stop working. I'm gonna keep working.
Right.
So he never changed. He has been the same guy since day one.
Agreed. I just like that from DQ. Now, what do we got here, Landini? Aaron Rodgers talking about Jaden Daniels. Was this via McAfee?
Yes.
Okay. Aaron Rodgers on Pat McAfee talking about the Commanders' rookie quarterback.
Young quarterbacks, the rarity is the kid last night. Unbelievable performance. I mean, Daniels played incredibly well. We got to see him in training camp again, joint practice with him, and I was impressed by the way he threw the ball. I actually did watch a decent amount of film on him because we were looking at both their stud receivers. The kid who played last night for Jacksonville, I believe, Thomas.
Right.
And then obviously Neighbors. We thought there'd be a chance to pick either of those two guys. So in the process of watching those guys, you got to see Daniels play, and he was very impressive. What I loved about him is that he played from the pocket on time. And when you can do that, you can stick around the league for a long time because he also has that extra skill set that we saw last night that he can run. I mean, he can really, really run. And he is fast and athletic and elusive. But the key to sticking around the league is playing from the pocket. And I think that's, again, the highlight. Another guy I played last night, my good buddy Josh, who's playing at MVP level. And I told him, I think I've told him every year he comes to my flag football event, he's going to win MVP in this league. I mean, he's that talented. He's an incredible player.
Dude, I don't say this very often. I completely agree with Rodgers. And I think that's what sets Jaden apart is that he is a true pocket passer, and he can beat you from the pocket. Oh, and by the way, he'll break your damn back with his legs.
Yeah, and I think
But
that's the
it's
whole
not
thing about it.
dependent on one or the other.
But
you know?
see, the thing of it is, people don't want to look at what Aaron Rodgers just said. Everyone that sees him run, they just think he's just a running quarterback, and that's why they say, "Oh, don't run." No. He can run, but he rather beat you from the pocket, and as he stated, on time.
Yep.
Think about that.
I mean, I'm not to take a shot at Howell last year. Nothing stayed on time. Not to take a shot at Caleb Williams. What you're seeing right now, nothing stayed on time.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just the ability to stand in the pocket and get clocked, right? That doesn't do you any good either. It's getting the ball out when your back foot's supposed to hit. That to me is always where I disagreed. Honestly, when people tried to make the Lamar comp, right? Because Lamar at this stage of his career at times can beat you from the pocket. But when he came out of college, Jaden is a significantly more polished pocket passer than Lamar was at this stage of his career.
Mm-hmm.
Now, nobody's the runner Lamar is, but like the accuracy, the throws Jaden makes from the pocket on time with incredible accuracy and touch, it's pretty damn unparalleled, B.
Yeah,
And you don't want to get
the big
too
play
far out.
The big play to Terry. He didn't throw too much air under it. He threw it. That was more one on the line, right in stride, and then the one to the back of the end zone was unbelievable.
Was all touch,
but
right?
They practice that all the time.
B, how about the two throws he made on two different crucial fourth downs? One to McCaffrey, one to Ertz. Now, those aren't going to make the national highlight reels because all they did was pick up first downs. They weren't scoring plays. But the throw to Ertz was a freaking laser.
Yeah.
Laser. Lot to be excited about. What do the numbers guys say? Let's find out. Nick Ackridge joins us next.
DJ Hurst gets the start for Washington today as the season is slowly winding to a close. After a 1-0 10th inning loss, the Nats are looking to wake up those bats and play spoiler for the Royals. Now, the Royals are playing for more right now. They're trying to keep that second wild card spot. With their win last night, they did. Kansas City and Detroit are both 83 and 74, but the Royals own that head-to-head tiebreaker. Both of those teams are still 2 games up on Minnesota, but this series gives the Nationals an opportunity to take that away from Kansas City. As always, you can listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan. First pitch scheduled for 6:45 p.m. And a bit more baseball news. Nestor Cortez was slated to start tonight against the Orioles as the Yankees are looking to clinch the AL East title with a win. Now, instead of starting tonight, the left-hander is undergoing an MRI on his elbow, according to multiple reports. This is an alarming development 10 days before the Yankees are scheduled to begin postseason play. And the Dallas Cowboys are on a short week heading into Thursday night's game at the Giants, but there's been a lot going on there. So CeeDee Lamb finally spoke to the media, and he said he was apologetic for his performance, how he handled himself on the sideline, saying that he played a big part in Sunday's defeat. He also acknowledged that his body language and his attitude wasn't helping the situation or the outcome of the game. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Breaking news on The Fan, Jaden Daniels named NFC Offensive Player of the Week after that baller performance Monday night against the Cincinnati Bengals. How about this? You ready for some names, B? Jaden Daniels becomes the 12th quarterback in Washington history named NFC Offensive Player of the Week. Okay?
Well, Rob.
You ready for this trip down memory lane?
Let's go.
Okay. You know Robert.
Yep.
Right? Kirk had some baller games. Rippon had some baller games.
Yep.
Fella by the name of Doug Williams had some baller
Douglas.
games. Brad Johnson, who you played with, had some baller games.
And Brad balled out when he was here.
Gus Frerotte, when he wasn't headbutting things, had some baller games. What you got on Jay Schrader, B?
Yep, before my time.
What about Shane Matthews?
Shane Matthews got it?
Jason Campbell got one.
JC
17 forever. And this one I think is the most surprising. Think about when Shane Matthews was quarterbacking, that was that Spurrier offense. They were throwing 75 times a game. So yeah. I could see one game, everything hit. Todd Collins got a got named.
But I think what is the game he went in? Because he wasn't supposed to start. He goes in. He played well.
All right. Let's get to the phones. BetQL guest line. Nick Ackridge joins us now, from Pro Football Focus. Nick, what up, man? How about those names I just rattled off?
Yeah, that's quite the collection there. A lot of former quarterback jerseys that I have in my old closet.
You got a Todd Collins jersey?
I have a Brad Johnson jersey. I think that was one of my first ones I got.
That's not a bad one, dude. I mean, not to overanalyze something that happened 25 years ago, but Snyder's insistence on running Brad Johnson out of town to let Jeff George get a crack at things really should have been letting us know what direction this thing was headed.
Brad Johnson did go on and win the Super Bowl, though.
I know. All right, Nick. So we are 3 games into the Jaden Daniels era. Obviously, he wrote he changed the script with his performance Monday night. Where are you at as eye test, analytics test?
Yeah, I'm extremely kind of pleased with where we are through 3 weeks. After the first 2 games, I had a little concern. There was some stuff kind of showing up on film where,
he was missing some stuff downfield, but that's kind of to be expected from a quarterback after 2 starts. It was more stuff you would expect a kind of veteran quarterback to hit, but some of the stuff like him constantly scrambling, not really looking to throw when he scrambled was a bit of a problem for me. But Monday night was a complete flip of that, and he kind of answered a lot of questions there with when he was scrambling to throw, and it saved him from getting hits. It converted some big first downs, and he's always going to be a threat in the running game. So I think he's further along than where I thought he would be, and that's just incredible for 3 starts.
It really is wild. And we just played some Aaron Rodgers audio from his weekly McAfee session. And the thing I've been preaching throughout this process is I really think Daniels is a pocket passer. He beats you from the pocket. And it just so happens to be he can break off an 80-yard run too.
Yeah.
Rodgers talked about how he won in Cincinnati from the pocket. I think there's more of that to come. I'm curious what your research and analysis shows.
Yeah, no, I mean, at LSU, he was. I mean, obviously we saw the game-breaking speed at LSU, but he wanted to win within the pocket. And I think his best plays were the deep balls, and that's what he was great at LSU. And you see it sometimes, and it kind of led to some of the high sack numbers that he did want to win within the pocket, maybe a little bit, too much. And there was some stuff kind of on the film that showed that he was maybe kind of missing some things. But again, when you have his kind of game-breaking speed, the kind of mindset that he has right now of still trying to win within the pocket is a good thing to have. I mean, again, trusting yourself within the pocket and not putting yourself in unnecessary situations is a very good thing. I mean, we see it a lot with young quarterbacks that have that kind of speed and out of structure ability, that they want to rely on that. And Jaden through 3 games has not really relied on that as much, especially on Monday night. He was looking to, when it did break down and he did have to get out of the pocket, he was still looking to throw. And that's a huge step forward.
Will that be like you look at him, like you said, in college, he had the unbelievable speed and he took some sacks because he think he can make the play. Will that be like situational, getting certain games where you can get around the edge, or other games you fear you can't, where you sit in the pocket? The other time you may take off a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a thing that he's going to have to kind of learn through experience, and we're going to see some. I mean, we saw some sacks, some bad sacks that he took in the first 2 weeks, where he thinks he can get around some stuff, and some annoying ones where he doesn't throw it away and loses a couple yards. But it's all kind of a learning experience right now. And in college, obviously, it's a lot easier for him to break, contain, and force missed tackles in the backfield, downfield. So it's all kind of a learning experience right now. And, the fact that he's not relying on, constantly just kind of putting his head down, looking to run, is a huge sign for me, and one I was not expecting 3 weeks in.
Nick, let me ask you this question. So a lot of times we always say the guy's going to learn. What's the optimal time for a rookie guy to begin to get those things hit? Is it sometime during the first year, or do they have to be in the second, third year where the light bulb kind of goes off?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously different for every single one. And CJ Stroud last year was obviously the exception, where he just kind of hit the ground running right away and looked like the legit guy there. Usually you kind of see it towards the tail end of their rookie season. And then obviously in the second year, if they kind of haven't, if they're in the same offense, if they don't really have it kind of figured out by then, you can kind of tell. But, usually kind of midway towards the end of the season, you can really sort of see things start to click where, they're seeing the same concepts against the same coverage, and whether, they missed that in the first couple of weeks, they're hitting it now. That's kind of the things that I'm looking for. And you usually sort of see it from these young guys, kind of middle of the season, later towards the end of the year.
Okay.
Talking with Nick Ackridge here for Pro Football Focus. Of course, Pro Football Focus has got you covered all season long with the best data, tools, and analysis in the game. Sign up for PFF Plus today to unlock all their famous player grades and premium stats. Plus, if you're looking for fantasy tools, they got you. Award-winning rankings from fantasy expert Nathan Johnke. Listen, check out PFF Plus. Check out PFF. Obviously, I mean, PFF is part of the national football discourse at this point. Let's ask this, Nick, because I know the analytical community, by and large, wasn't too high on Cliff Kingsbury's offense, kind of, especially going back to the Cardinals days. You know, a lot of offenses these days are kind of predicated on motion. Not a ton of it with Cliff, although I felt like I haven't charted it yet, but I felt like we saw more against Cincy. What do you think of the way Cliff's calling this thing through 3 games?
Yeah, I've been pleasantly surprised. I was someone that was a little bit hesitant on that Cliff Kingsbury hire, just based on what you kind of mentioned with him in Arizona, but it's not really the same offense. They are running a lot of screens, and I thought through the first 6 quarters of the season that they were kind of heavily conservative with what they were doing, but things started to really open up, and you could see it on film in week 2 against the Giants, whether that was kind of when Jaden started to really hit some stuff downfield. But it was open, and
Second
stuff like
half
that
of that
had
Giants
been open.
game.
Yeah, and stuff like that had been open in week 1. We saw the missed shot to Terry downfield, but in week 2, in the beginning of the first half, there were things that I kind of mentioned earlier on that you would really want a kind of veteran quarterback to hit, recognize, and it was just kind of a bad faith sort of argument to me that Cliff is always just going to run these screens and these short passes and whatnot. But I think he's got a really different offense here. I think the screens are pretty much just a run play. They're not as pretty to watch as a well executed run play, but it really is just kind of an extension of your running game. Get more guys out on the edge, you get a lighter box, and it's helped Washington's run game, which has been very, very good through 3 weeks, even before Monday night when kind of things really exploded.
I think I look at like Kansas City because Andy Reid ran the same stuff in Philly where he used the passing game, the short passing game, as an extension of his run. But when you look at Cliff back in Arizona, he ran the football a lot.
Yep.
And if he can get the runs established here with Austin and Brian Robinson, I think that takes tons of pressure off of Jaden.
Yeah, and when you have someone like Jaden, like he had with Kyler, it just makes things so hard on the defense. I mean, we saw it multiple times when they're going for it on 4th down and even in short yardage 3rd down situations where you've got that read option threat, and the defense it's just almost impossible to be right on those plays where you have that threat of Brian Robinson and then you've got Jaden keeping it. It just puts the defense in such a tough spot where in these short yardage options, you've got 2 threats in the backfield. And so even if you've got a loaded box there, it's still hard for that defense to be right and win. And when they are right, they still have to go make the tackle on Jaden Daniels, which we saw is very, very hard to do.
Yeah.
You talk about the screens being an extension of the run game and how well they've ran the ball, and you're correct. I think Jaden's running ability really helps in the run game in that it's 11 on 11 on every run play rather than not having to worry about the quarterback. But Eckler might miss some time here. We don't know, but we know at least as of last night, he was still in Virginia while the team's out here in Arizona. What do you make of losing Eckler to this offense? It might just be a game. We're not getting too far down the speculation hole here, but he's been really, really good for them through 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be a loss. He's kind of shown to kind of get back to what he was a couple of years ago with the Chargers. And last year he was kind of dealing with some injuries, so he looked not, his same self. And so I think it's going to be a big loss. I mean, the combination with him and Brian Robinson was a great, kind of different pace combination between the two of them. But I mean, it's time for someone else to step up. I think McNichols played well in the limited snaps he got. We all saw the big pass block on the huge touchdown to Terry at the end there. And that's someone that is now just going to have to step up, and, you're going to deal with injuries throughout the entire year. And I think it is a big loss, and we're going to lose it also in the kick return game. But, that just means someone else has to step up now.
Sure. I think, McNichols has already been active. I wonder if they bring up Mike Wiley, who I thought looked pretty good in the preseason. Nick, let's switch it over to the defensive side of the ball. Statistically, they rank near the bottom. I imagine your grades have them pretty close to the bottom. I get this question a lot, and I don't love answering it because it's not what people want to hear. Where do you stand on how can this group improve? Is there some schematic thing that they can do, or do they need players to get better in a hurry?
It's a mix of both. It's been rough. I mean, there's no denying that. Like you said, the the raw numbers are great. Everything is pointing towards the bottom of the league type of defense. And, specifically in the secondary, it's rough. And you just don't really have the guys right now. But one thing that's kind of given me, some encouragement is they are trying to switch things up. It's not just, we saw in years past that they're just going to try to do the same thing over and over and over again. And if it fails, it fails. We're just going to do it again. They're trying to switch it up. They played a lot more cover 2 on Monday night, which they were playing a decent amount, but they played almost no cover 3. And Dan Quinn loves to run the cover 3, and he'll blitz 5 guys. They ran almost absolutely none of that. They kind of relied on that cover 2 stuff. They played a lot of cover 2 man, which definitely helped the defense. It kept Burrow to kind of dink and dunk his way down the field. But when they did switch to man, Burrow kind of carved them up. So
as soon as he saw Chase in man, he went to him.
Yeah.
Oh,
like they tried like hell not to do it, but when they did it, it was immediate. It was on site.
Yeah, I mean, single high, he was 7 for 7, 105 yards and 2 touchdowns. I mean, it was quickly. Just the second he saw that, it was.
Give me that one more time.
It was over for the defense. 7 for 7, 105 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Damn.
Yeah.
Ask this question.
They're trying to switch it up. I mean, they're trying, and again, it didn't work, but they are trying to switch it up. They're trying to do things that are putting their players in less vulnerable positions.
How much will a consistent pass rush or a better pass rush help?
It would help massively. And, you're kind of looking at, we all kind of knew that edge rusher was definitely going to take a step back, obviously from last year with losing Sweat and Young, but you're going to need more from some guys there. It's a rotational unit right now, but no one's really kind of stepped up there. And then, interior, it's been rough for Payne and Allen trying to get pressures. They haven't really been up to what we've seen in the past. And so, yeah, if you have a bad secondary, you can't have a bad pass rush as well. It's just a recipe for disaster.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really well way to frame that, because Brian and but B, you've been saying this for a while now, that like everybody loves to dunk on the secondary.
Yeah.
But when you're not getting any pressure, what the hell is the secondary supposed to do? But Nick, I like the way you frame that. Like if one of the two groups is bad, it's bad. But if both are bad, you're in big trouble.
Both are bad. It's atrocious.
Dude, there was
Yeah.
I'm sure you've already charted. I just haven't had time because I've been living in airports for 24 hours. There was a play in the second half against the Bengals where they sent 6 and Burrow didn't even have to move off his spot. Like on some level, you're talking about them switching around coverages and I think they really listen. If the three of us donks we'll exclude Brian, Nick, if you and I, and we are just donks that are watching tape, right? If we can identify what they should avoid with Jamar Chase, it's not like Dan Quinn and Joe Witt aren't aware of that, right? Like they know to try to stay out of man coverage on that dude. But still, sometimes just motion and everything dictates it. But if you can't get home sending 6, if you can't even really impact the play, you kind of got no shot.
Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of why they switched things up, because, they were sending 5 a lot of times in weeks 1 and week 2, and it didn't work. They didn't get home. And then you've got, corners that you don't really trust on islands out there. So they're going to keep switching up. They're going to try to find something that works. And I think that kind of too high stuff where you're just going to have to live with, giving up some longer drives and kind of holding them to field goals in the end. I think that's where you're going to have to live with this defense.
Last one.
Oh boy.
Where are you grade? where are you grading out this O-line? I think they've overperformed.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's been a very pleasant surprise. Through the first 2 weeks, it probably looked better than it actually was, just because the ball was getting out so quickly. But last week it was really, really good. I mean, we've got 4 guys over a 75 pass blocking grade, which doesn't typically happen with Washington O-lines in the past. But right now it's looked really, really good. And I think they've done a really good job kind of patching up that the left guard and center spot, which I thought was the real problems last year. And Allegretti's come in terms of pass blocking, he's been, nearly perfect. We've charted him with just 1 pressure given up. So right now it's looking really good there.
How has the young buck been blocking based off the numbers? Coleman.
Yeah, so Coleman's been a bit up and down. Like they're really rotating him and Cornelius Lucas in right now. So I'm never a huge fan of doing that. I think guys are better when they kind of get a rhythm and are playing, consistently. So his grade right now, pass log 55.6, which is just a little bit below average, but that's kind of to be expected when you're not in as much. And if you're going to lose on 1 or 2 reps, it's just going to bring the grade down naturally. But I think he's shown some signs there that, you can kind of keep going with him in the future. But I think Cornelius Lucas has also played really well. So they're kind of in a spot where they don't really want to, take snaps away from Lucas, who I think has been playing a pretty good job and kind of giving it to Coleman. But I think they're going to keep kind of rotating them in. And I liked what I've seen so far from Coleman. I would just obviously like to see more snaps.
Are they in a position where they don't have to rush Coleman because Lucas is playing so well?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there was talk about Coleman played a lot of guard at TCU as well his last year. So there were thoughts maybe he could play left guard, but they clearly like him as a left tackle. But with Lucas playing well and with this offense playing well, I understand why they don't really want to switch that up.
Biotish has made a huge impact too. But Nick, we got to run, man. This has been fun. We'll have to
Appreciate you,
do it
Nick.
again.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Hey, man.
Nick Ackridge, give him a follow at PFF_Nick Ackridge. Landfill, I'm doing it. I don't care what you say. Phone line's open, 800-636-1067. What was your favorite thing from Washington's win Monday night?
This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Washington Commanders quarterback Jayden Daniels has been named the NFC Offensive Player of the Week after going 21 of 23 for 254 yards and 2 touchdowns, plus a rushing TD. A 91.3% completion percentage set a rookie record in the 38-33 win over the Cincinnati Bengals. The team is in Tempe, Arizona, preparing for the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday. Practice is today at ASU at 4:05 p.m. Eastern Time. The Nationals and DJ Hurst tonight against the Kansas City Royals after a 1-0 loss in 10 innings. Live play-by-play on the Fan at 6:45. Capitals at Devils tonight, preseason NHL at 7 after a 4-2 loss to Boston. This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Union went on strike. It's tough. Ooh, it's tough. All right, B. I don't know that I've asked you this question. I'll start with the 4 of us, and then if folks called, we'll take the calls. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Simple question. That's one of the biggest wins this organization has had in a long time. The last big win like that was probably 2022 when they went to Philly and beat them on Monday night. The last big win that mattered was probably that Steelers game on like Monday afternoon in the COVID season when they were undefeated. But this one feels different because it's a rookie quarterback, and it's a quarterback that you're like, whoa, wait a second, maybe we got something here. And there were wins like that in the Kirk era and the Robert era, certainly. Those eras were a long time ago now. Kirk's on his 3rd team, and Robert's a television commentator. Like those wins were a long time ago. So B, my simple question: what was your favorite part about the win Monday night?
Watching Jayden and offense work, and they never got phased. I think when going into that week, I felt a little confident, but everyone felt like if it becomes a shootout, that would we be able to keep up? But I forgot somebody we had on the air said, if it is a shootout, that's the only way we'll beat them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we ended up having a shootout in the sense, and we ended up beating them. But just to watch a young quarterback like Jayden guiding that offense, and he never got rattled.
Totally.
Because that's something that could take us a long ways. So I was just stuck with that, the mindset that he exuded and his whole offense, because you could see him talking to the players, and everybody was following his lead. So that's why. That's what I like.
I tend to agree with you, B. And specific to the shootout stuff, there's an old saying: the offense good enough to keep them in every week, and the defense is good enough to keep the other guys in it every week. Like that's what they used to say about Sonny's teams in the late 60s and early 70s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you sure as hell hope that's not the track that this thing is on, but at least in Cincinnati it was. Let's hit a phone line. Dan is in Fairfax. What'd you love about the win Monday night?
Hey, guys, it's great to talk to you again. I love the fact that Terry McLaurin proved all the naysayers wrong. He had maybe one of his best games ever. That last catch for a touchdown was amazing. And I'm just really happy for him because a lot of people were writing him off. But I think we know Jayden Daniels is a beast. We're tied for first in the NFC East. Terry McLaurin had the best game of his career. He is awesome. So let's be clear. I understand that it's a long season, but we'll be in the hunt, and this is the reason. Good ownership, great coaches, and players. So hail to the Commanders. Left hand in the air.
Great call, Dan. Thank you, buddy. I love the poems and the songs. My man's got passion, and I love it. I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Landini, what was your favorite part of that win?
That would be the Trent Scott touchdown. I love
Banfield cheering for the big dude.
Yeah, I love big man touchdowns when they happen, and it never happens to our team, and it finally did. It was awesome.
So I haven't got to tell the story yet. I'm in the Cincinnati airport for seemingly the whole afternoon. And I'm waiting for a grilled cheese from this place called Frisch's. It's like a Cincinnati chain. It's pretty good grilled cheese, landfill. And there's a dude I notice wearing a Trent Scott jersey, 73 Commanders. And he's a bigger fella. And I look at this dude, and immediately I'm like, that's got to be, it's got to be a Trent Scott relative in some capacity, And I went over and introduced myself to him. Really, really nice man from Huntsville, Alabama, I believe he said. And he said it was a once in a lifetime thing to get to see his son do that, 7 years in the NFL, and then to have an opportunity like that. That really was cool, Landfill. And I love it for Jaden. I love it for Cliff calling that. I love it for Trent Scott, obviously. But B, you were in there. When a big guy gets a touchdown, it's kind of like all of them got a touchdown. Like they were all kind of celebrating it.
Yep. Because, you work on it. Like I heard John talking to the Junks. John said he never saw him work on it in practice. Because, they split up defense, offense a lot of times. So it's a good thing when they probably saw that. They're like, oh, man, if you ask anybody else, they won't get involved. They'll want to get involved now.
Right. Totally.
But getting the big guy that type of opportunity, you don't have to ask him to work hard no more. He ready to go now.
Oh, totally. People are going to be the O-lineman is all fired up about that one. And, dude, I like it just from to Landfill's point, like none of that cool stuff ever happens here. And that was cool and fun.
Now, we just tried to do the swinging gate 2 times in a row.
Our guy Bones is calling from Southeast. Bones, what was your favorite part of that win the other night?
You up, Bones?
Hey, what's up, B-Man? Shout out to my main man, JP Finley, and the whole 106.7 fan crew. What I liked about the game was the innovation, man, of the offense, man. How, Cliff Kingsbury and the rest of the coaching staff got that offense, man, to generate, man, and put them points on the board, man. You understand? And scored on all their drives. I like about the offensive line, especially the tackles, there were no holding penalties on that offensive line, man. Not one. And I like the fact, man, that Tress Wade had 2 games off, you know what I mean? He's been on vacation for 2 games, And, man, I like the fact how Jaden Daniels, man, took leadership control, you understand, in the huddle and getting the players in position and stuff. And it didn't look like there was near panic mode in his bones. Man, look, the defense, B-Mitch, you remember back in the day when we had that bend but don't break defense? That's what we got right now, a bend but don't break defense. I believe as the season goes on, the defense is going to get better. I love you guys. Thanks for taking my call and allowing me to speak.
All right, bro. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you, Bones.
I hear that bend but don't break type thing, but if you keep bending something, I don't care what it is, it ends up breaking. Yeah. So we need to just get better and stop bending.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Just a quick question.
All right.
They gave up 430 yards of offense and 33 points. Is that bending and not breaking? That's just breaking.
It's bending. It's not breaking because you scored 38.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Like they got the win, and that's great, but let's not try to give it a name.
What if you don't score 38?
Right. Right. Exactly. That's kind of my point. You gave up 436 and 33. I don't know the name to almost quote the wolf from Pulp Fiction. Let's not start bleeping bleep bleep already. I do love our guy Bones. I want to credit him here, Brian. In life, in the NFL, in sports, dating, whatever, you got to be ready when your number's called, right? And you got to be able to turn it on quick. our guy Bones, we went to him. He had no idea he was on the radio. It seemed like he was like talking to somebody else. And then you told him, Bones, you're up. And bang, he was ready to rock.
And he rocked out a lot of stuff too.
It was a good call.
Bones my dude, man.
We just had to
I met
step
Bones.
back in.
I've seen Bones before.
Mama Stu is on the line. Mama, what was your favorite part of that win the other night?
Fellas. Oh my God. Oh my God. Listen, I was so pumped after the game. I couldn't sleep. I was hurting at work the next day. Oh my goodness. What I loved was the play calling and them being aggressive. Like they was like, look, we're not leaving out of here without a win. And I loved it for Terry. Oh my God, all these people talk about trade him. He ain't got. I'm like, they tripping.
Jeff.
I absolutely love that. As far as the defense, man, listen, they need some time and they need some. I just think they need some more time. I don't know how much better it's going to get, but my outlook on this season is: do we have our quarterback and are we competitive? And we surely are competitive. So that's what was my take, guys. I loved it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
All right.
Y'all have a good show.
When you see Jeff, smack him because he was talking about trading Terry.
Yeah, that was only last week. Thank you, Mama.
Let's dead this right here.
No, Jeff. We got to go to break. Landfill's going to flip out. You can try to defend yourself.
Go to break, Jeff.
You can go to break.
When
we return, when we return,
we'll be back.
Don't know why. Great song, great band. Great poll, landfill. I thought this was hysterical, so I'm just going to read this tweet. Toronto media is already in mid-season form, asking Craig Berube if it's time to panic after 2 preseason losses for the Maple Leafs. I think you got to chill, Maple Leafs fans. Brian, a couple interesting things here.
What you say?
You know our guy Lincoln from the brewery?
Yep.
Lincoln was texting me today, and we're talking about favorite things from Monday night's win. And Lincoln said one thing that stands out is there's so much to be excited about on the field. But to Lincoln, he said it's Dan Quinn.
Mhm.
The excitement he brings, and it is very evident that the players have bought in. We have not seen that excitement out of the head coach on the sideline in years. He wanted Quinn from the day Ron was fired because of his enthusiasm. I couldn't help but think about Bickle on the Junks would always go nuts because it drove him crazy how Ron would just stand there and fold his arms on the sideline. Whether you think DQ is the guy or not, he is undeniably a ball of energy, and it's evident. I mean, the fact that when Terry hit that deep shot, DQ picked him up on the sideline, you know what I mean? Like, those are authentic moments.
100%. And I think the thing of it is when people try to get coaches and things like that, they look for sometimes exuberance that might be false.
Yeah, dude.
You got to find people that can be leaders. And I mean, I've told the story several times. I told it again the other night. When I talked with Adam Peters at the Super Bowl in Vegas, and I said, man, y'all getting a lot of coaches. And he was like, every one of them have come because of Dan. He said, we didn't have to reach out to these guys. They wanted to coach under him. That tells you a lot about who he is.
The person matters.
Yes.
And I think it was easy, honestly, I think some Commanders fans were fairly cynical of that going into this hiring process because a lot of the stuff we got told about Ron kind of sounded similar to DQ, but the energy around those guys is just clearly very different. And I'm not trying to knock or drag Ron at all, but Ron was really that CEO type, wanted to kind of just run the whole operation, and DQ is more of a down in the mud, like nitty gritty operational stuff.
But you look at when you watch them, right? Some coaches try to play that calm role, but they're not necessarily calm. And other coaches are not necessarily calm, but they're calm when they're in certain situations. Dan is not a calm dude. Dan is a fiery dude. But when you watch him in his situations, he always seems to be under control, just like who? His QB, right?
Yep.
And that's what I like about him because he is going to tell you what he's going to give you a truthful answer more than most coaches that come through here. But when they're in situations, he seems to be under control more than anybody else that have come through here for the most part.
Sure. I mean, I think Jaden's sense of calm is really, really remarkable. Especially for a young guy like that. It's just who he is. He has been, we've been dealing with Jaden now for 6 months, something like that. He has been the same dude every day. Like even you just got drafted number 2 overall.
Yep.
And we're doing a press conference. It's okay if you're excited and like fired up and do something. He was chill. He has been the same dude throughout. And that is really remarkable. And I started to say this earlier. I think my mind ran away from me. Shocker. I don't expect any of that to change.
That's who he is.
Yeah. Like it's just at some point it's who you are.
It's like this. Okay. I've had people ask me, man, when y'all get on the radio, do y'all like find stuff to try and say things that is gonna make people get riled up? I said, no, I'll say the truth about what I believe in. They say, well, what do you mean? I said, because if I can remember the stuff I truly believe in. I just speak, I'm who I am. If I make up something, I might not remember that crap. You know what I mean? So Jaden has been who he is. It's easy to be you. When you try to put on a act for someone is where you lose out at, where you mess up at.
Much easier to be yourself
there you go.
than to try to be somebody else.
Hell
you got to keep track of all that stuff. And honestly, we've seen quarterbacks not comfortable in their own skin whether it was their own creation or the way the organization treated them or on this town. This doesn't seem like it. This really does. This seems different. You don't want to get too excited.
We have another Google Doc.
Oh, really?
Yep. Guys that wanted to trade Terry lists.
That's insane.
You're saying this on the air? I was only saying that between the four of us.
That's insane. Y'all started at 12:52. Now,
hold on, Jeff. Hold on. Breaking news on the Fan. Since B brought it up, I wasn't going to bring it up, but we have we'd like to keep track of things with Google Docs because Brian and I are often on the move. All of our football coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile and get a great deal on an iPhone 16 Pro. Also, the Jaden Daniels shirt is now in the 106.7 The Fan merch store. It is dope. You got to make sure you check it out, 1067thefanshop.com. And don't you dare forget, B. Mitchell Finley is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Check them out, rude.com. Find a contractor near you. And Brian?
What up? It ain't right. And we'll be back.
It's savings season at Lido Pizza. Order online at LidoPizza.com. Washington Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels has been named the NFC Offensive Player of the Week thanks to his 21-23, 254-yard, 2-touchdown performance against the Bengals, plus 39 yards on the ground and another touchdown, 38-33 win over Cincinnati. Washington Commanders are in Tempe, Arizona, preparing for the Arizona Cardinals. That will be Sunday. Today, they practice at 4:05 p.m. Head coach Dan Quinn, it's beneficial to stay on the road.
It was awesome last night, a big road win. I wanted to enjoy it, but here, none of us are buying that ticket for a roller coaster today. So our focus is on improvement and getting to Arizona. That's why I think it is cool to be here together, and we just kind of get to stay connected to that while we're here.
Nationals baseball needs something good to happen after another loss, this one to the Kansas City Royals. DJ Hers the call, 6:45 live on the Fan. Capitals continue on the road preseason NHL at the Devils at 7, 4-2 loss to the Bruins last night. It's savings season at Lido Pizza. Get the Lido Pizza football deal that feeds up to 6 hungry fans. Find new deals, specials, and rewards exclusively at LidoPizza.com or on the Lido Pizza app. Lido Pizza, a local legend since 1955. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, 10 a.m. in Tempe, Arizona, 1 p.m. on the East Coast.
It's not
of the United
Tempe,
States.
it's Temp.
Temp, my bad. You're right. Commanders practice set to start at 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern. So if you're looking for those updates, they'll be coming. Dan Quinn expected to talk at 12:30 Pacific, so 3:30 back home. Eventually, we're going to try to get Jeff in the program here. It's just we're so busy. I just don't know that we can do it. Right now, we're fired up to talk to Frank Schwab from Yahoo Sports. Frank, what's up, dude? Thanks for making some time for us.
Hey, what's going on?
Doing well, man.
Dude, you I think DC fans were pretty excited by your column Tuesday morning. Talking about the Jaden Daniels, Joe Burrow matchup. What did you make of Jaden in Cincinnati?
I mean, this is so lazy and obvious, and I hate to even do it, but I don't think anybody there is going to mind. It took me back to 2012 and RG3 on Monday night, right? That great game he had, the run down the sideline, where you just kind of said to yourself, I'm watching something special here. I'm watching something happen in front of my eyes. The difference with that is I believe that game was in December, right? Like it was later in the season anyway.
The Vikings game you're talking about?
Yeah, the one where the 76-yard touchdown on the left sideline, and that kind of started the, like, wow, RG3 is a superstar. I mean, unfortunately, the story ended differently, but we're keeping it positive here. I just felt that way Monday night where I was like, we are watching something happen. But this was in week 3. Mm-hmm. This is Jaden Daniels' 3rd NFL game. And you just felt like this, we're really watching a star all of a sudden. And who knows, like, look, the Bengals were really beat up and they got a bad defense. And it doesn't mean that Jaden Daniels is going to complete 91% of his passes even ever again. But it just felt like he's something special. And that's been the vibe out of there, as you guys know better than me. The whole off season is just how hard he was working and how impressed his teammates were and the coaches were. And obviously you could turn on the LSU film from last year and see he's a baller, but just to see that happen on an NFL stage, and then the pass to McLaurin at the end was just ridiculous. There's quarterbacks who have played 10 years in the NFL who wouldn't make that play. I mean, the anticipation he showed, the toughness to stay in the pocket. How could you just not be super excited about Jaden Daniels? We were just doing our Inside Coverage podcast for Yahoo Sports. It's going to drop later today. And I said, like, I can envision this season turning out to Jaden Daniels being the story of the entire season, kind of like RG3 was many years ago, or other rookie, CJ Stroud last year. He's already here. He's arrived as a really, really good player to the point where I can't wait to watch him in week 4.
Did the timing, like you said, it was the third game of the season. Was that the thing that really threw you off? That a young guy is doing it
Yeah, I mean,
something that good
look,
this quick?
He was he was so great at LSU. I did expect him to be very good this season, but with some ups and downs. And look, there's going to be rough patches. This isn't. He's not just going to be like C.J. Stroud was really, really uncommon, right? Like, but I mean, for him to be this poised in his third game was really a shocker to me. That he just seems like nothing phases him. And one thing I'll tell you guys is that surprised me was, we had talked all off season about, he's got to slide. He can't take these hits. He's got the dude's toughness. I didn't realize how tough he was because over and over on Monday night, you watch plays where it's like, hey, it's 3rd and 4. We need a first down. And he just does what he's got to do to get it and he gets hit and he bounces right back up. That play against to McLaurin, he stands in the pocket knowing he's going to get blasted, and he does, and he delivers the pass. I didn't know how tough he was. And I think that even for a guy who's, 210, 215 pounds, whatever he is, he's not the biggest quarterback in the league. He can take a hit. I don't know if he can necessarily survive all season taking these hits like this, but I did not know about his toughness. So there's just been so many parts of his game that are so advanced, again, for just being 3 games in that it has surprised me a little bit how fast this has come along for him.
I agree. And one point I've tried to make repeatedly, I understand that the runs are alarming, right? But most quarterbacks get hurt in the pocket or trying to scramble. It's not always these design runs or the disaster that everybody proclaims them to be. And I think the biggest hit he took the other night was on the touchdown throw.
Yeah.
And you don't want to walk that back at all because that's how they won the game.
Absolutely not. And I mean, I've always, people compare him size-wise to Lamar Jackson. And when you really think about Lamar Jackson, the injuries he's had, as you said, have kind of been in the pocket, a weird kind of injuries. Go back and watch Lamar Jackson has rushed the ball however many times in his career. It's been a ton. Try to think of any time you've really seen Lamar Jackson get just blasted on a run. He doesn't. He has a really good way of just kind of almost like the cross sport you hear Gretzky back in the day, have never really taken a direct hit. He always seems to kind of get away right at the right moment or turn, so he's not taking the brunt of the hit. And I also see a lot of that in Daniels too, where on his runs, he's getting hit, but he's not just getting laid out every single time. Yes, you are right. You definitely don't look. Anthony Richardson's a great example of the Colts have talked all off season about being safe with him and slide and this and that. What are you seeing with Anthony Richardson? He looks like a really tentative quarterback when it comes to running. You don't want that to happen to Jaden Daniels because the entire package is what makes him really, really good. And, it's hard to put it all together. Lamar's done it as a passer and a runner. Cam Newton as a passer and a runner. And it looks like Jaden Daniels is a guy who's a pass-first quarterback who just happens to be one of the best runners on the field in any game he's going to be in.
Like, the thing I say, for me, and I agree with you, I say when you're running the ball, you get a chance to set the guy up. And if you watch him, he just turns his body a certain way, doesn't take the full contact. When you're in the pocket, they hit you, and you don't know why they're going to hit you.
Yeah, you see car wrecks happen back there, you know that, and it is, and you just, I hope that he doesn't get hurt. I hope he can protect himself on these runs because we need this guy in the NFL because he's just so exciting right now. Like I said, I could see him being the story of this entire season. We all love new things, new superstars, and we've seen the other rookie quarterbacks struggle. They've had a couple of, Caleb's had some moments. Bo Nix had a good game last week. Jaden's the one who's like, he could take this league by storm and maybe even, if it wasn't for Malik Neighbors, maybe run away with the Offensive Rookie of the Year trophy.
Yeah, dude, it's a little early to call that race either. I think more performances like that, and we'll see. It's only week 3. Talking with Frank Schwab from Yahoo Sports right now. You should give him a follow at Yahoo Schwab, SCHWAB. What do you think specifically of Cliff Kingsbury's offense through 3 weeks?
I was kind of down on it early on because, and now you look at the entirety of 3 games and we're sitting here and it's hard not to get excited, right? And I'm already talking about trophies and stuff, but it's hard not to get excited with this guy where we overact everything. First couple weeks to Cliff, I was like, why is he keeping the Ferrari in the garage? I mean, all Jaden Daniels was doing was throwing screen passes and yards downfield, and it really felt like just, is this it? This is the offense we're going to get. He's completing a ton of these passes, but who cares? Like, there weren't any air yards behind him or anything like that. He changed a little bit in the second half against the Giants, and I think Cliff got a little more confident too. Okay, like he's ready to do more. We're ready to put more on his plate. Where I thought Monday night against the Bengals was a pretty normal offense. I haven't really gone back and studied, air yards or average or anything like that. But just watching it, it didn't seem like he held anything back. It seemed like, hey, he's ready to take the next step. And now you look back at the first 3 games and you say, what, he was probably right for those first couple of games. Like, don't just throw him out into the Lions and like the Bears have done with Caleb Williams. Like, roll him along, step by step. We're going to do this the right way. So, well, Rob, the biggest Kingsbury fan in the world, but I think he has handled this the right way. And now you saw in that third game a lot of creativity, a lot of trust in his rookie quarterback that he can make plays, throwing the ball downfield, that he's not going to put you in bad positions. And you got to kind of tip your cap and say that they've really put the rest of the staff has done really well with Dave Daniels to set him up for success through his first 3 games.
We've seen a lot of he's been talking about a lot of similarities from Robert and Lamar. Now, what did you see that's different that may make him better?
Lamar?
Yeah.
I think he's more accurate than Lamar. But Lamar is so good. I mean, people. I hope haven't put on the fact that Lamar Jackson already punched the Hall of Fame. Every single quarterback is MVP Hall of Fame. He's going to go too. And there's not many things. Lamar is just such a dynamic runner. There's how many things he does that poorly. I can see Jaden being more of a volume guy, a guy who, look, they don't necessarily, you saw it the other day against the Cowboys. They don't necessarily love Lamar Jackson throwing 30, 35 times a game. That's really just never been the formula they've had for winning, and they've won a ton of games with him. You could see Jaden Daniels being the kind of volume passer that gets up to 30, 35 passes, because I think he's a better pure pocket passer than Lamar Jackson. That's saying a lot, because I'm not one of these guys that dogs Lamar Jackson for me in passer. He's an excellent, excellent passer who just happens to be the greatest running quarterback I've ever seen. Mm-hmm. But you can see, I just think Jaden is going to end up being, and might already in some ways be, just a more pure pocket passer than the two, and both have just amazing running ability and amazing just knowledge on when to run and keep your eyes upfield. They're not just looking to tuck it and run every time, like Justin Fields comes to mind. There's a guy who just looks to run almost every down. They're selective with it. They're smart with it. So I think there's a lot of similarities between the two, and that's high praise for Jaden Daniels, because like I said, Lamar's going to the Hall of Fame someday, and I'm not putting Jaden Daniels in the Hall of Fame yet, but you could see a lot of similarities in their game.
All right. Talking with Frank Schwab here from Yahoo Sports on the BetQL guest line. Give Frank a follow at Yahoo Schwab. It's funny you mentioned Lamar there. I think Jaden is already a better pocket passer, and I think that the lack of pocket passing kind of has been an issue for the Ravens when they get into the playoffs. A pair of teams that are 1-2, the Baltimore Ravens and the San Francisco 49ers. Who is in more trouble?
That's an interesting question. I don't think either one, to be honest. I think both are really good. I guess if I had to pick one, maybe the Ravens, just because I just had this thought that the 49ers still might secretly be the best team of football. They're just dealing with a ton of injuries. When you take Kittle, Debo, and Christian McCaffrey out of your offense, and your quarterback still throws for, I think, 297 yards or whatever Purdy threw for the other day, it's just, you're not going to function at the same level you should be functioning. I go back to that Jets game. I think Jets are going to be a really good football team. And the 49ers just blew them off the field on that Monday night. So I think the 49ers are fine. They're just dealing with a ton of injuries right now, dealing with close loss last week to the Rams. It probably shouldn't have happened. And I think they're going to be fine. If there's with the Ravens, maybe their offensive line issues come back to bite them. I don't know where Mark Andrews is as a player anymore, coming off that leg injury and really being kind of a ghost in their offense so far. So there's a few more questions I have with the Ravens, whereas I think the 49ers, once they get healthy, they're going to be totally fine. It's just you don't want to dig yourself too big of a hole early in the season before that happens.
I tend to agree with you. Are there any what do you think of the Bengals then sitting at 0-3?
Yeah, and you're gonna, or the Cowboys. We can talk about them. The Bengals are the team where, and I said this. Look, I get a lot wrong. When you write about football, you talk about football a lot.
Sure.
You have opinions. They're going to get a lot wrong. One thing I think I did get right was in this offseason, I kept saying, and you can read my preview on the Bengals, that it wasn't just Joe Burrow got hurt, and that's the only reason the Bengals didn't make the playoffs last year. There were a lot of concerning things, including a defense that just gave up explosive plays like it was its job. Like it was a bad defense last year, and it's been even worse this year. It wasn't as easy as Burrow's back and we're going to be Super Bowl contenders again. This was a flawed Bengals team last season. We forget Jake Browning really didn't play that bad down the stretch. It wasn't just quarterback, it wasn't the Jets. It wasn't that the quarterback was so bad they couldn't compete. There was a lot of other things going wrong with the Bengals last year, and I think you're seeing it. I don't know what has happened to Lou Anarumo's defense, but people have figured it out. A lot of injuries, I get that. I think the Bengals are in a ton of trouble because if you've already blown games against the Patriots and the Commanders at home, no offense to the Commanders, but that's a game you look at the schedule and you say, that's a win. We got to win that one. Well, they've already dropped 2 of those types of games, and the schedule's only going to get tougher. So I think the Bengals are in a ton of trouble. And the Cowboys, I don't know what to make of them anymore. Week 1, they look great against the Browns, but maybe that said more about the Browns than the Cowboys because they have looked absolutely awful since then.
Yeah, I hung around Cincinnati after the game, and a lot of the fans actually thought that it was the Commanders that were going to just walk over them.
You should, yeah. And honestly, we're just being honest. We're just being honest among us because nobody's listening, and no Commanders fans out there are going to get mad at me. But yes, when the schedule comes out, you say, "Oh, we're playing the Commanders on September 23rd. That's a win." You do, like everybody does that. We know, but man, they got caught sleeping because they didn't expect that Jaden Daniels hurricane to hit town. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah,
man, he was something else, dude. Just specific to Washington, we're talking about some of these other teams and what their playoff chances may or may not be. And Dallas just, to me, lacks physicality at the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. The Bengals are in trouble. I think this guy that was on the flight with me yesterday just wouldn't stop talking. So they're 0-3. They got 14 games left. They basically have to go not at least 9-5 if they're getting in.
Yeah,
like 9
probably
wins
10-4,
typically gets you in. Yeah. What about Washington's playoff chances? Like you kind of don't want to discuss it because it seems so premature. But hell, they're 2-1. I mean, there's 7 teams get in. There's 3 wild card teams. The NFC East, or the NFC rather, does have a ton of 2-1 or 3-0 teams. But what do you think of Washington with the defensive struggles that have become pretty damn apparent?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, we sit here and talk about Jaden. It could be a completely different conversation had they lost that game and have been 1-2 because the defense has looked pretty bad, and I don't think the offensive line is suddenly good. Like I think that's going to come back and bite them at some point. And now that Eckler, he's dealing with a concussion, you look and you say, is the running game deep enough to kind of support Jaden and all this? So this is a flawed Commanders team, but if you look at the teams that have kind of gone from worst to first, not that I'm saying they're going to win the NFC East, but in recent years, it's almost always been with a quarterback drafted first or second who just has this really, really good rookie year, going to get listless franchise. And maybe we're seeing that. I don't think the Commanders are going to make the playoffs. I think there's too many flaws here and it's too tough in the NFC. If you don't win your division, then all of a sudden you're competing with all these really, really good teams for a wild card spot, like the Cowboys, if they bounce back, and the Packers, and even if the Rams bounce back, or Seahawks. The Seahawks are off to a 3-0 start. Teams like that, it's just hard. It is hard to do the math to make the playoffs in the NFL if you don't win your division. But why can't the Commanders stay in the race? Like this quarterback might transform everything for them. And then Dan Quinn gets the defense a little bit better as the season goes on. And the offensive line doesn't play that poorly. I was high on the Commanders coming into the season. You can go back. There's receipts. I said, I think this Commanders team could be in playoff contention. And I sure haven't backed off of that based on the way they've looked. You're 2-1. You're competing hard. You're excited about your quarterback, and you got a good coaching staff all of a sudden. I think that they can be, hanging around the playoff picture. I don't know if they'll make it or not. But I think by the end of the year, regardless of where they end up, I think you'll be really, really excited about the direction of the Commanders going forward.
I think this season doesn't have to result in a playoff to be really excited about the season.
Right.
I think if Jaden, hell, if he can continue on the trajectory he's on, then everything's cool. What do you think of the Eagles, Frank? Last one from me.
I'm kind of unimpressed. Maybe I should be more impressed. They're 2-1. They've beaten two good teams, not at home. Yeah, but I don't know. I'm just kind of lukewarm on them. I don't think Jalen Hurts is playing that well, and part of that's AJ Brown being out. I get it, but the other teams got injuries too. The defense giving up a lot of big plays, although they fixed that a little bit last week. I don't know. I think they're fine. I just don't know that this is a Super Bowl winning type of team. Maybe they will become that. Saquon Barkley is obviously a huge addition for them, and he's been really, really good. But I kind of need to see Jalen play better. He finished last season on a downturn. I like Jalen. It hurts a lot. He was great 2 years ago and almost won MVP. But now he comes into this year, and it's kind of the same, whatever. He needs to play better if this Eagles team's going to be a Super Bowl contender. I'm not there with them yet. I think they're good. I think they're going to win this division because, again, the Commanders are still flawed, and the Cowboys just, I don't know where the heck they're going. So I think the Eagles win the division. But as far as, like, looking at the Eagles as, like, yes, this team can win a Super Bowl, I'm not there with them yet. And a lot of that is just Jalen Hurts is not playing to the level he did 2 years ago.
He's turning it over way more, throwing more picks. And when they were really good a couple of years ago, he didn't do that at all. Frank, dude, we appreciate it. I know you're big in the betting space. You got a winner for us this weekend?
I wish. I haven't really. I have not looked that closely this weekend yet, so I will. But take the Chiefs, I guess, because the Chargers are going to go into this game. I don't think I've seen this before. But if all the guys who are really, really banged up sit out, they're going to be without their top 5 players going into a game against the Chiefs. I've never seen that before. A team where you could say all of your top 5 guys are out because Derwin's suspended and Bosa's hurt and their tackles are hurt and Justin Herbert's dealing with a high ankle sprain. So I guess the Chiefs. I'll give you the Chiefs. That's the one play I've made for this week.
All right.
We do a weekend parlay every week, and I'm pretty sure Bemis just takes the Chiefs every week, and he's 3-0. So you might be on to something.
I mean, why go against what's working, right?
Thanks, Frank. Appreciate your time, bro.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, man.
That was fun. Frank Schwab from Yahoo Sports at Yahoo Schwab. Good booking right there, Landini. When we come back every Wednesday, Power Rankings time.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. With the record heat this summer, I know your air conditioner took a beating and your current brand is not cutting it through this humidity. So now's the time to switch to Rude. Take advantage of Rude's $2,000 tax credits, and Maryland residents can even score exclusive rebates from Rude. I personally switched my house over to Rude, and the difference is night and day. Trust me and visit rude.com to find your savings. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
This update driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Washington Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels has been named the NFC Offensive Player of the Week after his performance against the Bengals. The team is in Tempe, Arizona, preparing for the Cardinals on Sunday. The Washington Nationals have opted to not renew the contract of Fausto Severino, who served this most recent season as the team's Director of International Operations, Andrew Golden reported in the Washington Post. The Nationals baseball team getting ready for the matchup against Kansas City Royals tonight in Game 2, 6:45 p.m. tonight, live play-by-play. Yankees left-hander Nestor Cortez will have an MRI on his elbow. For 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage just a click away at tedbritt.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
No more. What you say? Jeff, you good, bro?
Bleep you, JP.
Well, hold on. Now it's time for power rankings, Jeff. I'm sorry, bud.
No.
Jeff, I'm staying on schedule,
Hey,
man.
don't worry about
Lamco's
it.
putting these full show sheets together. I'm staying on
Don't worry
schedule.
about it. Thursday will be fun.
Every Wednesday, Jeff. Every Wednesday, we do power rankings from NFL.com. We want the least hot takery out there. Our thought process is that NFL.com would be the least hot takery. We do it every Wednesday. We've done it for years now, Jeff. I think this is the show's third or fourth football season now. So this is a time-honored tradition.
It's
Jeff.
the fourth, though.
Fourth. Thank you.
Yeah.
Time flies when you're having fun, B. As I ask every week, I don't think there's much debate. Who's the best team in football, Brian?
I'm still going to tell you the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yep. They keep squeaking them out. I had this dude on the plane last night, and he was nice. He's just kind of drunk because we had like an 8-hour layover, and I think it maybe got the better of him. But he just wouldn't shut up. And sometimes I can only imagine your life, B, because when like people ask me what I do, I try to just be like, writer. And eventually we talk football, and then he just wouldn't stop. And he legit asked me, "Is there a script?" And I told him, "No."
He couldn't believe you.
No,
Wow.
But the Chiefs do keep getting these little squeakers, man. But it's the Chiefs until otherwise. Correct?
Yeah.
Who's your second best team in football, B?
I would have to go with your Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten to a space now. There are only, I think, 5 undefeated teams. The Steelers are 3-0, the Bills are 3-0, the Chiefs are 3-0, the Vikings are 3-0, and the Seahawks are 3-0. That's probably not the 5 we all would have picked. I don't think there's any surprise with the Chiefs and the Bills. But the Vikings, there's some surprises here. So B says the Bills are second on his list.
What'd they say?
And they said the Bills. You can't, I think this is a fair statement. The Bills could really make a case for the number 1 spot here, but I didn't want to be the guy who dropped the Chiefs from the top spot after the back-to-back Super Bowl champs opened the season with 3 wins. Because you can't. They're the champs, and until they lose a couple, they stay there. But the Bills look great, man.
Yeah.
They are throttling people.
I have to give them credit.
Yeah. Josh has been fantastic. The defense is playing really well. And what was really pretty cool, and I don't know that we really got to comment on it, but how about DeMar Hamlin?
Yep.
Back on Monday Night Football. Yeah, and just getting that first INT. Sometimes you got to pause for a second and remember what an incredible story that is.
Yes.
I mean, just incredible.
Totally.
And everybody was worried about their offense in Buffalo. Kincaid finally got going. The rookie Keon Coleman caught his first touchdown. Khalil Shakir has been really good. So the Bills are going to be interesting, man. Number 3, B.
Third best team. I go with Detroit.
You're off. They have Detroit 4. They have the Vikings 3rd.
I'm not putting the Vikings 3rd. Not with Sam Darnold, and this is probably just because
They just beat the hell out of Houston, though. B.
I don't care. Still, it's one good game they beat them.
I
don't care that they're undefeated. I think if they go play Detroit right now, Detroit will beat that ass.
That's gonna be a fun one to see, honestly. And we'll see it
I hope
soon.
it stays that way.
What's that?
Detroit beat them.
Well, they go to Green Bay this weekend. That's a pretty big game. Packers have been playing well with Malik Willis, able to figure some stuff out. But B, I mean, say what you want about the Giants. Their last 2 games, now granted they've both been at home, they've beat up on Houston and San Fran, 2 teams that are supposed to be among the most physical in the NFL. I understand. I am with you on the hesitancy with specific to Darnold. But the way they're rushing the passer, the way Brian Flores is calling that defense, they have at least 2 and maybe 3 players with more sacks than the Commanders do as a team.
Yeah.
Patrick Jones II and Jonathan Grenard have been awesome. The kid Andrew Van Ginkel, if you remember, he scored the pick 6 against Washington last year playing for the Dolphins. He's got 3 sacks. I mean, they are getting after the quarterback. And anytime you do that your team's going to have a real chance.
Mm-hmm. I'm with that.
All right, so they go Dolphins 3, not Dolphins, Vikings 3, Lions 4, Eagles 5. How are you feeling about them Eagles?
Like I said before, I think the Eagles are a very talented team, and the fact that they aren't playing their best but getting wins, and now they have Saquon on offense, I think they're still a good team. Their defense sucks though.
Yeah, but their defense showed up against New Orleans, and they needed to. I think offensively they really need A.J. Brown. Which isn't crazy to say considering he's one of the best receivers in football, but they could really use him back on the field. I want to be able to guess about Washington, so I'm going to kind of fast forward here. So 1 through 5, KC, Buffalo, Minnesota, Detroit, Philly. Then they go Houston, Green Bay, Baltimore. With a 1-2 record, they got the Ravens 8th. Does that seem fair to you, B?
Yeah. They're looking at the history of the Ravens.
Sure. And the win in Dallas was pretty good, even though Dallas almost came all the way back. They got the Ravens 1 spot with the 1-2 Ravens 1 spot ahead of the Pittsburgh Steelers, the 3-0 Pittsburgh Steelers. Not that it matters, but I imagine the Steelers faithful would be furious if they saw that. What do you make?
If they saw the Steelers, the Ravens above the Steelers?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
What do you think of Pittsburgh? I kind of think it's fool's gold, but that defense is so good.
The defense is great, and I think long as the quarterback doesn't do anything outright stupid, they have a chance to win the games.
Yeah.
I think he hadn't been he's been average, a little bit above average, hadn't messed up, and the defense is going to give you chances.
Couple real juicy games this weekend beyond just, everybody for us, Commanders, Cardinals, but you've got Thursday night, we got an NFC East battle, Dallas against the Giants. Then you've got Packers, Vikings, 1:00, which should be a really good game. In the 4:00 window, I guess that's a 1:00. You got Eagles, Bucks, which I think should be a good game. Then Sunday night's game is Ravens, Bills. Ravens hosting the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
That should be pretty damn good, B. All right, everybody guess. We rounded out the top 10 as the New Orleans Saints. And then the Seattle Seahawks are the last 3-0 team on the list at 11. Where do we think Washington lands after a really impressive Week 3 Monday Night Football win, Brian?
They were 28th at first, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to go all the way down to 23.
Okay. Jeff, have you looked?
Jeff actually had to step away. He's busy advocating for the Commanders to trade Terry McLaurin.
Have you looked, Landfill?
I have.
He sent the article to us, Jay.
Yeah, but sometimes, we know we're doing this every week. He could send us the link without looking. All right, you're guessing.
He's going to always look.
Okay. Landfill's a voyeur. All right. Brian, what was your number? 24?
23.
23. Blackjack, baby. 21 is my guess. All right. Seattle at 11, Niners at 12 and falling. They fell 10 spots. They got serious injury problems. Jets at 13, and I would guess climbing. Chargers fell back, injury problems. Bucks at 15 after getting smoked at home to Denver. That one didn't make sense. They got to prove that was just a one-off. Holy moly, I did not expect to get here this fast, B. Commanders at 16.
Damn.
Yo, they jumped 12 spots.
Well, I guess that was a convincing win, brother.
I mean, as long as you don't care about defense, hell yeah, it was convincing. I read now from NFL.com. Washington Commanders come in 16th on their power rankings. Jaden Daniels was already among the league leaders in completion percentage at 75.5%. And that was before he completed 21 of 23 passes on Monday night in a stunningly good performance that fueled the Commanders' road upset of the Bengals. Daniels was so cool and poised all night, leading 6 scoring drives, 5 touchdowns in 6 tries, not counting kneel downs. He sprayed the ball all over, including a few gorgeous deep shots, and was a terror with his legs, rushing for a touchdown and 5 first downs, frustrating the Bengals all night. Daniels now has completed 61 of 76 passes this season, good for a fiery 80.3%. The NFL record for a season is Drew Brees' 74.4% in 2018 at 8.2 yards per attempt. It's only 3 games, but Daniels is averaging 8.7 yards per attempt so far. Just a remarkable start in what certainly looks like an offensive rookie of the year type of season early on. Oh, and the Commanders are suddenly pretty fun too. Dude.
That's a hell of a jump.
B, that's the highest I think we've seen them.
They jumped 12 spots right there.
I mean, that is huge.
Yes.
It's a little high. I think that to me reads a little like fantasy football-ish because offensively they were awesome.
They haven't given them that earlier. I'm about to lose my mind. They haven't given them that high of a thing in a long time. So we got to believe that they really feel what they're saying right there.
Yeah, man, that is significant. Yeah, sure. I mean, you're so dependent on the offensive side of the ball to put up 30. I don't know. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to make some bets. Nobody go anywhere. All along the Western Front. Banger right here. Working Man on the chat says that Snoop just posted Nucci's front porch with MC Light. How cool is that? Shout out to our guy Nucci.
Oh, yeah.
Dude works hard.
Loving the Nooch.
A lot of folks want to see what's going on out here in Arizona. I'm going to be live all afternoon on NBC4 from practice. And then our show, we got all ears tonight at 8:30. You get a full half hour of nothing but Commanders content, including why Tress Way is now icing down his hands. Brian, it's going to be an exciting week, dude.
I think so.
We got NFC East football tomorrow night, which, I mean, who needs to win more? Cowboys, Giants.
Oh, boy. Cowboys
That's
need to
tough,
win the most.
right?
No, it's not because the Cowboys come into this season with Super Bowl aspirations, not the Giants. Now,
Giants just got to win.
When you look at the team,
it's true.
You look at front office, the Giants. Hell, Jared can't fire himself. So
who do you think's under more pressure, McCarthy or Shane Dable?
I think McCarthy, because you dealing with a guy who just he does stuff just weird. You know, Jared wants these people to be able to do things at a high level when basically he just stands over their shoulder. He's a micromanager.
Yeah, the Jerry situation, whatever. I can't wait for that.
No matter what you do in Dallas, Jerry wants the credit.
Right. Some quick early numbers on the Cardinals getting ready for this matchup this weekend. Offensively, they've been really good, man. They've been piling up points. They've been piling up yards. They lost last week to Detroit, and the Lions D kind of shut them down. But they dropped 41 on the Rams in week 2, and they dropped 28 on a good Bills team in week 1. Offensively, they come into this game with the 4th highest scoring attack in the NFL, 7th highest in yards gained per game. Defensively, it's not great, but it's better than Washington. They're 18th in points allowed, 17th in yards allowed. This is going to be a good matchup, man. I think the one thing that I think Brian seems to be cautioning against that I would issue the same is the Commanders won a really big game Monday night, really big.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got a short week against a team that's coming off a loss that's pretty good, and they're at home. Like, you can't – Monday night's got to be out of your brain now.
Oh, yeah. I believe this is the team. They got enough veteran leadership and a coach, and even a young guy that leads. They're not worried about what they just did. That's bad. That's gone now. If I was on that plane, by the time I landed in Phoenix, it would have been gone.
You'd be hammered?
I would have been hammered like hell. And it had nothing to do with the win. Hey, just say, have a little fun. We flying 5 hours. We're gonna enjoy ourselves.
Let's make some bets.
Yeah.
Jeffrey?
Man, I told you Jeff was busy advocating for Terry's departure from town.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can't keep Jeff in one spot, man.
Can't keep a good man down. All right. Well, how'd we do last night? I took the Nats, which was probably stupid.
I took the Caps, which was stupid.
I had the Astros, which won, and the Rangers, they lost. So I'm 2-1.
Because you hit a parlay Monday night, right, B?
I had a parlay yesterday. Yeah, Monday night.
Okay. And Landfill's out here betting on preseason hockey.
And he
Landfill,
lost.
He
lost.
If you're gonna bet on preseason hockey, you should be fading the Maple Leafs. I almost called them the Blue Leafs. That's the Blue Jays and Maple Leafs combined. As a matter of fact, though, I won because I took the run line. If you remember, I took the +1.5 because it was even money. So boom,
that's not what we
I
heard.
won.
That's not what we heard you say.
100%. Landfill, be honest for once in your life. Run the audio. I swear to Christ, I did.
I have no idea what happened.
We don't want you swearing on that.
All I know is the records. Jeff and B Mitch are 2-1, and me and JP are 1-1.
Okay, that's fair. That's accurate. I will not have to swear anymore. Is all we got tonight baseball? We got WNBA tonight. Fever and the Sun.
We also got preseason hockey, baby.
You going
Do it
back
again,
to the
Landfill. Lose
back
again.
to the ice?
I'm
Do
taking the
Cats play
Cavs
tonight?
plus 1.5.
Okay,
Playing the
all right.
Devils.
All right, Bama.
Doesn't Josh Harris own the Devils?
He does.
Well, I hate him.
I was
Well,
very
if
confused earlier.
If you listen to Waterboy, it's the devil.
Oh,
Not devil, it's the devil.
I pulled up the Caps preseason schedule earlier and was very weirded out why a game was at 4:00. I thought it was some weird preseason game thing. Ends up, I'm on the West Coast. B, what do you like?
I like the Braves. And nope, can't take them.
Yo, shout out to the Baltimore Orioles. Made the playoffs, baby. Oh, that's
Give me
not
the
my
Braves and the
Orioles hat.
Dodgers.
I'm trying to get a
Jeff
Caitlin
got
Clark
0.
prop.
-1. He lost. He didn't get no bet today.
All right, here's what I'm doing, Landfill. You ready for this? Cross sport parlay.
okay.
Yankees tonight. I think the Orioles clinched last night, and I saw some scenes from that clubhouse afterwards. I think those boys enjoyed themselves. I think they might give one back to the Yanks today. So I'm taking the Yanks. Cross sport parlay. Caitlin Clark had like the worst shooting night of her life in the first playoff game. Give me the Fever plus 6.5. Boom. I never put in parlays.
You
This
look
is
like
West
6.5.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't
West
know
Coast
neither.
JP. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to everybody that called into the program today. Thank you to Barstool Nate. Thank you to Nick Ackridge. And thank you to Frank Schwab. Listen, man, the facts are the facts. Jeff was the one talking about Terry McLaurin. It wasn't us. He's not here to defend himself. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Watch the show all ears tonight at 8:30 on NBCWashington.com. Made it this far. I owe you a beer.
IBAA.
Good Wednesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan, September 25th, 2024. We will take you all the way up to 6:15 ahead of pregame of Nats baseball. They are in action tonight right here on The Fan at 6:45. Ladies and gentlemen, live from our Half Street studios back in D.C. after a late night flight, Danny Rouillet.
Hey, dude. Felt weird to just do normal life stuff today. You know, like got up in the morning, got the kids to school and, putzing around the house, etc. I was like, but just 36 hours ago, I watched Jaden Daniels destroy the universe. And that was way cooler. I was on the road with no responsibilities. Nobody asking me for anything. What that's like? Where like, no one's like, Dad, I need this. Like, no one said that one time. I want to go back on that trip. Can we do the trip again?
What a great trip.
That was awesome.
The trip is made by the game, though. If they would have gone out and got embarrassed, we would have had some fun moments and some good memories and some shtick and some skits and bits to talk about. But the game itself is what's going to make that one memorable for years to come. When we went out to New Orleans, we still talk about all the food you ate.
Yes.
We still talk about our guy Christian taking such good care of us on the road. Hopefully we'll be back in New Orleans seeing old friends again this year. But Danny, the game, one of the great recent games in Washington football history, the best game since they've become the Commanders, a top 10 game by almost any measure in the 2000s. And we went through them yesterday. We ranked them all. Probably the most exciting, hope-inducing game this team has played since week 1 of 2012, 12 years ago.
You just couldn't believe it was happening while it was happening. Right. I mean, the number of times we were seated like a, kind of a half section, a couple rows behind our crew from Condori and Morad that took us out there. And, they'd look back at us like after a big play or something like that. And all three of us, you, me, and Darius are all going, what?
So true.
Like, what is this?
We kept making eye contact. Every Commanders fan will understand this. The response was, some cheers and some excitement, but also like, how is this happening?
Yeah, like Darius had more like, let's go, like doing like the cheering moments, right? I didn't have those. Not because I'm not happy. I'm watching this thing happen, and this is what I'm rooting for.
How
I
much
want this
of
to
your
happen.
silence was you didn't know what to do at an NFL stadium, and how much of it was pure shock?
98, the second one.
Okay.
Yeah. 2, it's all a little rusty. But I'm just in utter disbelief. 4th downs, like nothing. Passes being converted, just offense walking up and down the field. Again, Tressway has basically punted, a couple times in September?
It was great to have him on the show yesterday to talk about not punting, by the way. If you missed that interview and we're done, you should go listen to it. He's always hilarious. It was fantastic. TheFanDC.com, GrantandDanny.com/audio. Lay of the land today. We will blitz the East at 5. You know that division the Commanders are leading? Those poor Cowboys looking up at Washington. Those nubby Giants who don't know what they would do if they were the Commanders for a day. And even the Eagles, who, while they have the same record, are looking up at Washington in the division by way of a tiebreaker. We will blitz the NFC East coming up at 5 o'clock right here on The Fan. Got to give some credit to and love to Jaden Daniels today, as he has been honored as the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. The NFL doling out those awards as they always do on Wednesday. So he already won a Rookie of the Week award.
Indeed.
Back in week 1 of the NFL season. This one's different, though. This is the overall Player of the Week offensively of all the veterans of every offensive player in the NFC. Jaden Daniels, the first Washington player to win NFC Player of the Week honors since Adrian Peterson did so halfway through the 2018 season in Week 8. He's the first quarterback for the team to win the award since Kirk O'Chains back in 2017. And he's the first Washington rookie to win the award since Robert Griffin III 12 years ago.
Yeah, rightly so. He was unbelievable. There are other great performances this week, too, by the way. But when you start talking about first time someone's done this since then, the first time that somebody's had this completion percentage, this efficient, this number of yards, Monday Night Football, prime time against what people still think of as a pretty decent opponent that was beyond hungry for a W. Yeah, that makes sense. He should have gotten the award this week. That's awesome.
I've got a good update for you.
Please.
My bag is on the way.
Oh,
to Virginia.
That's what I wanted to do to start the show, is to ask you about what happened.
So a little story for people from our flight back last night. We got delayed a couple of times. But while we were at the airport, I don't know how this happened. This is the ultimate amateur hour move. I want everyone to know, rookie mistake. I'm raising my hand. I'm telling you, this one's on me. I threw a ball into double coverage. I didn't see the zoning linebacker. Just a throw you can't make. Went to the wide side of the field, left it inside for the DB for a pick six. So I didn't check my bag. I normally do, but I didn't this time. I didn't have enough stuff that I had to check anything, and it was just more convenient and easy not to. So because of that, I go through security with my book bag and a small rolly suitcase. When we were ready to board the plane, some almost 3 hours later because of 3 delays, as they're finally calling our flight to line up and our group is boarding, I look at Danny and Darius and I go, wait a second, where's my suitcase? Everyone starts looking at each other. We've sat in the same spot for a couple of hours. It's not there. The only thing I did was go and get some Grater's ice cream because a couple people told me on Instagram Live, you can't leave Cincinnati
You got to do that
without
man.
eating some of that ice cream. And I thought it was just a message from the good Lord above that there was one 20 yards away while they had told me that. I said, okay, I'll see what it's all about. And by the way, they were right. That was the best chocolate ice cream I've had in a long, long time. But the bag wasn't there either. And so I'm going, it's one of two places. It's either at the bar that Darius and I sat at to get a water, no food because they wouldn't let us because it was $6.50 and they'd already closed.
By the way,
least friendly bar in America.
You know what they were not excited about? Having you guys patronize their establishment.
Darius, there were 2 employees in that bar. How many of them yelled at us at different points before we left?
Let me count. 2 employees yelled at us.
2 did.
Yeah.
So what I realized after the fact is they were treating us like we walked in 1 minute before closing at 10:59 at night. You know how you just, if you've ever worked in a restaurant and that guy
you've seen the
walks
movie
in-
Waiting, you know, like,
Exactly.
you know.
They were doing that, but apparently they closed at 7 and we walked in at 6:56 or whatever. And they're like, we're not doing food. I said, okay, I don't want any food. You got to sit at the bar. You can't sit anywhere else. I don't mind sitting at the bar. And they were just so upset. So that restaurant was long closed, lights turned off. It was dark. There was a gate across it like a mall after hours, right? I said, maybe my bag's in there. I'll never know. The only other place it could have been was coming through security if I just picked up my book bag out of the bin, put my shoes on, and then didn't grab my rolly bag. One way or the other, it was at one of those 2 locations.
Right.
And I wasn't going to stay in Cincinnati while you guys flew away to find out. All I had in the bag was clothes for a few days. A couple of pairs of khaki pants, a couple polos, some jeans.
Toiletries, but they can be replaced.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the toothbrush or the hair gel I got from Floyd's 99. So I said, you know what? This is not worth the stress or the anxiety. We're leaving this bag here. We are on to Washington, D.C. When I landed, I had to do some paperwork, a little bit of a process. I got an email today. They have located my bag.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm betting it was at the restaurant.
No idea. I'll never know.
Oh.
It's either the restaurant or security.
So here's what I thought happened. You left it at the restaurant because they were just so excited for you not to be there anymore. And the idea normally you would say, hey, somebody left this behind. I, as a regular human being with like concerns and just empathy, would try to find the owner, thinking they're probably in this section of the airport where only 4 gates are active, right? There's nothing.
That is a great point. It was a small enough airport, and it was, even though it was not late at night, it was late enough seemingly in the airport's business hours that there were a total maybe of 3 flights and like 80 people in the entire wing.
So they were all everybody that was going to fly was within 100 yards of that entrance.
Totally.
But there's still now, and you guys know this, like let's say you pick up a wallet or you pick up somebody's whatever they've left behind. Once you start to go, hey, is this anyone's? You now have ownership of that. And you need to see that through. What you're not going to do is just leave it back on the ground where you found it and say, time to go about my day. So nobody in there, because they wanted to go home so badly, was going to start taking ownership of the suitcase going, is this anybody's? Is this anybody's? Can you make an announcement?
Turned off the lights and locked the door and said, we'll deal with it in the morning?
Yes.
It's very possible.
I think that's exactly what happened. Because if someone went, oh my God, they left the bag. Well, dude, don't say anything because now we've got to stay until they find it.
Now, I've never left a bag at security, but I hear the announcements over the speakers all the time.
Yes.
Where they go, did somebody leave a laptop? Please report to TSA. Somebody left their laptop. Nothing like that. And we were there for, I'm not exaggerating, because of the delays, like 2-ish hours.
Yeah.
was funny because as we were about to board the plane and I realized I didn't have a bag, and now we're in this super time crunch of, can I run back to TSA and maybe miss the flight? I said, if only we could have a delay. I could use a couple more minutes.
I could use a few.
But I just sat around so calm for hours and then realized I didn't have my bag at the very end right before it was time to board the plane. But it didn't matter because when I told the lady that was at the counter about my situation, she said, oh, well, they're closed.
Yeah.
I said, who's closed? It's like, TSA's closed. Again, it's 7:52 p.m. Like, what do you mean they're closed? She's like, yeah, I can't call them. There's no one there.
Yeah,
Right
it's not like Christmas. You know what I mean? It's you know, it's not like the highest to high
It's just
holidays.
so weird.
Yeah.
And by the way, you're like, oh, it's Kentucky. It's a tiny airport. Not really.
It's Cincinnati's
It's
airport,
the
man.
Cincinnati airport. It's Kentucky and it's Indiana and it's Ohio.
It's a tri-state area.
It's a Tuesday night.
Yeah. People are flying. Right?
I actually saw the schedule for the theater that's there. They have like an indoor theater where they do some minor league hockey.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Maher and some other people are there this week. Like, you would think there's some people coming in and out of there. There are events. There are games.
Yeah.
The Reds are done, but the Bengals have other home games. Someone might be flying
They're a little bit overwhelmed by some of these things.
but it was my fault. And the bag is on the way. I've got to pay the shipping.
Of course.
$70 to get it back.
But that's your tax for getting it. I mean, that
Is a
seems reasonable to
$70
me.
mistake I will pay gladly for.
Yeah.
So you may not see me in my best jeans for a couple of days.
That's fine.
But otherwise,
It's fine.
Everything's going to be okay.
Dude, we need to remind ourselves to comment on Grant's jeans when he comes in tomorrow.
Those are my number 2. Those
Like,
are the
oh,
jeans.
Jeez, Grant.
Those
jeans.
are my Jeff Driscoll jeans. That's not the A game.
Those are your Hartmans.
Those are my Mariotas right there. So let's not comment on the Mariotas. We're just trying to get by for a day or two. In the
Nice
rain.
jeans, Marcus.
The best thing about it, though, was my wife didn't in any way make it an indictment overall about my adult capabilities, my travel skills, or how badly off I would be without her. She did not in any way make it a
She didn't
referendum.
seize on that opportunity?
No.
Interesting.
She was great about it. Because I was a little nervous when I told her, like, hey, you won't believe what happened. Rookie mistake here. Like, I thought she might like take a chance to really go after me about how, like, you're not good at things.
Yeah.
You're an idiot. Thank God you have me. She didn't do any of that.
None of those things?
Like, this is shocking.
This
because
is no reflection on you at all.
You are so good. I'll bet somebody else screwed up. I think that was the quote.
What an isolated incident.
Yeah.
Because the thing you make fun of me all the time for a million things, rightfully so. But what annoys me in general, and I'm not happy this happened to you, so this is gonna sound conflicting.
Oh no.
But you are so it's gonna work out. Like your attitude when it comes to travel and logistics and those sorts of things. Now, forget like setting up for shows and things like that.
Sure.
Where like I had the same concern. I'd like this to be hardwired and let's please like have this already. But like in terms of travel, it's like the flight leaves at 7:45 and it's like 7:10. You're like, it'll be fine. I'll get through security. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. And it always seems to work out for you.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's I think ultimately good that this is only a $70 little tax.
It doesn't sound like you're not happy about this.
I'm not happy. But there's a blessing here, right? There's a potential lesson. It's a teachable moment.
Growth opportunity.
Okay. Where maybe it's not just going to work itself out. Maybe things have to happen for it to work out. Maybe that's the lesson. Maybe that's the takeaway.
In other words, if I keep getting away with these throws, and they just fall safely to the ground or these picks gets dropped, these turnover-worthy plays at PFF aren't interceptions.
There aren't interceptions.
When do I stop making the throw?
Maybe in a game that you've already lost. Maybe it's a multiple delayed flight and you're already kind of wearing it. It's a 30-point L. You're going to lose anyway if you complete the pass or not. Now you threw the interception and now the light bulb goes off.
So my number one priority at the airport was doing some Instagram lives where I just showed everyone Danny stewing and worrying that we were never going to fly out because he was convinced.
I was convinced. I was wrong.
The moment we had a 25-minute delay the first time, and you were correct in saying there's going to be a couple more of these, but it was about an hour total. It was not a big deal. Some very small delays.
Ended up being normal.
But Danny was 100% convinced we were going to be in some random airport hotel in whatever area of Kentucky we were in overnight at the Best Western or whatever.
Because after the first delay, you're watching 25 people just stand by the counter in line. What are they in line for? What are they doing? I think they knew. In my mind, I'm going, they already know.
So it did look like people were getting their hotels like divvied out. It was that kind of a line. But I went up to a guy at one point who happens to be a listener. So if he's listening, what's goody? And he's wearing his Commander's gear, and I'm like, why is everybody in line? And he goes, honestly, I'm not sure. I thought we were boarding. And then I pointed outside the window. I'm like, but there's no plane.
There's no plane. Such a key element of flying. It's such an important part.
I was like, well, but there's no plane. And he's like, yeah, I know. That's a good point. Like, I don't know why we're in line.
Well, it's like one of the times where it's like the flight's been delayed or whatever. Like, I can't remember which announcement, but they go, the flight should be boarding in 15 minutes. I was like, I bet you it doesn't. You're like, what do you mean? I was like, there's no airplane. Such a huge part. There are no airplanes coming or going from this airport. There's a weather warning. The whole thing is a hot mess.
It's a lot harder to fly without the plane.
It's such a key ingredient.
Not impossible, but harder.
Close.
Really close.
Yep.
Today is not Tuesday. You're going to be confused. Follow us. It's Wednesday.
Yeah.
But normally on Tuesday, because it's 2 days after the game,
right?
We do Commander's Survivor.
Oh.
Today's 2 days after the game.
Yep.
If so facto, it's a Commander's Survivor Wednesday. You call the shots at facebook.com/Grant and Danny right now. Somebody is getting immunity. Somebody is getting sent home. Darius, who has immunity this week? Who is safe?
Come on now. It's the NFC Special Teams Player of the Week last week.
Austin Cybertron, man.
Austin Seibert doesn't need immunity. He doesn't have to worry about it. He was 1 for 1 and 5 for 5 field goals and extra points. Got his workout in, kicking all those extra points with Jaden Daniels on the offense humming. That was the only time we got to see old Tressler, the holder for the Commanders, was when Austin Seibert's number got called to boot the ball through the uprights. So kick somebody off the island that didn't play well and give somebody immunity for this Week 3 gem against the Bengals. Next, speaking of Washington and Cincinnati, we'll put a bow on the game today. Was Monday night's strong showing fun or for real? Was that just a good night when we look back at it? Or is this what this team's going to start becoming? We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
like the way they were pulling for one another, the next group supporting the next group, supporting the next group. So as important as confidence is, when you have all three phases that are absolutely pulling for one another to go, toughness and brotherhood can get you a long way. And the team is moving up into that, to where that has to become our superpower, where their ability to look after one another, support one another, go hard for one another. That's where true confidence comes from.
That's Dan Quinn. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. Welcome back on this Survivor Wednesday. You're going to facebook.com/Grant and Danny to vote a commander off the island and to vote one of the players immune going into week 4. Next up, a Sunday game in Arizona against the Cardinals. The Commanders are already there. In fact, they flew directly from Cincinnati to Arizona. They spent a couple extra hours in the locker room, soaking up the win, celebrating. They got to the airport. They flew overnight, got some sleep on the bird, and then landed, got some more sleep, and they'll be back on the practice field moving forward now midweek into Sunday. I think it's really smart, actually, for 2 reasons. The first is obvious. I think it's better on their bodies, and it takes 5 minutes talking to whatever the team sleep doctor and psychologist is.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's best for us? They vote on it, and then the coach does whatever they say. And clearly it's travel. A lot of teams don't do it for a bevy of reasons, one of which is it is pretty expensive. I mean, it's a lot of money that you're shelling out, and there's no real proven way to say this is helpful. So the ROI, when you convince somebody to spend that money, can be complicated. But the thing I didn't consider that I saw in Dan Quinn's transcript from yesterday's press conference, he thinks this is going to be helpful because they're not coming home after this giant win to their families, to their friends, to spend time around all of their loved ones and buddies who are going to tell them how amazing Monday was and how awesome they are. And I didn't really think about that, but I actually think there's something to that. Like over the years, this team, when they've had a win like this, there haven't been many of them, but these stunningly impressive, awesome nighttime, primetime performances, you read your press clippings a little bit, and they almost always the next week come back to earth. And maybe that happens. I don't know what happens yet in Arizona. But don't you think there's something to, like Dan Quinn's point was, we don't have any time to go back home and for anyone to basically pump our tires. We are on to the next. We're going to be insulated. We're not going to be seeing TV or reading anything. We're going to be at the team hotel. I'm keeping the guys busy, and we are focusing on the Cardinals. I actually think that could be really beneficial.
And there's something to that. I mean, to me, it's more what I thought of was they don't have a go-away training camp. They all go to their homes every night when they're in Ashburn, right? So this is almost like a de facto training camp where you're away from home for a couple of weeks, doing nothing but football, living, breathing, eating, sleeping, trying to go win football games. I mean, with that axiom, though, where you play well a couple times. Let's say they play well this week and win, which would be awesome. You eventually do have to come home and you eventually have to see your loved ones and see some of those press clippings. But I understand it to a degree where for a team that isn't used to dealing with, one of the things we always talk about is they don't handle prosperity very well. This organization just simply hasn't, going all the way back to the beginning of Snyder. Anytime something good happened, you knew that the other shoe was about to drop. You knew that the ice was going to give way or whatever, and everything was going to go back to being terrible and maybe worse than it was before. So I understand that to a degree for a group that's trying to prove itself and establish something, that this might be coming at the right time.
We're opening up the MGM National Harbor listener lines for the first time today right now on Grant and Danny. The question is, was Monday night fun or was it for real? How sustainable was that? The party is continuing, and I fully get it. Our bit that we like to do on this show, generally, our routine to lay out, our weekday schedules is we normally chop up the game from all angles for a day. We give ourselves, if it's really bad, a day to beat up on the team or yesterday to just throw ourselves a party. As fans of the team, you guys have earned it. It's going to be fun. But at some point, there are real conversations, larger conversations in wins or losses that are much beyond 60 minutes of football in 4 quarters and a tiny sample. And while we're going to continue the party to some extent today, I think there are some opportunities to figure out what was legit and what was just the stars aligning.
Mm-hmm.
What was sustainable and authentic to what this team's going to be versus no penalties, no turnovers, some good fortune with the Bengals kicker that never misses, missing a field goal, a pass interference in the end zone on a 2-point conversion that doesn't get called, some things like that going your way. 800-636-1067. So how much would you say was for real versus fun?
So obviously it was fun. It's the most fun you could have. But I'd say a lot of it's for real. Now, the things you mentioned specifically are not, right? But if you told me big picture, an offense that can take advantage of a bad defense, a quarterback that's dynamic, a group that can move the football with a pretty good plan from the offensive coordinator, I do think that's for real. I also think it's for real they're going to give up 1 million yards and points. I also think it's for real that defense can't stop anybody. So they're going to have some games like that. Now, I don't think you're having that against Baltimore. You're probably not doing that against Pittsburgh or maybe some of the other teams, right? They'll have something to say about it on that side of the ball. So you might get stuff there. But if you play a team that's bad on defense, you're going to see some special stuff here and there with a quarterback that's dynamic. So to me, there's a lot of it big picture that's for real. Again, the specifics you mentioned, you couldn't have been more fortunate on a million different fronts. And that's football. That happens. I'm not taking anything away from that performance. It was amazing. But there'll be a fourth penalty, in a couple of weeks. That's going to happen.
There will not be another game, I don't think, that they play where they are so constantly for almost 3 quarters ahead of the chains in really opportune situations for play calling and play making. I mean, it's just not going to happen. So it was the ultimate kind of 72 and sunny environment in that way. Shouldn't have been, because it was so loud and the crowd was so into the game for probably 2.5 quarters, I would say. And then things really dissipated in-house where fans were leaving and getting disenfranchised. And based on 3 games, not just one, we're starting to get angry and turn on the Bengals and started booing right around halftime. But I think what was for real to me was, I think that is as good as it gets for Cliff Kingsbury, but the offensive design and getting guys open and when he wasn't right, Jaden Daniels made him right. Occasionally, he made life easy on Daniels. I think that's the apex of what they can be. I don't think they'll have another game like that. To me, that's going to be Kingsbury's best game as an OC. That will probably be Daniels' best game of the season as a quarterback. So just because it's the ceiling performance doesn't mean it's not authentic. It's for real. It's just not going to be the norm, if that makes sense.
It does.
It's like a sharpshooter in basketball who has that in his bag where he can go out and shoot the lights out and hang 40, but more often than not, he's going to miss some of those open looks and he's going to have 27 or 28, which is still really good too. So I think it was for real in that Terry McLaurin didn't do anything he can't normally do. Daniels didn't necessarily do anything that was outside of his skill set. But I just think a lot of guys collectively, specifically offensively, had the best version of their games at the same time. And you put all that together with the perfect situation of ahead of the chains, no penalties, no turnovers, and you get a pretty nasty outcome. And that's what we saw.
Yeah, that's what happened.
What is not for real, maybe, what is more fun, I would say, it's just some of the really odd game sequence stuff, like the penalties. They haven't turned the ball over all year. There's going to be a game where they turn it over twice in the first half. If you're in Arizona, maybe this weekend or at some point, maybe it's home against the Browns in a couple of weeks, the first drive, you're going to have a 2nd and 19 or a 10-yard hold that sets up, after a run or something, like a 2nd and 16 and then a 3rd and 14 or whatever. That's coming. And those don't get converted, but at a 15 or 10% clip or whatever. We didn't really see any of that. So I think a lot of it was for real too, man. It was a good offense, a bad defense. That's probably what this is going to be moving forward for the most part. It's not going to be that good offensively, and hopefully it's not that bad defensively. And the truth somewhere in the middle is not that different from an outcome standpoint.
Yeah, I think it's a good way to think about it, right? I mean, again, I'm looking at it less specifics of what happened. That's when you start going, this has never happened since 1940, right? We're talking about, all the no turnovers, no penalties for however long, and this number of points, consecutive drives without punting. These are rarefied air moments. There's going to be a 3 and out. There's going to be like a muff snap, just normal football adversity stuff happens. And this ride has been amazing. These last couple of weeks have been, just delightful. So much fun offensive football and the growth of Daniels and everything that comes with that. But there's no higher league than this. There's going to be adversity. A team that you don't expect to jump up and punch you in the mouth is going to do that. I mean, look at this past week. Carolina couldn't do anything offensively, defensively. They could barely get the teams to the game at this point. And then they went out and put up 1 million points on the Raiders, right? And they looked incredible, like one of the best teams in the league. And Andy Dalton is having a renaissance moment. Unexpected stuff happens, dude. These are pros all around the league. So there's going to be some tough moments, kind of to your point. But big picture, to me, what's sustainable is an offense that's hard to defend because anything that you shut off, there's a bit of a counter, and there's kind of that wild card of having a quarterback that can be wrong and still get positive yards.
This is why teams are in love with running quarterbacks.
Yes.
By the way, I was texting with Logan Paulson a little bit last night when I landed and was driving home, and he had watched the film, and he said, there's a few plays where basically the play's dead. There's just nothing there. And Jaden scrambles for 5 or 6 or 7, which by all accounts is a great football play.
Mm-hmm.
A 5+ yard play is really good. Now, not if it's 3rd and 9, but it wasn't. It's 1st and 10, it's 2nd and 8, and you're just moving the chains closer and setting yourself up fortuitously. And that floor-raising skill is why all the teams want the quarterback that can run.
That's right.
It's still, it's never been my proclivity because I have not to this point really found the guy that is super comfortable doing that and wants to do it all the time, who's also the excellent pocket passer. And hopefully Daniels can become that guy. I like the, throwing quarterback, the guy that majors in passing who's an athlete, like an Allen, or, somebody more traditional, like what Deshaun Watson was, frankly, in Houston. What you see sometimes with guys that are able to run when they have to, but don't prefer it, like early career Russell Wilson type athlete, slippery, that kind of guy, than just the guy that runs a lot. But what was so awesome about Daniels on Monday night was, for the first time in 3 weeks, when he left the pocket, he kept his eyes downfield, and he still was not thinking run, run, run. He was thinking, do I have anything to throw? That was the first time I've seen him do that really in 3 weeks. And it's only taken 3 weeks. If that's the norm now, that's a huge development. We'll just have to see if it is. Birds in D.C. on Grant and Danny. Was that for real or was that just fun?
Well, one of the reasons I don't think it's necessarily for real is because the first thing is you got to find somebody that can produce what Austin is going to produce. He was a spark that stirred that whole drink the other night.
Yep. True.
Every time he steps on the field, he's got a different gear that nobody had. Brian Robinson doesn't even have that gear. And if you can't replace that output, we're going to find out that it's fraudulent off the break because he was the running game. Brian Robinson did nothing last week. Not taking anything from the week before, but Aguilar has never touched the ball since he's been with us and not had a spark in any game, even the one we lost. And then as far as McLaurin, unless McLaurin's going to beat everybody on a go route every week, that's the only route he showed us that he can actually get open on is the go route.
Appreciate you. Yeah,
Thanks,
there's still some questions to be answered on route tree stuff, but I'll say this. For a week, I'm not going to beat the wide receiver drum because after 2 weeks of mostly being uninvolved, those guys were what they majored in the passing game, and everybody had a hand. McCaffrey made plays. Noah Brown made plays.
That's right.
McLaurin had a monster 100-yard game. De'Ami Brown even, who we can poke fun at not being
Had a
that
couple
involved.
clutch moments,
He had
man.
a couple of huge catches on that final drive to go set up what was the game winner to McLaurin on some screens. So everybody did their part. But I will drill down on the Eckler point. Austin Eckler's been marvelous.
Yes.
And he's right. He looks like he's shot out of a cannon. Like, it is stunning to me how quick he is. It just looks like he's not faster than everybody else. Like he's moving.
He gets to top speed way quicker than everyone else.
It's like a car. That's what it is. It's like 0 to 60. Like his burst is back. And it's so obvious if you watch. Now, we don't know that he's not going to play in Arizona. It seems like it would trend that way because it's a short week. You got a concussion on Monday night. You didn't fly with the team. You're in Ashburn, presumably still at this moment. So hopefully he only misses one game if he's got to miss the Cardinals. But that does feel like a pretty big loss.
It's massive. And he's the, they came up with some really creative designs to have them both on the field at the same time. That weird little Austin hiding behind Brian Robinson formation and that kind of offset eye out of a pistol.
That was awesome.
Which was really neat.
Daniels was in the gun, basically, directly behind center. And then if you could picture it, directly at his hip to his right was an I formation, one behind the other by about a yard or two of both of his running backs. So the shape almost looked like, center, come back 5 yards to Daniels, and then to his right, he taps the helmet of like the first of two backs. It was a weird formation.
But you're going, the defense has to go, okay, what is this? What are we doing? What are we looking at?
And he
What are we keying on?
to the right, and Eckler kind of sprays out to the left in a pass formation.
Just delightful. That's the kind of thing I want. I'm telling you, Eckler is their best offensive player, right? Like that, you can't overuse it because of injury. I mean, you've already seen it now. He's, wishing him the best, obviously, but he's concussed. And so they don't want to wear him down. But you saw in that touchdown, everyone is flat-footed, and he's already burst through the secondary, and he's got to make one guy miss, and he does for a touchdown. That little swing pass to the right on a screen, there's a lot of traffic there. another running back probably gets tackled. He does not because he's bursting through, falling forward for 16.
What was for real about Monday Night Football, and what are you worried was just a fun one-off? We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Down in 5. Good protection, aired out. McLaurin, he's got it. First and goal inside the 5. And a beauty from the rookie Jaden Daniels for 56.
What a throw that was. Deep downfield, first time in the young season they hit a long ball to McLaurin. It won't qualify as a home run on the game winner, but that was even a better throw. I still cannot stop watching that throw because there's so many elements to it that make it incredible. I was talking yesterday, Danny, about how there was a 10% chance at the time of release via Next Gen Stats that the game-sealing touchdown in the corner of the end zone to McLaurin got completed. He threw it before he had gotten to the defensive back. You call that play thinking you get man press coverage. They didn't.
They didn't.
You would theoretically oftentimes get out of that play or bury that part of the play, that read, just based on the look. But this was a, hey, if they play it that way, I'm going to win anyway kind of thing. Let's let Terry try to put the game on ice. Let's let him call game. So they ran it anyway. But to throw that ball when he did before McLaurin had gotten even with the defender.
It's about 3 yards separation at that point. So McLaurin hasn't, just to give people the visual, McLaurin is running towards that corner of the end zone. The defender has a 3+ yard head start, sort of realizes, hey, this might be something that's going over my head, and is now beginning to turn and run, but it doesn't matter.
Threw it basically at the stutter and the stop and go kind of feel, right? And on top of that, he had a defender barreling down on him, ready to destroy him, who did, by the way, basically crowned the helmet right under the chin. Just walloped.
Couldn't follow through.
A barely 200-pound quarterback we're worried about taking shots in the pocket, right? Stands in, takes the shot, delivers the perfect throw. You can't throw it any better. In fact, I don't think this is overstating this. I honestly think if you take quarterbacks around the league out onto a field in a practice setting where it's just, forget 11 on 11. Like there's a corner playing a wide receiver in a one-on-one drill, and you have to complete that pass with someone running toward your face into the back of the end zone with no other pass rush or anything. I would say that gets completed maybe half the time. And look, maybe if the next 5 times Daniels had to make that throw, maybe it doesn't get completed. I don't know. But that one did, with the game on the line and everybody watching on Monday Night Football in primetime. It was just breathtaking. Let's go to Bruce in Philly on G&D. Bruce, what was sustainable and replicable out of what they had on Monday night? And what do you worry was just kind of fun for an evening?
Well, I'm going to answer your question. I think it was fun for 4 reasons. One, I'm getting to talk to Grant and Danny for the first time, so that's fun.
Bruce, you're a good man listening on the Odyssey app. Thank you.
And I really wasn't concerned with, or even concerned with the defense and how porous they were, because all I wanted to do was watch the offense play. That's where my focus was.
You got to wait a few minutes for them to get the ball back after a score, but they'll get it back.
Well, exactly right. And that was the whole Monday conversation with losing 31-28. We'd be happy with that. The third thing is that I really wanted to watch your holder friend get a lot of airtime, so that was fun.
Tressway is a great holder.
He's a great holder.
He's one of the best in the league.
Still
What he
holding.
does, he catches the ball
great holder.
when
Hall
it's
of
snapped
Fame,
to him.
Hall of Fame holder the last 2 weeks.
And then he puts it down. He puts his
puts it
finger
right down.
right on the nose of the
Right
ball.
down.
He'll spin the ball in one motion with the laces out. He's really good at it.
Yeah, new kicker and everything. So that's fantastic. And then I've lived in Philadelphia for the last, or just outside Philly, for the last 26 years.
Sorry, man.
It hasn't been real fun for us up here. And I got 2 boys that are 18 and 24 right now. And I think the last time they were excited was the Griffin year, and that's a singular year. I told them as they were growing up, it was okay if they wanted to be Philly fans. It might be a lot easier. But no, they've hung tough, and my youngest has a Daniels Daniels shirt now, and they're having a little bit of fun. So for all those reasons, are fun. And I got an observation and one prediction, if you don't mind.
Yeah, be real quick though. We're up against the clock here. What do you got?
The observation was Eckler looked a little bit like Brian Mitchell running that ball out for 50 yards. He wears number 30, so that was cool.
I could see it.
And then the other prediction that I have is that we can probably give up 33 points without one of our interior linemen. And I wonder if Peters might try to move either Allen or Payne.
We've talked about this
Thank
a
you,
bunch.
buddy.
Thanks for the call. It's something we will continue to discuss depending on where the team is as they get closer to the deadline. If they're leading the NFC East at Halloween,
You don't do that.
you're not trading anybody, especially because on a bad defense, you need all the reinforcements you can get. But I will say this. I think that those two guys are playing at a better level than the numbers probably dictate. That can be true, and it can still also be said that you need more out of them and that maybe they're not delivering on as much as Peters would like. But if they're not looking like a team that is in playoff contention at the deadline, it would be silly not to at least shop those guys to see what you can get for a long-term rebuild. You traded Jahan Dotson away for a third-round pick. They have already shown they are not just thinking about this year. They've got a one-year plan and a
they're
five-year
big picture,
plan.
man, for sure.
That's something that they'll have to consider as we get closer. Appreciate the phone call. What else happened in week 3? We have been locked in on the Commanders, rightfully so. Let's stack up the Jaden Daniels performance against some of the other really good outings by quarterbacks and look around the NFL as we get ready for week 4 now, just a day away, right here on Grant and Danny. The Commanders have a rookie quarterback, and it appears a bright future. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm, Condori and Murad, can help update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that G&D sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We had a great time hanging out with our friends Condori and Murad in Cincinnati over the last few days. They sponsored our trip on the road. Speaking of which, I was just reading one of the blogs. You know what the blogs have been saying?
What's that?
There's a prevailing thought on a lot of the blogs. And the blogs are saying Danny Rouillet's good luck when he attends games. That's what the blogs are saying.
Are they really saying that?
I'm not telling you that there's any obligation for you moving forward.
Like, name 7 blogs that are saying that.
A lot of them are saying it.
A lot of them.
I don't want to start singling blogs out because
I see.
I'll forget others.
Yeah.
A lot of the fan podcasts are saying it.
Is like the made up blog saying it? Is that not real blog saying it?
Yeah.
Is the you just thought of that blog saying it? Like, is that
You
any
know,
of those?
like the fan pods where they breaking down the film.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
everything.
yeah. Oh,
They're
yeah.
all saying it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lots of people are saying it. That's all I'm saying.
There's a pulse. There's an energy to it. You can say whatever you'd like. I enjoy that. Enjoy the words being said.
Will this be
Yes.
the final game you attend in 2024?
Unless we go to New Orleans.
I think we are going to New Orleans.
Then no.
Okay.
Then I will be doing that.
There's also some talk, possibly. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Whoa.
There's some birds chirping on maybe a trip up 95 to Philly.
What?
Yeah.
Who's talking about that?
There's been a little conversation.
Are they the same people that are doing the blogs talking about it?
No, this is actually
The actual people.
different people. These are different people.
Human people, not imaginaries.
These are similar people to the people that were involved in the Cincinnati situation.
Oh, actual people.
Now, I don't know where we're at on that.
Mm-hmm.
There's been some talk.
Okay.
Would you sit in the crowd in Philly?
No, I'll never do that again. Like, I'm never doing that again. I did it once. I'm good on that.
You're not doing
I
it.
was like, I feel threatened. That's not fun. Like, I don't have that in me anymore, dude. I'm not a jacked 21-year-old that's ready to throw down for the cause. I'm not going to fight for our Commanders.
Philly's really different than Cincinnati and everywhere else, probably.
Yeah.
But my thing is just to make friends with the people around you pretty quickly. Let's diffuse some situations. Like right away, I was like just shticking it up, doing some dad jokes with people around me, having a good old time. They come out, throw a touchdown to Jamar Chase. I'm dapping them up, letting them know, hey, we're not threatening. You guys are going to win this game.
It's just us.
Don't worry. I didn't realize we were about to whoop that butt.
We didn't know we were about to tax it.
I didn't know I was about to spank them for the next couple of hours.
Yeah.
I was like, good play there, Joe.
Well, the lady in front of us turned around and gave Nux on
She
the
did.
on the touchdown.
She did not do it after that.
No.
So what happened? There was this lady and her husband who, like, right away was a little annoyed by me. It seemed like because the first couple plays I was kind of fired up.
Well, yeah. Grant was doing play-by-play just for us in our seats.
A little bit,
And
not a
she
lot,
she didn't love that.
She did not.
No.
A little bit of play-by-play, just making sure that I still had it. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
who are you talking to? Yeah, get your practice, get your reps in.
Got to polish the reps.
Get
a
it where
little
you
bit.
can.
So a little shotgun formation, motion from the left, Eckler, a line at the wing. No, so we're just getting you pre-snap. We're getting you ready, just making sure worst case scenarios, phone call happens. We're ready to go call the Old Dominion game this weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the lady kind of turns around a couple times. She's not feeling it.
Yeah, like, what is
necessarily.
that? What is he
Like,
doing?
why
Is this going to happen the whole game?
Why is he broadcasting?
I paid for these.
This play. But after, I think about 5 plays in when Jamar Chase just streaked into the end zone. Untouched. The easiest touchdown in the history of Bengals football. I just made sure I wanted her to know. I'm happy you're happy. Gave her a big high five, hugged her husband, did a little nose-to-nose Eskimo kiss with him. Everybody's happy.
Everyone's good.
And then after Washington scored to tie the game, she turned around and was like, I'll return the favor.
Hey, there you go.
That was the last time we interacted with her for the rest of the night.
Yep. There were no other turnarounds.
She didn't like getting embarrassed by the locals.
No, sir, she did not. She didn't care for it.
Wasn't her favorite thing. We're Grant and Danny locking you in for the next 3 hours and 15 minutes as we get you set for week 4 in the NFL and Nats baseball tonight. We'll get you your lineups before we get out of here. We've not talked much about the rest of the NFL in week 3, so let's go through some of what took place and where things stand right now in the NFL. How about the Minnesota Vikings? They're 3-0, Danny. This was the big are they for real game against the Houston Texans, club that a lot of people think is going to play deep into the postseason, and they whooped Houston. Minnesota got 3 sacks from Jonathan Grenard, a former Texan who they signed as a defensive end to replace Danielle Hunter, who left and went to Houston this offseason. Grenard was named the NFC Defensive Player of the Week today. Minnesota, another really good performance from Sam Darnold. Now 3-0. Kevin O'Connell's the front runner for Coach of the Year. Justin Jefferson's putting up very solid numbers. They've got a really good run game led by Aaron Jones. Their defense has been arguably the best in the NFL. They are plus 55 in net points. Only New Orleans, with a couple of monster performances, a better margin in the NFC. The Vikings look legit.
That was the ultimate prove-it game. Now, done for Houston. You play it again tomorrow. You probably don't lose 34-7. But from Minnesota's perspective, I mean, Aaron Jones doesn't have the burst that he had a handful of years ago in Green Bay. Doesn't matter. He had 150 total yards, 2 touchdowns, is good on the ground and through the air. They know exactly who they are and what they want to do. Talking about Minnesota, right? They know where their bread is buttered. They've got Sam Darnold on the good Sam Darnold track. Everyone, including me, thinks the other shoe's going to drop at some point.
Well, remember,
it certainly hasn't yet.
I think Carolina was 3-0 with Darnold.
Or something. He had a great start. It was like 2-1 or something like that.
I think they were 3-0, and he was playing really good. He hadn't turned the ball over yet a couple of years ago, and they played a primetime Thursday night game in week 4 or something. Because I remember it was just all the coverage was, is he for real? Now, I happen to like Darnold a little more than the average person. I just think he's really young and in a much better situation. Having said that, that's 100% why no one's buying them, right?
Yep.
Like, if this was still Cousins in Minnesota and they were 3-0 playing this way right now, I think people would be saying this is a tough team. But because everyone goes, well, Darnold stinks, he's not going to keep this up. They're just dismissive. But this is an excellent defense. They've got great weapons around Darnold. It's just an ideal situation. Even if he plays like a Jag the rest of the way, that might be a 10-win wild card type team. I like Minnesota to be 500-ish the rest of the way. And if they are, they don't just have the bottom fall out. They're going to be in the playoff mix.
Well, yeah, you put some hay in the barn. I thought maybe they could be 2-1 through 3 with a soft landing spot to start with the Giants, who were terrible in week 1. But they beat San Francisco, and now they beat Houston. Another couple of tough games coming up here at Green Bay and then New York. Their schedule was so unforgiving. I didn't think they'd be able to do what we're talking about. But you get off to a 3-0 start. Now, all of a sudden, a lot more is in play.
It's comical that there are 2 undefeated teams in the NFC after just 3 weeks. And it's the Vikings and the Seahawks.
As we all thought.
Vikings leading the North. Seattle, not the Rams, not the Niners, not the Cardinals, leading the West. In fact, the other 3 teams all have 1 win and 2 losses in the NFC West. Seattle, it's not an impressive resume. They beat the Broncos 26-20. Denver's not very good. They beat New England 23-20 in overtime, I believe. New England is going to be bad. Then they beat Miami, which you would traditionally have said that's a good win. No Tua. Not who you play, it's when you play them. So they have 3 wins. They have not yet played a quality opponent. We're going to find a lot out about Seattle, I think, this coming weekend. Monday Night Football at the Detroit Lions. By the way, that game has been an amazing watch 2 straight years where both teams have scored 40-plus points.
For whatever reason, it's been epic between them.
The league caught on. They put it in prime time. So Seahawks, Lions, 8:15 kick, Monday Night Football 5 days out. What if Seattle beats Detroit and they're 4-0 with a legit win?
So Seattle's a team I thought everybody was kind of overlooking because it's boring, right? They've been in that 8-9 win plateau for a couple of years, and everybody's always looking for the next thing. And they weren't very sexy, and they're still not. They beat, as you said, 2 teams that are pretty bad. One that couldn't be more vulnerable in Miami. They manhandled Miami though, and they were really impressive in that one. So Lions toss-up game. Given what's happened the last couple of years, you figure they could beat the Giants. They could be 5-1 at the quarter pole. That's or 1/3 pole, whatever that is. They're in a really good position in the NFC. They got a chance to be a postseason team.
There are 3 3-0 teams in the AFC leading divisions. The first is the Buffalo Bills, who are a game up on the Jets in the AFC East. Buffalo, good win in week 1, coming back to beat Arizona.
They've been great.
Could have easily been a loss. Then they crushed the Dolphins on Thursday Night Football, going back a week ago. And they hung 47 on Jacksonville on Monday night while the Commanders were playing against the Bengals. So they have now scored 34, 31, and 47. Remember, they lost Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis, their top 2 wide receivers. And this big narrative all offseason was their offense was not going to be as good. Josh Allen was not going to be as good. He has not thrown an interception. They're averaging almost 40 points per game. How about this game coming up on Sunday Night Football? Bills, Ravens in Baltimore. Heck, that would actually be fun to go to. I don't think I've ever gone to a Ravens game and the Commanders weren't playing in. That's a legit good game this weekend. The Ravens win, their season's back on. I mean, that's kind of what's on the line for them. A Buffalo win, though, and you're 4-0 with your first signature victory against a really good opponent.
Yeah, I thought, again, just going into the season, I'm one of the idiots who bought that narrative, by the way, that, hey, they might struggle at times. Josh Allen will have to do too much. He'll play hero sometimes, but you'll have that 3 turnover thing. Well, it certainly hasn't happened yet. And they've been the most impressive team, I'd say, in the NFL through 3 weeks. They're up there with maybe a couple other teams in consideration, but their schedule is difficult. It hadn't mattered for them at this point, and they have been dominant, especially the last 2 weeks.
Also not surprising in the 3-0 category in the AFC, the Kansas City Chiefs, who are looking for a three-peat. They will be the first team to ever win 3 straight Super Bowls if they can pull it off at the end of this season. They've actually played a good schedule, too. They played the Ravens in week 1. That was their closest best game, 27-20. I shouldn't say their closest because Chiefs-Bengals came down to a point at the end of the game. And in fact, Kansas City benefited from a PI call, although I thought it was the right call. I thought the pass interference was called correctly. Then they played the Falcons on Sunday Night Football and I actually thought they got away with a pass interference that may have saved their bacon. Atlanta would have been first and goal from the 1 to take the lead. Instead, they maintained a 5-point lead. And even though the Falcons got the ball back, they couldn't pick up a 4th down and short when they ran the football east-west. So they beat Atlanta. Now they've got the Chargers, likely without Justin Herbert this week, and then the Saints before a bye. So they are staring 4-0 in the face going into that Saints game. I saw a stat that was really interesting. I don't remember how many games it is, but I think it's like the last 8 or 9 games, let's say. Patrick Mahomes has 11 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. These are regular season games. And he has only thrown for 300 yards once, which kind of matches my eyeballs, if you know what I mean. Like, they're not a fun watch offensively anymore, the Chiefs. It's kind of muddy. It is a run heavy is without Pacheco is probably not accurate, but it's very horizontal passing game. They don't score a lot. Again, 22 points against the Falcons.
Yeah, they're a different team than they were a few years ago.
Travis Kelce's barely been involved. He looks like, if Zach Ertz lost a step. That's basically what Travis Kelce's been so far. But I say all that to say they've had to switch in the playoffs to keep winning. They've got Patrick Mahomes who puts on his cape. But they're 3-0, and they're going to be 4-0 after this weekend.
Yeah, they're not as good as they're going to be. You know that, right? I mean, this is one of those teams that if you're going to get them, now's the time, and no one's got them yet. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're more vulnerable than they're going to be.
Pitcher in the first inning.
Yeah.
He gave up the bloop single. He walked the guy. So now it's 2 on, nobody out, and here's our shot.
Yeah, they're going to hit the ground running when it gets colder. And again, this is kind of a different iteration, and they were this last year, too. Most of the regular season, this was not a great offense. It wasn't even a very good offense. They were pedestrian. They were fine. Their defense is what saved their bacon through stretches of the regular season. Saw how good they were in the postseason as well. But then the efficiency picks up. Everybody gets comfortable in their roles, and they found something here in this Rashee Rice guy as well.
The last of the 3-0 teams in the NFL, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Of course.
Death, taxes, and Mike Tomlin squeezing wins out of a stone, man. I mean, the Pittsburgh Steelers, 20-10 over the Chargers. Now, Taylor Heineke came into the game, struggled a bit. Herbert got hurt. Tight game. That benefits you. But it's not like you weren't harassing the heck out of Justin Herbert, right? They beat the Broncos 13-6, ugliest win of the weekend in week 2. They beat the Falcons 18-10 without a touchdown. Maybe the ugliest win of week 1. Atlanta with Cousins coming back from the Achilles and first time with a new coach. Like, they looked so bad in that game. They've looked very different the last 2 weeks. So you can make the case the Steelers have the most fortunate, just lucky and fortuitous 3-week win streak to begin the year. They're at Indianapolis this weekend. They eventually have to play Dallas and the Jets in a 3-week stretch coming up, which might tell us a lot. But the story is that Justin Fields was never supposed to start for them. Justin Fields was their backup. Russell Wilson was their starter. In the week leading up to week 1, Wilson got banged up. Fields takes over and wins week 1, running around. Again, no touchdowns, mostly defense and special teams. Then they have 13 points in week 2. They win again. They played their best game in week 3 against the Chargers, 20-10. And it's just going to be hard to bench him. I mean, Mike Tomlin's still doing the thing, Danny, where he's going, well, Wilson's not quite right. He's not 100% yet. Here's what I know. Justin Fields is their starter. They haven't announced it yet, but until they lose, he's the guy.
He should be. They should do exactly what they're doing. It's so annoying. It's gross. It's not fun, but they're giving up 8.7 points per game. This is the NFL. They're giving up 8.7 points per game. Now, I know they haven't played 3 juggernaut offenses. You just touched on what happened this past week with the Chargers, but they're shoving it on people. That side of the football is so good. All you need is a couple plays made here or there. And that's what Justin Fields is going to do. Now, you want to eliminate some of those bad Justin Fields moments, right? The gross interception or the fumble or try to do something out of nothing. But all you need is him to run around and do something once per game or twice per game, maybe even 3 times, and you'll end up at 17, 18 points. And that's enough with how good this defense is and has been. They're 3-0.
Yeah, they are. There are 3 teams that haven't won yet. Let's look at those teams. The Bengals, we've been talking a lot about over the last several days for obvious reasons. They fall to 0-3. They're very flawed, minus 12 in overall net points. You ready to admit that the Bengals just aren't that good? That's a terrible defense.
That defense is way worse than I thought. I'll tell you that. I saw that firsthand. I don't know if you were there, but they got carved up this past week by
who played them?
Washington. Washington did.
Okay.
Washington carved
Commanders?
them. Yeah.
Commanders moved the ball on them?
They did.
Okay.
At will is the phrase. Yeah, the defense worse than I thought. Offense had its coming out party, and they look like the bona fide NFL offense that you thought you were seeing.
T. Higgins made a big difference.
Yes, he certainly did.
Because now you can't double, you can't bracket Chase, or else Higgins will eat you up on the other side of the formation. You could see their offense came to life.
So, because Burrow can do that, can spin it so well and move around and do some things, they're not out of it altogether yet, but man, it is an uphill climb to be 0-3 in that division.
Yeah, look at the schedule coming up for them at 0-3. So they've got the Andy Dalton revenge game in Charlotte against the Panthers this weekend. No ifs, ands, or buts. I know Andy Dalton played really well this past weekend, and the Panthers look like a different team, and they dominated the Raiders. You have to win that. That's 1-3. Then they play the Ravens, though. That becomes a must-win. If you can win that game, you're 2-3 with the Giants and the Browns after that. I know it's hard to just give them a 4-game winning streak, but in that hypothetical, you're 4-3 and your season's back on. But you have to beat Carolina, and then you're going to have to beat Baltimore in 2 weeks. If they do that, then starting 0-3 is a lot less of a problem.
Yeah, let's say they drop one and they're 3-4. That's still your season is still on.
You got
right?
a shot.
Yeah,
you got
something.
Division's really good.
Well, that's the thing. But you can maybe afford to drop one of those games. That happens. It's the NFL. But this is a huge one because 0-4 just feels different.
And on that division,
right?
I mean, Pittsburgh's off to the great start. The Ravens are actually 1-2, so they have not run away from you.
No,
Cleveland is not only 1-2, but they're in big trouble because Deshaun Watson is no good. So they aren't going to be sprinting away from you anytime either. The other 2 winless teams in football are both in the AFC South. One is explainable to me. I never really got the love for the Tennessee Titans with Will Levis. They have not won yet. The other one is not explainable. I don't get this. I thought the Jaguars with Trevor Lawrence would be a much tougher customer. He is in is it the 3rd year with him and Doug Peterson now? What are we doing here? That offense looks awful. He looks really bad. They have scored 17, 13, and 10 points in decreasing order. They've been beaten by 3, 5, and now 37. They play the Texans, Colts, and Bears over the next 3 games. So they're in must-win territory. The Titans have really been on the wrong end of some terrible young quarterback decisions from Levis. They lost a 7-point game they never should have to the Bears when they outplayed them. They lost 24-17 to the Jets. New York scored with 4 minutes left to win that football game. And then they just got beat up by
Green
the
Bay whooped
Packers.
them.
But Malik Willis at quarterback. Now they've got the Dolphins with Skylar Thompson this weekend. So normally that'd be a loss. Because you play them with a backup quarterback, maybe you can save your season. They then have a bye week, and they come out of it with the Colts.
So my prediction for Tennessee was not division winner or anything kind of crazy. I thought they'd be friskier. People are were looking at them like they were, you could barely tie their shoes. So it hasn't gone well, obviously, for my prognostication through 3 weeks. You mentioned it. They should absolutely be 1-2. They were outplayed by both Green Bay and the Jets.
They could easily be 2-1.
But they could be 2-1.
If Levis didn't make, like, if you take his 2 worst decisions of the season away, they're a 2-1 team.
That's right. So, I don't think they're going anywhere this year, but the operation still, to me, looks better than it did if you look at last season. But to Jacksonville, I can't figure that one out. I don't get it. I always thought that we're overrating Trevor Lawrence because he was on TV as a freshman killing it, and he's been amazing. I just kept asking, are we sure that he's great? Because he was in that cool kids club, the rarefied air superstar quarterback with one pretty good season and that comeback playoff win against the Chargers, right? Awesome deposits. Other than that, it hadn't been special yet. I'm just sort of waiting. Let's crown him when it's special.
This is the start of a season where coaches lose jobs.
Yeah.
Like the way things are going in Jacksonville when you're 3 years in to a regime. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. The last couple of days, it has been cool to be a fan of football in Washington, D.C. again. Let's talk about that next on G&D. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. Thanks for making the show part of your day. Our double plays coming up in 15 minutes. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We'll blitz in 30 minutes right here on the Fan. The teams you care the most about all jammed into one segment. Get you the latest on your DC sports clubs. Nats play tonight, 6:45. Their season winding down. This is the last homestand, in fact. I think I'm going to take the kids out to the game. There's a day game tomorrow, which means we won't be on the air, which is nice, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'll take the children to the ballpark tomorrow for one last ride. My son actually asked me, he said, Dad, can we go to the Nats game? And I'm like, well, yes, but I'm glad you asked this week and not like in a week.
Because the answer is no next week, buddy.
The end of the road, my friend. So
cue the boys to men.
He said, good, I want to go see C.J. Abrams. I didn't know how to handle that one.
Go on kayak.com, book a flight to West Palm Beach.
I didn't really know what to say, honestly. What is this? Is a moment where he's 3.
Yeah.
Do we talk about being out all night at the casino? I don't think we do. So I said, he might have the day off tomorrow, bud. That's what I said. That's where we're at so far.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how that conversation would go.
I think what I'm going to do is he's going to wear a C.J. Abrams t-shirt. He's going to ask me a bunch of times, where's C.J. Abrams? And I'm just going to keep saying, he's not playing today. I don't think I'm going to elaborate. I don't want to lie. So I'll just give him as much information as he needs.
But also, how could you explain that?
You couldn't.
To a 3-year-old, right?
I would just say,
I couldn't explain it to my 6-year-old.
You know what I would say, honestly, if I wanted to make a larger point, is I would say he misbehaved.
Yeah, he made a bad decision.
And the Nats are punishing him.
Mm-hmm.
He's in his room. He got sent to his room for timeout. That's probably what I would say.
Yeah, that's not bad. I bought that.
I'm going to say he wouldn't go to bed when he was told.
Oh.
Which is a fact. That is actually a fact.
I see what he did. See what he did?
And it's relatable content.
Yes, he did.
He came out and asked Mike Rizzo for a glass of water. Then he asked Mike Rizzo
for the cocktail witches for something.
Another bedtime story. Then he asked the assistant general manager if he could just come lay in your bed, Dad, for a while. Like, he didn't go to bed when he was supposed to, bud. So now he's in timeout. He's got a little punishment.
Yeah, he's missing the game.
I'm going to take the kids over there. We'll get you a preview of tonight's game coming up in just a bit on the Fan. It has been fun to be a Commanders fan over the last few days again.
Weird.
I got at the exact same moment. I should go back and figure out which play it was. My guess is it was early in the game, I feel like. I think it was after the Daniels rushing touchdown on the read option where the Bengals played it like they'd never seen a quarterback keep a ball in read option ever. How open was that touchdown?
Very. Everybody was going the opposite way. And it's like, I don't know, man. I'd probably look at that quarterback. I'd have one guy look at him.
You could have driven a school bus through that hole. Like a big yellow take you to your field trip at the one-room schoolhouse near your house when you're growing up. School bus.
Legit question. Now, he's able to, manipulate and do things with the football and fake better than any of us could, right? Like, I'm not saying that. The moment where Jaden Daniels is open, time stops. A genie snaps his fingers. Grant Paulson, all you and your athletic ability, you jump into Jaden Daniels' body. Could you have scored there?
1,000%.
And that's kind of my point is I think I could have too.
Well, no, that's not an I think. I mean, this isn't a bit like I could return a kickoff to the 20 or anybody doing.
Look, I think anybody could have scored everything.
There
The fake was that good.
nobody around him.
Yeah.
He was at the 4 and he got into the end zone. There was no one near him. All you would have to do would you catch the snap?
Yeah.
Okay, then you would score. You put the ball out and let a running back run past it as if he's going to grab it, and then you walk the other way into the end zone. Yeah, it was defended terribly, but it was also a beauty. It was 3 touchdowns on the ground now for Daniels. But the point is, I think it was that play.
Mm-hmm.
I got the exact same text from 2 different people. One is the cousin of my wife, who I talk football with all the time, big Packers fan, who lives in Michigan. The other is a guy that I do radio shows with on the weekend who does radio in Kansas City, who's a big Chiefs mark and doesn't understand what football's like for everybody else.
Yeah.
And how difficult
it's
can be.
hard for a lot of people.
But they both sent me a text with just eyeballs, like that eyeball emoji where it's like I think the text was meant to be like,
look at that.
Whoa. Or like, are you seeing this, man? Or like, I see you or something.
Yeah. Look.
But I got 2 of those back to back. I was the guy getting the eyeball emoji text.
So like my buddies who have pretty much punted, not the thing that Tressway used to do. Remember Tressway used to punt? But on all things Redskins, WFT, Commanders and stuff, just beaten away, don't care anymore, whatever. A lot of those guys on the McLaurin bomb, not the tutty that won everything, but on that little skinny post situation where Daniels threw an absolute dime before McLaurin was open. That's when I got those like, oh my God, this is incredible type stuff from guys that haven't paid attention in years.
Yeah, the last few days seeing Aaron Rodgers on McAfee raving about Jaden Daniels, raving about Terry McLaurin. The amount of other players, Devontae Adams went on this big Terry McLaurin rant. Which, by the way, when did this start? Where current NFL players are on shows like breaking down games that they watched in primetime. Very weird. Maybe I just haven't noticed because the Commanders never play in them and no one's ever saying nice things about them. But I thought it was very strange. Like Kay Adams is interviewing Devontae Adams. Like, what did you think of Terry last night? And like he's giving a thought. McAfee's asking Aaron Rodgers what he thought of Jaden Daniels. Is that a thing? I've never seen that.
Yeah, I think because we're so 24/7 that's now kind of the norm. And it's never about us, right? It's always about other teams or whatever. But yeah, you see that now where it's like, hey, we all watched it. What did you make of it, right? Because we might get a great quote out of Aaron Rodgers. Ask him about anything.
It's just been a blast to soak up all the coverage. There are so many times when you're a fan of this team where I know this because as a media member, you guys won't listen for the week. You don't call, right? You don't want to hear what we've got to say. You don't want to read the press clippings. You don't want to see the story we wrote or the tweet we sent. This is a give me all of the content week. And just one after another, these clips of these players and these people who are just praising the Commanders. We are the cool kid right now. And a lot of it is that people like Jaden Daniels, and he's the cool kid, right? Like,
yeah, that's the biggest chunk of it.
There's something
obviously
about him, too, where we always talk about the cool kid club. It's like that Lamar thing where, like, people just love Jaden Daniels. They do. And they should. He was incredible, and it's fun. But, like, when he does something and someone else does something, it's cooler that he did it. Like, he's got whatever that is. Washington hasn't had that guy post Robert Griffin. And before that in a long, long time.
I mean, the number of times as a fan, before I was lucky enough to have this gig, what would happen is when it was so negative for so long, I could just walk away. I would just shut down. I'm still watching the games and everything, but it's like I can't read another article about the Dan Snyder embarrassment or about the other whatever. But like here, in doing our job, like you got to consume it. So when it's nice, I soak it all in.
Let's go to Matt in Warrenton on G and D here on the Fan. What's up, Matt? How are you?
Hey, Grant, Danny, great show today.
Hey, buddy.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, hey, listen, fun going out on the plane with Grant, chatting it up.
This is my guy. So Matt gets full credit, by the way. I would not have gone to see Paul Skeens at Great American Ballpark if not for you. We landed.
Assist,
Matty. By the way, it was like an hour-long flight. We talked the entire time. It felt like it was like a 3-minute flight. People probably hated our guts, by the way. Like everyone's like trying to.
When I left you in the when you were waiting for your baggage, the guy that was sitting next to me on the flight, we walked up a little bit. He's like, "That was the longest conversation on a plane I've ever been a part of." And I was like, "Did it bother you?" And he was like, "No, I enjoyed the whole thing. You guys never shut up."
That is hilarious. Well, I thought about it like not only after but during. I'm like, these people around us hate us because it was early in the morning and most people were sleeping, and we were just like, I mean, an hour straight of just chopping it up. But anyway. When we landed, I said I was going to the hotel. And you said, yeah, I'm about to go to the Reds game. I had no idea they were at home. You said they were playing the Pirates. And that gave me the thought to look up who was pitching. So I would not have seen Skeens without you. So I owe you a thank you.
Oh, well, awesome. Yeah, no, that was a nice park. I enjoyed going there. So the three things I enjoy the most that I'm just having a blast with is I'm sitting in my section and the amount of disdain Bengals fans talking to each other about getting walloped by a rookie quarterback and the dumb grin on my face that was number one. Number two, I'm walking out of the stadium, probably 8 feet tall at this point, tallest I've ever been in my life. I'm trying to make eye contact with everybody. I'm not going to be a jerk, but it's been a long time since I've had that little swagger in my walk. And then walking through the airport the next morning in my Commander's gear and just seeing all the employees, and they're all just scowling, shaking their head. No, probably a little extra patty pat with TSA, a little aggressive on the security walkthrough. I'm enjoying all of that.
I didn't have anything there, sir. What are you patting me there
Why
for?
are you judging me there?
Appreciate the call and was good chatting with you as well, Matt. He's right, though. We had the same experience in our section where it was not just like the one guy kept saying, the Redskins, you're going to let the Redskins do this to you? And his whole point was, I think we all get it.
Yeah, I got it.
The team that I always see everyone making fun of all the time, right? But then he kept saying, and a rookie quarterback, they're going to let a rookie quarterback do this to him.
It's the feeling that I've had for 30 some years. While their special guy, runs around and we can't stop him, right? And it's beyond exasperating. It steals your soul, steals your will, that pit in your stomach. Our guy was doing it to them.
Yep.
That's worth it all. That to me is the whole point. I want that. Everyone else suffers now. Not my time. It may come my time. Hey, we might be one ankle away or whatever. All I know is that night, it was my time to be the one that made them suffer. They had to eat it. And that was awesome.
I want to play the Rodgers audio next because Aaron Rodgers, the analyst, the guy that breaks down the other NFL games for some reason.
Yeah.
With Pat McAfee. He had some thoughts on Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin. It was fun to hear. I saw them circulating on the web, so we'll do that next. Plus, our double play, what's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports, right here on The Fan. Breaking news on the Fan is brought to you by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. Danny, the breaking news. Dan Quinn telling reporters just minutes ago, Austin Eckler has already been ruled out, will not play in Arizona. That obviously means he's likely not going to make the trip to Arizona as well. Clelin Ferrell already ruled out, interestingly enough. So that injury he suffered last week, more serious than just a day-to-day situation. But more importantly, maybe the star early on of this offense for the Commanders through 3 games, Austin Eckler ruled out, will not play on Sunday. He will be on our show at 5 p.m. on Friday. So we'll get an update on how he's feeling. We'll preview the game with him at that time.
Yeah, certainly been their most effective per touch player, right? I mean, just the burst he's shown, the kind of the easy button, taking some of the short little, I don't want to call them gimmicky things, but that are meant to just help move the chains a little bit or stay ahead of the chains. He's converted them to first downs. I mean, you saw the start of the game, right? 8-yard carry, 8-yard little flip pass that they get you a first down. Later on, a bubble screen that he takes for 15, 16 yards. He's been so effective and is such a weapon for this offense. You can't overuse it, right? You can't have him bash between the tackles like you do Brian Robinson because of wear and tear. It's just such a bummer, man, because he was off to such a blistering start for this offense.
I agree that you don't want to overuse it. I do think still there's a big gap between how much they're using him and overusing him.
Agreed.
To the point where I would push the gas pedal down a little more. I know someone will say, he just got hurt. It was a fluky thing. He got hit in the side of the helmet. It was a concussion. It wasn't like it was a usage fatigue thing. He had 2 carries against the Bucs. I'd like to see that number be in the 5 to 7 range. He had 8 against the Giants, averaged about 5 yards per. Then he had 3 for 35 with a 24-yard touchdown and a half against the Bengals. We were probably on our way to a 5 or 6 carry game for him against Cincinnati if he didn't get hurt, which is kind of the floor of where I want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
The good thing is, as a receiver, 4 catches in week 1, 3 catches in week 2, 2 catches in week 3.
Well
again,
on his way in week 3.
and a half of football. That would have been a 5-6 catch game, perhaps. Like the touches are going to be there. 6 in week 1, 11 in week 2, 5.5 of football in week 3. They just got to find a way to incorporate him, but not having him is going to be a significant blow. We'll talk a lot more as the week goes on about how they try to replace him. The next man up at running back is Jeremy McNichols. McNichols had a really nice blitz pickup where he just decleated a linebacker that's gone viral in one of the few plays where he was noticeable on the field on Monday Night Football, but it's a lot more Brian Robinson thumping and Robinson catching the football out of the backfield.
You would think, yeah.
Could be a really, really big game for him in terms of touches and opportunities against Arizona. But Austin Eckler ruled out. This was Dan Quinn with reporters just a bit ago.
Yeah, we'll be. Austin won't make it, for the game, and it's the right call for him. Not on our short week to go. We'll have a chance to see what next week looks like then. But we do have a lot of confidence. It's one of the groups that we have a deep crew that can roll strong, and so when called upon, we're certainly ready to do that. And we're also excited for J-Mac. He's somebody, hasn't got a lot of touches, a lot of opportunities, but I do know that he is somebody, when given those chances, he does not miss his ops.
That's Dan Quinn from earlier today. Remember, they're out in Arizona where they're practicing at a college campus for a few days ahead of the Sunday game now with the Cardinals. Bummer, man.
Yeah, it just stinks. I feel for the guy.
I do like, though, finding out this early in the week in terms of planning. We've had Jay Gruden on our show for 3 years now.
That's a good point.
One of the things that's come up a few times is with really instrumental parts of the offense, he would have to tear up his play plan, his play sheet, and his game plan right before a game sometimes when a guy would be ruled out that they thought was trending in the right direction. Or if there was a game time decision, let's say, where they thought, hey, if he gets cleared, we're going to fly him out here, we're going to play him, he would have to do 2 game plans. There's only so many hours in the day. So I actually think possibly, maybe this is just me being optimistic, but by knowing on Wednesday that he's not going to play, if you're Cliff Kingsbury, from really last night on, all systems are go on a B-Rob heavy, McNichols friendly game plan where you're not trying to do Eckler things with somebody else. You're doing what they do well. That might be okay.
Yeah, it's you can recover better that way for sure. And just to McNichols specifically, you saw in the preseason. Now, he is not Austin Eckler. Okay, they don't make many of that guy. But he's the most Austin Eckler-like among those running back candidates that we thought might make the team from the preseason. You think of Wiley or Chris Rodriguez or some of the other guys that were kind of vying for that spot. And this was McNichols is that blitz pickup, third down back style guy who's, kind of backing up Eckler figuratively, right? and he made the club, and you saw his impact once Eckler went out. Again, he's not going to put up huge numbers, but that's why he's here, is, to enhance the passing game.
It is time for our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. I posted this on my Instagram, I believe, at Grant H. Paulson. There was a picture that we took. We kept walking by near our hotel, this sign all week long in Cincinnati. And it finally dawned on us that it just was weird. The sign on the door of this sushi place said half price sushi 7 days a week. I'm going to say it again. Half price sushi 7 days a week. At what point does that just become the price?
This is like a classic Mitch Hedberg joke. Rest in peace. One of the great comedians ever, but he would have been able to deliver that line perfectly, where if your sign says half price 7 days a week, that's just the price. Boom. That's what it is. You half off of what? You tell me. When is it full? Let me know.
So we've walked back and forth, and the whole group every time is like, that doesn't make sense. We're racking our brains. How could this be? Why don't you just say that that's the price of the sushi? I tweeted out the picture. I did get one suggestion from somebody that made a lot of sense, and I've now gotten to the point where I've overthought this. But what if every day at a certain time they drop the sushi price in half? Like a happy hour kind of pricing. Would that make the sign make more sense? I think it might. This might actually be a brilliant suggestion, where when you go in and you get the details on it, the way it works is every day from 4 to 7, they serve half
A little
price
sushi happy hour, yeah.
Do you think that's what they mean?
It could be, but I'll tell you this: as the sign reads, that famous Kentucky sushi, right? It's one of the national hubs, worldwide hubs. Covington, Kentucky. When you think sushi, L.A., San Francisco, Seattle, Tokyo, Covington, like in that conversation.
Yeah, a lot of people were like, I don't know if I'm eating sushi in Kentucky. But you don't know much about sushi then.
Then you're not up on the sushi game.
There is no hotter spot for sushi in America. I think it's third hottest in the world. Is that what we saw?
Yeah, because it's ranked up. So like the trend is up. So it was like 7, now it's 3.
And it's the hottest scene in America is Covington, Kentucky for sushi.
That's right.
Every day, half off.
Where do you go near the building that's abandoned and between the other one that's boarded up? That's where you go to get the half price sushi.
Your sushi. And there's a double play.
That's how we do it.
Every day on Grant and Denny. Beltway Blitz comes your way next, and then we'll blitz the East in 1 hour. At 5 o'clock, we'll check in on the other teams that are all chasing the vaunted Washington Commanders in the division. You're listening to The Fan. In 1 hour, we're going to blitz the NFC East, covering the Cowboys, Eagles, and Giants from their Week 3 games and their Week 4 matchups previewed. Right now, though, your Beltway Blitz moments away here on the Fan, the teams in town you care the most about. The Commanders have a rookie quarterback and a bright future. It is time for you to plan for your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Condori and Murad. They can help you update your last will and testament. They'll set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys. KMLawyers.com is where you can go to do that. My parents did, sending my in-laws their way as well. Be sure to tell them we sent you. You're going to get a discount. KMLawyers.com. Let's kick off the Beltway Blitz right now. We begin with our buddy Bobby Blanco of MASNsports.com on the Nationals. So, Bobby, we've not talked to you since the big C.J. Abrams news a few days ago over the weekend. What did you make of their decision to just punt him for the remainder of the season and send him to West Palm Beach?
Yeah, when you start seeing the news trickle out that he's being optioned down at AAA, a lot of red flags pop up because that didn't make a whole lot of sense. The AAA season was ending the next day. If he's injured, you could just throw him on the injured list for the last week of the season. So it was kind of confusing. And then you see the story come out. You see what David Martinez told the media in Chicago. You probably heard Mike Rizzo this morning on your station with the Junkies talking about the situation. And now we know why. And I think it was a good decision by the Nationals. I do believe it came straight from Mike Rizzo. I mean, he famously said, when they DFA'd Sean Kelly, you're either in or you're in the way. And I think this is kind of what CJ did was kind of not totally in the way, but, teetering along those lines. He didn't break any team rules technically, but he was caught, leaving a casino at 8 a.m. while they're on the road before a day game. And you just can't do that. That's not a professional way to act. And the Nationals hold their players to a high standard. I think this is a very young team. I think this is a way that Davey and Mike could send a message to a lot of these guys and say, hey, this is not acceptable. This is not how we want our players to behave when they're not around the club, especially in season. I think the frustrating part, too, is that there's only a week left. All CJ had to do was wait 1 week, and he could have done this as much as he wanted. But instead, he's going to be down in West Palm Beach and finishing out the season with AAA. It's going to be a pretty big storyline this offseason and next February as we head down to West Palm for the start of spring training.
Yeah, Bobby, he's a higher profile player than Luis Garcia, but something similar to Garcia. It wasn't 8 a.m. at the casino, but it was a very hard conversation. Hey, you are out of shape. This is not professional. What you're doing away from the field, is not good enough for a major league standard. And he got sent down, and he's having a really good season. He's been unheralded, but he's going to finish close to 20 homers, 20 plus stolen bases. And if they would just play him every day, even against lefties, you might see even more of those stats. But I digress. He hit the ground running, so to speak. I'm still bullish on C.J. Abrams. I think this is a crossroads, and this is, a blessing in disguise to a degree that, hey, you're great and you were an all-star this year, but this can all be taken away, and I'm hoping he takes it to heart. What's your prediction for how he will handle it?
Yeah, I'm with you. I first and foremost just hope CJ the person is doing well, and there's nothing going on with him in his personal life. Hopefully it was just like one bad night, or I guess we now know that it's been a couple of instances, so just a couple of nights where he's just wanted to go out and have a little fun. Hopefully it's not like a serious issue, and if it is, hopefully he finds the help that he needs and gets back on track in his personal life so that doesn't affect his baseball life anymore. But from a baseball standpoint, CJ, it's not a direct comparison, but we saw Luis Garcia Jr. go down at the end of last year. We saw him has to have some tough conversations even this spring training right before the season started. He almost didn't make the opening day roster because he was making some boneheaded mistakes in spring training games. And then now here you are, he's probably their most consistent player on the year and having a great season. So, I think my prediction is, it's tough to predict. I think, it's all in CJ's hands. I agree with you. I don't, I'm not mad at CJ. Sure, you can be disappointed, but I don't think this is an indictment on him as a person or as a player. But everything's in his court right now. How does he respond to this? How does he react? He's probably a little upset with himself. Maybe holds some hard feelings against the organization, but you were caught doing something you probably shouldn't have been doing. You have to pay the consequences, but how does he kind of process this, react to this over this offseason, and
Does he channel that into a positive way heading into next spring training and have a really good season? That's going to be something to follow.
Bobby, DJ Hers pitches tonight. He's got a 3.7 ERA since the All-Star break, was 5.1 before the break. He's probably been the Nats' best pitcher in the second half. Now, his last time out, he did actually get hit pretty good for the first time in a long time. Gave up 7 earnings and left in the 4th inning. But his ERA is barely over 4 in 18 starts this year. And this has been a real revelation for them to find this 23-year-old not only in the rotation, but excelling. What do you make of his year? And give us a thought on him pitching against a team trying to fight its way into the playoffs tonight in the Royals.
Yeah, he's been a great revelation. And you can even add Mitchell Parker to that conversation as well, who had a really strong final start of the season last night, 5 scoreless innings to finish a pretty solid rookie career. But these are 2 guys that are good player development stories for the Nationals. You know, Mitchell Parker was a late-round draft pick. DJ Hers was acquired via trade. So these are guys that the Nationals targeted both in their amateur scouting and the professional scouting to bring into the organization. And then from there on, the new revamped player development staff kind of took over and made them into everyday major leaguers this quickly. You know, you can go back to last year. Jake Irvin was that story. Mitchell Parker was at the beginning of this year, you know, that version of the story. And then now when DJ came up, you know, he was good enough to not only make his debut this year, but stick in the rotation for the rest of the season. Yeah, he's been, I think, by far their best and most consistent starter for this second half. You've seen Jake Irvin kind of get a little exhausted as we get down near the end here. But, yeah, hopefully he has a really strong start tonight, finishes his rookie season strong. And then that go into next year, now you're talking about him maybe fighting for that fifth starter spot. Obviously, they might add someone in free agency, but they've got some really decent starting pitching depth now because of these good player development stories that they haven't had in a while.
Bobby, thank you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Welcome home. Cincinnati chili sucks.
Here. Tip of the old cap, Bobby. Good close. Hit that NFL sounder, Dares. All right, Mike Jones of The Athletic to talk about the National Football League. Mike, through 3 games, just as we thought, the Cincinnati Bengals are in last place. San Francisco is also in last place. Just ho-hum, normal things happening the first month of the NFL season.
Yeah, you know, Cincinnati, we've seen them start slowly the last couple years. I don't know that I saw them being 0-3, you know, when they didn't have that first loss of the season. I was like, oh, well, you know what, it might take them a couple weeks. But here they are 0-3 here. I thought that Monday night was kind of a good opportunity for a get-right game going against a defense like Washington's, which has struggled. But, hey, Washington came out there. And, you know, Cincinnati looked better in some ways, but they still aren't quite right. San Francisco, that Super Bowl hangover is real, man. You know, the teams that lose the Super Bowl, it's, you know, the percentage of them making it back to the playoffs is very small. They had some holdouts. Now the injury bug is really getting them all over the place. It's tough going for some of these teams that we thought were going to be competitors or contenders. And, you know, it's going to be interesting to see. It's a long season, obviously. But you get in too big of a hole like Cincinnati. I think only one team since 1990 has made it to the playoffs after starting 0-4.
Mike, I want to take you to the Cleveland Browns for a moment. Washington plays them in 2 weeks, but I was really surprised by these comments today by Deshaun Watson. And if he was playing better, I'd actually probably applaud them and love them. But he's stunk, and the team has been bad, so it kind of rubs me the wrong way. He was asked about running the ball more to help out in a rushing offense that's bad. I think they're 25th in the NFL. They don't have Nick Chubb right now, obviously. And he basically said, I'm not going to run. I'm not a running back. I'm here to throw the football. I'm a quarterback. There's kind of shades of like the 2012 Griffin year you and I covered, where he hated, like, anytime he ran, he thought it was an indictment on him as a quarterback. And like I said, I love that Deshaun's a pocket passer who can be an athlete, and he prefers to be in the pocket. But when your team's struggling and the offense is struggling, it just rubs me the wrong way that he would go, yeah, I don't want to do that other thing. If it makes us better, that's not why I'm here. What do you make of all that?
Yeah, I mean, Deshaun Watson doesn't have a lot of credibility with anything that he says now, you know, whether it's, you know, his play or anything about him. I mean, because he should be happy to be on the field and that a team wants him to try to do something to help them win. You know, obviously, yeah, you would like to be able to sit back and throw, but you have an offensive line that's really beaten up. You don't have, you know, Nick Chubb, a special running back. And if that's what it takes to put you in more third and manageable situations, yeah, you should be happy to run and do whatever you got to do. I haven't heard anybody, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. You think Josh Allen wants to be running all the time? Josh Allen, is out there doing whatever it takes. So I just don't like the attitude, the entitlement. He's talking like he's a superstar, and he hasn't been a superstar in a long time.
Like that Minnesota-Houston matchup, I mean, it's 1 week, but it's a referendum league. That I feel like that went a long way to sort of explaining some stuff at how good maybe bona fide Minnesota is, and we're going to have to take it seriously, and that Houston still good, but what the hell was that?
Yeah, well, I mean, you went up against a really good defensive coordinator in Brian Flores. He sends a lot of pressure, and he knows how to make very good quarterbacks look very, not very good. And then, look, Sam Darnold continues to prove that, hey, maybe this isn't a fluke. It maybe just took time and him landing in the right situation. I really thought that we were going to see them, the Vikings, really struggle this year. But, they really have a chance. It's a competitive division. Injuries kind of changed some things, but who would have thought that Green Bay would win 2 games without Jordan Love? So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. And look, I think that, we saw the week before last, Houston, they moved the ball all right, but then against Chicago's defense, they really struggled in the second half. So they have some things they still have to work out. They're still trying to get on the same page. CJ Stroud with some of his wide receivers and things like that. So I think they're going to be okay, but they've got some things they got to work on to shore up and make sure that he's protected well.
Jonesy, I remember when Matt LaFleur got hired in Green Bay, me and you were on the phone, and we were like, really? Matty's going to get to coach Aaron Rodgers. He's getting like this hallmark institutional organization, Green Bay. And we were thrilled for him because he's the nicest guy in the world. He's the hardest worker in the world. Like, you could see Sean McVay being a superstar. You could see Kyle Shanahan being a superstar. We were kind of curious, like, all right, let's hope for the best, but we'll see. Matt LaFleur is awesome with Rodgers. He's been awesome with Love, and with Love out the last 2 weeks, he's mixing potions like a high school coach on a Friday night with Malik Willis. Like, Matt LaFleur is a dude.
Dude, Matt LaFleur, his last year in L.A., I was talking to him pregame in the tunnel, and I said, man, like, this is great. You're next, man. And he was like, man, I'm not a head coach. I don't know if I want that, And then he went to, Tennessee, and, I said something to him at the combine. He's like, I don't know. And his first press conference, remember, how painful that was? And it was still, but this dude, everybody who'd worked with him knew he was really sharp, really smart. I don't know that anybody expected that, okay, yes, you had Aaron Rodgers, but now he has shown he is really good at game planning, really good at Xing and Oing, and finding a way to accentuate a player's strengths and put them in positions to succeed. Because look, I don't know, the Titans thought Malik Willis was pretty bad if they passed up, keeping him to keep, rolling with Will Levis, who is terrible, and they did not see redeeming qualities in Malik Willis. And Matt LaFleur is cooking it up for him, and he looks, like a serviceable quarterback the first game, good game manager. We saw him take more steps forward and look like a competent NFL quarterback this past game. It's just really, like I said, hats off to Matt LaFleur. The guy is sharp. I remember talking to Mike Shanahan about him when he had gotten that job, and he said nobody is more detail-oriented than him, which I thought was crazy because we knew Sean is very detail-oriented, but he really was really proud of and high on Matt's chances of succeeding as a head coach because he saw how much he paid attention to the tiny details when he prepared and taught and coached his players.
Just a ho-hum 674 winning percentage since taking over. Mike, thank you, buddy, as always.
Thanks. I'll see you guys.
We'll see you, man. Hit that local 53 sounder. Michael Phillips joins us to discuss that local 53 at Michael P. in RVA, the Richmonder, and our sister station 910, the Fan, down in the capital of the Commonwealth. Michael, that was pretty fun on Monday.
We devoted the entire 2-hour show Tuesday just to the Jaden Daniels to Terry McLaurin pass. It was, considering the stakes, considering the game, considering the moment, I believe the best single individual play that the Commanders Washington Redskins football team has made in at least the last decade.
It was an unbelievable throw. I mean, the next gen stats, 10% chance of it being completed. The more I watch it, the more I marvel about it. It was his throw of the game. Obviously, he had a couple of really impressive throws, though. The deep shot to McLaurin earlier in the game for 55 was pretty amazing as well. What about Cliff Kingsbury? I mean, without taking any credit away from Daniels, like when he needed to make the miraculous throw, he did. But I'd say 90% of the throws on a night where he completed 91% passes were kind of designed pretty well for him with open receivers in big spots.
Oh, big marks so far for sure. And, everybody's got the iPads on the sideline now. Like the defense goes back to the sideline, they watch the iPad. Cliff is coaching to the iPad. Every drive, you just watch, and he throws something at them that's brand new, a new formation, a new look, a new wrinkle. He had one where the two guards both, like, instead of pulling, like, pulled in and created an interior run. He does something where the defense is going to have to go back to the sideline, going to have to put on, hit the button on their iPad and say, what the hell was that? We've never seen that. We weren't ready for that. And then they're going to have to spend a few minutes preparing for that. And then they might see it again, but they might not see it again over the course of a game, which I've really enjoyed. Just the way hearing Mike talk about LaFleur and Shanahan and McVay and those guys, the way they call offenses, I think generally is with a very nice flow. I think they go into the game saying, I want to do A, and it's going to lead to B, and it's going to lead to C. I watched Cliff Kingsbury, and I think he's just on a Wheel of Fortune board. He's just pulling letters down and at random. There's no flow to it, and I think it's perfect.
So here's the bad news. No Austin Eckler this week. We know that. I think that's an enormous loss, even an underrated loss. I know it's not a huge volume of touches, but his per-touch effectiveness is unlike anybody else on this roster. How big of a loss is it going into a game? You'd think you probably need to score a bunch of points to win.
Well, I've tipped my hand on what I thought the biggest play was Monday. I thought the second biggest play Monday was his kickoff return to start the second half, right? Second half, momentum can swing coming out of the locker room. Bengals certainly felt good about what they were accomplishing offensively. It was very important to put points on the board on that drive and all the drives it turned out. But that kickoff return set up what you knew would be a scoring drive, brought the momentum right back out of halftime, kept the Bengals from seizing any of it. I loved it. I'm also a big fan, and I don't know in depth about the injury, but I think this is the right move long-term for Austin Eckler. You don't need to fly him across the country twice and have him be playing in a short week. Whatever the status is, this is the right call. You need him down the line because, as you mentioned, he is a transformational player when he gets the ball in his hands.
Michael Phillips in Richmond, the Richmonder, if you want your news done the right way in Richmond. And, of course, Odyssey down there, our sister station. Thank you, buddy. Be good.
Absolutely.
See you, man.
That is your Beltway Blitz. We'll blitz the division coming up on Grant and Danny at 5 o'clock on the Fan. I want to dive into the defensive struggles against Cincinnati and what can be done for Washington. But the news of the day is that Austin Eckler is going to be out against the Cardinals. Just how much will that change this offense? Let's get into that next on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We took a dive around the NFL at 3 o'clock today. Broke down all of the teams that are 3-0 and the 3 clubs that have yet to win as well. If you missed that conversation, you can podcast it at thefandc.com when we are done. All of our football coverage today is presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on iPhone 16 Pro. The iPhone 16 dropped, Danny.
That's unbelievable.
Are you one of these guys that keeps up with the iPhones and you just get the next one ASAP?
I'm not that quick on it. I mean, I will get a new one eventually because I beat up my phones. Not like gonna drop them and break them sort of way, but all the things you're not supposed to do, which is like leave it charged overnight. I run the battery down and all that other kind of stuff. So I'll be in the market pretty soon.
I'm old enough to remember when you would break an iPhone every time you dropped it. I didn't have one at that time, but everyone I knew had the cracked iPhone screen.
Yeah.
It was just because they dropped it once. I haven't had a cover on my iPhone in months.
It's amazing. I mean, you're just tempting fate.
Now,
with as much as you use your phone,
I've dropped it probably 30 times. It's a little bit cracked at the top. I've got the little like looping crack, but it's not growing or anything. My situation is basically that when it breaks for keeps, like it's actually bad on the screen, then I'll go get another one or whatever. Probably won't be a 16. I don't think I'm in the market for a 16. I'll get whatever this thing is. But yeah, I don't know why. Like, I remember when I had a Droid, I used to make fun of iPhone people. This was probably a decade ago. The second you dropped your phone, doesn't matter if you dropped it on just a big foam pillow and the phone had 3 covers on it, it was going to break.
It cracked, yeah.
iPhone's more durable now. I'm proof of this.
Because it used to be you had to have that like OtterBox thing where like the phone itself weighed not that much, but it weighs 4 times as much because it's got like this Fort Knox thing around it just to prevent dolts like me from dropping it.
I carry my iPhone like I'm Tiki Barber without a cover.
Just high and tight.
Still fine. Darius, the iPhone 16 is out. You had something on that?
Well, I was just going to say that I get joned on so hard because I still have an iPhone 8, which is, I mean, what, maybe like 8 years ago now at this
do you
point?
have the
Probably
OG
more than that, right?
you got, or have you gotten a new one since and stuck with the 8?
I have the same phone that I have had since I purchased it so many years ago.
I wish I was more of an iPhone guy to even be able to like enjoy what this conversation is, what an 8 is versus a 16 versus a 12 versus a 4. I have no idea. At my heart, really, I'm still a Droid guy. I just have an iPhone so that I can FaceTime my kids when I'm away in Cincinnati with Danny. It's pretty much the whole reason.
And not turn the chat green. Like, did not ruin the chat.
I used to think that was outrageous that everyone cared about that. And now as an iPhone guy, I've become snobby about that too. It does infuriate me when I can't name my group chat and post a picture, but they're changing all those rules. You know that.
Yeah, the crossover is coming. This is, I mean, if I can say this, Sony and Microsoft working it out for cross-platform play really built the bridge here so that rival companies can acknowledge, okay, fine, everybody still texts each other.
Well, I don't know why this was important enough to care about, and I won't dare name the senator who I saw complaining about this.
Oh.
Because it might be someone people don't like.
But keep in mind, we're on your team.
Yeah, whatever you think, I think.
We agree with you. And I'm outraged by that outrageous thing.
In fact, your opinion on that senator is one I share.
Yeah,
for the
same.
record. I'm not going to tell you who it is.
Totally.
We're in lockstep on that senator.
Yep.
But anyway, I saw like a commercial about it. About like, I almost did an impression of that senator. But I would never do an impression of that senator. But the point of the dude's story is, Danny, that...
Senator what? What was it? Senator?
It's not important.
Oh, okay. What state?
I think, Danny, we're not going to talk about the senator.
Okay.
But I do now agree, like, it's at a point where I will not include someone on a text group who might give a little more to the text group that might be fun to have in the group if everyone else is blue.
Yeah.
Because now I can't name it. I can't drag it to the top of my phone with a picture. It's an annoying, like, it's just their initials.
Totally.
Awful. It's awful looking.
Yeah, we've been beating this drum to you for years, and you finally converted.
But this is my point about the senator. It's not their fault. It's Apple's fault, and it's iPhone's fault more than anything else, in my opinion. Because what they're getting rid of is like there, you droid. We'll have a different color. You can't interact with us. And they're like, this is stupid. You're just making people do your thing by not adjusting and having the same technology and abilities as everybody else. So you're basically shaming Droid users.
That's right.
And like legally, I could be making this up a little bit.
Industry term, legal shaming. That's real legal jargon.
No, but I mean, like legally, they're going to the company and being like, you can't do this anymore. You have to. It has to operate with everyone so that green bubble people don't get excluded from conversations. That's what's happening.
I know. And
it's pretty crazy. Like
it is nuts that it's gotten to that level, by the way.
Maybe the senator should focus on something else. Like maybe. Again, I agree with you on the senator.
I mean, I'm with you. We're both with you.
But that's
that green
where I'm
bubble
at on
struggle right there, dude. That's what it is.
It seems like it's not that like it's a funny thing to talk about.
Yeah.
Probably not that big of a deal, really.
Like it's on a list, but the list is really long.
You need to have 200 items on that list of things that need to be fixed in your life before there should be no green and blue text messages.
Yeah, it's a minor inconvenience. Like there's like a neighborhood group, right? Where all our kids are around the same age or whatever. And so it's annoying when you think there's new information in the group and it's simply just one of these green chat people that they liked something or they laughed at something from like 6 months ago and finally just got to the chat. And so it's like, then it repeats the message over again. So instead of like when you have the correct iPhone and like say Darius hearts something or he thumbs up something, it just shows the message with a little thumb up saying, oh, Darius did it. Darius liked it. The green folks, what they do is it somehow repeats the whole message.
Yeah.
And it's like, Steve liked this. And then the whole thing repeats itself. It's so irritating.
It's aesthetically gross.
It's so gross.
And I have some type of disorder, probably like an OCD or something. But like the aesthetics of things really matter to me.
Yeah.
So on Twitter, as an example, I hate the quote retweet. I think it looks terrible, right? So I will often just like either retweet or credit with a thought. Like just saw this from so-and-so. But I think that the look just ruins the feed. Same with like posting a video. I'll do the thing where you just like grab the video, then you can repost it. It gives them the credit on the bottom or whatever, but it just looks cleaner. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
I don't want you ruining my feed with your weird Danny accentuated your text or whatever the hell the words are.
Like, what does that mean?
Also, enough with that response. I hate that when people do that. Like, hey, man, I'll be there in 5 minutes. The confirmed, 2 exclamation point, the heart button. Use words. Got it. Confirmed.
Oh, you don't like the thumbs up? Like, hey, I got it. Sounds good.
Roger that. 10-4. Bet. Bet's probably the hip one, the cool one.
That's what my 6-year-old says now.
Bet.
I told him this morning.
No.
Yeah, I said, hey, buddy, it's time to brush those teeth. Let's get those teethies. Like, you're trying to just encourage him to get up.
Yeah, the teethies.
Yeah, and he goes, bet. I went, oh, okay.
That is great.
All right. Okay. I don't know if I'm ready for that, sir.
How old's your kid?
6.
This is what I would have done. Sitting at the table.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking over it. Were we talking Bill or Byron?
Byron.
Byron says bet. I would have looked at him.
Uh-huh.
I'd opened my mouth and I would have belted out.
And he would have been like, man, I miss you, Brian Peck. Miss you, buddy.
Sweet, sweet boy, Brian Peck.
Miss that guy.
iPhone 8, by the way, was from 2017. So that's how old my
It's
phone
not that
is.
bad.
It's not that old.
It's not
Actually,
terrible.
I would have said it's like Robert Griffin's rookie year.
So, by the way, that means in 7 years, we've had 8 new iPhones.
Yeah.
That's an
that'd be correct.
outrageous pace. That's ridiculous. Again, that's uncalled for.
It's like more than Marvel films.
That is unnecessary. So if you're keeping up with the Benjamins on an average of more than once per year, you need the latest thing. Now, most people probably are not going to get the newest, latest iPhone, I would imagine. But I see those lines.
Yeah.
I see the local news doing the same bit every 8 months where they're like, Frederick just walked out of the store. In Frederick, no less. That's fun. Frederick, what'd you think of the new iPhone? He's like, I just bought it. I'll tell you in a few minutes. I haven't opened it yet. She's like, but give us your thoughts. And he's like, yeah, again, I haven't opened it yet, but how long did you wait out front? And he's like, yeah, I actually just walked up. There was no line, but give us a better answer. And he's like, 2 hours. She's like, that'll work. Back to you.
Back to you.
They do the same thing every time.
Yeah, that story writes itself. And they love telling it, by the way.
Lock. I promise you're going to see this. Is tonight the night for the iPhone? It's going to be like snow coverage.
Mm-hmm.
No, I believe it actually came out last Thursday, and I saw the Apple Store in Clarendon. It was like wrapped around the side of the building. Like it was insane. They had like little ropes there to cross off.
I'll bet all the
crazy.
money, all the TV cameras were set up doing stand-ups right outside. Did you see any cameras out front?
I did not see any cameras out front. I mean, it was the middle of the day, like on a weekday, so like people should be working, but they weren't. It was literally a block long line. So
how long till Danny Huhe has the 16? Because I feel like you update your file on these iPhones.
Yeah, I don't have the I've got to get the newest one right away thing. I have buddies that do. I'm not like I am not as
what
much
if it
of
was a pickleball racket?
Then I need that. But I'm not as much of I need my iPhone to work. Like in other words, as long as it's working and I don't have too many inconveniences. Like the reason I finally got rid of my last one, it was like every time I wanted to do anything, it's like, hey man, you're out of memory. Hey, you right there, Pudgy, Zilch, you're out of memory. You're not athletic anymore, and your metabolism sucks. You're out of memory. So I was like, fine. I just never want to see that again. So I upgraded to a.
Can't you just delete something?
Yeah, but every time I want to take a picture of my kid who's doing something, I got to go in and find something else. I'm going to delete, and it's a pain in the butt.
You can't like knock it down by half the gigs or whatever to not have that problem.
Yeah, but you're doing that all the time, and it's so annoying. And you got to upload photos to your computer to keep them, and then you're not sure if you got them.
You're just going to buy a new phone instead?
Yeah, to never see that again because it's an unbelievable pain in the butt. So that's why I got one with. I go, give me the most memory you can get. So I never want to deal with that crap
so you
again.
may not have that problem.
And I don't have the problem. And I'm not close to that.
I'd imagine the new joints have like better cameras. That's always the thing.
Right. And that doesn't excite. I don't care about that.
I care so much about that.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you can get me.
Right.
I love a good camera. There's these cameras now. I don't think it's an iPhone versus a Droid thing. I think it could be both. I don't really know. But where you can zoom in for miles.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
right.
like you're the American sniper or something. Like you are sitting on a building and you just keep going. You know, you do the move like Danny does on Instagram when he's looking at, certainly not models, but whatever it is that you look at on Instagram, it would not be any models.
Fitness influence people.
But you do the thumb and the pointer finger and you pull them apart while touching the screen to zoom.
To really get a good look at the fitness.
And it's like the workout that they're doing.
Yeah.
Probably, and the pickleball playing.
Yeah.
But anyway, you do
zoom
that
in
like
on that
10 times. You just keep going and going and going.
Yep.
Like true story. Danny zoomed in on our hotel in Cincinnati from his house today. And you could just see like people walking around just from your camera while you're about to take a picture.
Just from the camera.
I think that's probably the difference, but maybe there's other stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, they're always trying to like do different things to try to make you need to know. Because remember, it's like with TVs. Like TVs have gotten so good that remember a couple years ago, they're like, you know what you need? A curved television. If you don't have a curved television, you don't have a TV.
I was almost a sucker.
Yeah.
I was this close to buying a curved TV for my basement.
Now that's going to be the next thing. It's like, do you have 4K tracking? Your TV doesn't have 4K tracking? You might as well not even watch the game.
Yeah.
Do you have dynamic read? Did I make that one up or is that real? You don't know. Like they always, because TVs are now so good and they're so easy to produce that, you know, you get an awesome one for whatever it's $500, $600, $700.
Yep.
And they need to get you to buy new TVs. So they got to come up with like the latest gimmick. It's the same thing with phones, any kind of tech.
Austin Eckler is not going to play against the Cardinals. He's already been ruled out. How damaging a loss will that be for Washington's offense? And how will they operate as effectively as they have been without him? What's the game plan going to be to replace him? That's next on G&D.
then. But we do have a lot of confidence. It's one of the groups that we have a deep crew that can roll strong. And so when called upon, we're certainly ready to do that. And we're also excited for J-Mac. He's somebody, hasn't got a lot of touches, a lot of opportunities, but I do know that he is somebody, when given those chances, he does not miss his ops.
Dan Quinn announcing that Austin Eckler would not play for the Commanders Sunday in Arizona. No wasting time with that announcement. Already comes down the pike on Wednesday. My guess is they're not even going to fly him out there then. No reason, right? I mean, why would he even join the team? He will join this show, though, on Friday at 5 p.m. So he'll be in Virginia, presumably, when we talk to him and get ready for the Commanders and the Cardinals on a Football Friday here on Grant and Danny. He mentioned J-Mac. That's Jeremy McNichols. He barely played at all in San Francisco last year. A couple of snaps on special teams, never touched the football. He's already had one more run here in Washington than he had with the Niners. That was on Monday night, filling in for Eckler. But he had 2 seasons in a row in Tennessee in 2020 and 2021 where he had over 40 carries. He averaged 4.3 yards per carry in 2020, 3.8 yards per carry in 2021. I think they'll use him quite a bit, actually, in the Eckler role. Not as many snaps as Austin would get, but on those important downs with pass protection, he had a monster blitz pickup with a deke leader against the linebacker, actually on the play where Jaden took the shot and threw the touchdown to Terry McLaurin to win the game. I think they trust him in pass pro. He can catch the football a little bit. He can run it because it's what he's done his entire career and his entire life. So for all those reasons, Danny, I think he's going to play plenty. But this will be the Brian Robinson show to me. You maybe don't use him on third down. You're going to try to spell him, obviously. You're going to have him thump on early downs. But I'll bet you Robinson, if they stay ahead of schedule and game script is how they want and they're close or leading, he's going to be close to 20 rushes, probably 5 or 6 catches.
Yeah, I would think 20 touches in the cards.
I think I'll take the overall. I mean, carries. I think he'll be over 20, close to 20 carries, over 20 touches for me, close to 25 maybe. I think it's going to be a big-time B-Rob day.
Yeah, if they're successful, if they're staying on the field as they have been, if they're staying ahead of the chains, there wasn't a lot of early down running success for Washington this past week. Robinson only, I think, to the tune of like 2 and change per carry. Hard yards, though, in a lot of ways, right? And those are necessary to kind of set up everything else. But I think you're going to see a steady diet of Brian Robinson early and often. And I was surprised he didn't catch a ton of passes once Eckler went out. I thought you'd see a couple of those things, those kind of swing passes or kind of keeping easy stuff on early downs instead of trying to thump down the middle. But there was a plan, a method to that madness, certainly.
I'd like to see them spread Arizona out and still have that short passing game going even without Eckler, when not with B-Rob or McNichols, involving the tight ends a little more. Like maybe this is Ben Sinnott. Remember, let's not forget, Sinnott's got some H-back to him. He is a tight end, but he also can play that fullback role a little bit. You could go split eye and get him into the flat, Larry Center style. You could have him in motion and then a line behind the tackle like a wing or whatever.
Yeah, some of those eye formation then kind of shuffles and looks like it's a lead block, but it's not. And, you work off the different looks.
There's a lot of different ways I think that they could get him out into space. He has not caught a pass yet. He's been open plenty, including in this game, early in the game. Now, we talked about this yesterday. Jaden Daniels, because he picks up a handful every time he runs, or occasionally will throw it elsewhere, and pretty much all the plays that he made and they made worked out. It didn't matter that he missed Sinnott on a couple of occasions way down the field. I think Aikman even on the broadcast showed a couple of them and said, hey, I know this guy isn't doing anything yet, and Commanders fans are kind of wondering where he is, but just know on the tape, he's open more often than you think. I was saying the same thing last week at this time about Luke McCaffrey.
About McCaffrey, yeah.
He was number 3 among all wide receivers via PFF and separation score, and he popped one for 40 on a 4th and 2, which was a great play by Daniels. That was not the design of that play, by the way. To find him was awesome. And he had another catch later in the game, again, where he kind of got some separation. But I think we could see Sinnott without Eckler having 2 or 3 catches for the first time, and they could use him a little more in that H-back, fullback role as a pass catcher.
Yeah, someone's got to make up for those Eckler touches, right? And it could be do we force feed for the sake of argument? Do we feed Robinson more? Do we feed McLaurin more? Noah Brown more? Or do we kind of go against type, something we haven't shown just yet, which you just saw this past week? And if there are more tricks in the bag, the easy button is having Austin Eckler do it, right? Like, so there's 2 ways that I think of offense as easy, and I put that in quotes. Easy is you've got a home run threat where you throw it as far as you can and Deshaun Jackson goes and catches it. That's easy, right? Tyreek Hill makes offense easy. for teams because defenses are threatened. He can either take it to the house or the threat of him doing so open stuff up. Then there's my 2-yard dump off goes for 8. My check down goes for 14, right? That's what Eckler does. And that's, I wouldn't say as valuable, but close to me, right? Of staying ahead of the chains. It's those hidden yards. There's nothing sexy about Austin Eckler catching a screen and going for 14. Well, those are huge drive-sustaining plays that are afterthoughts in a game where we saw the throws to Terry McLaurin and some of those 4th downs and this and that. That a 2nd and 10 becomes a 1st down because Eckler wiggled his way through 17 different people, broke a tackle, carried 2 dudes forward, and gets a 1st down.
Yeah.
Just right in the middle of the field. Like those kinds of hidden plays, it makes everybody look smart. And that's the easy offense.
The first drive of the game was the Eckler show.
Mm-hmm.
7-yard plus, probably closer to 8, run on 1st down. Catch for the 1st down getting play on 2nd and short. Back-to-back plays, 10-plus yards, chains moved, and now you're almost at midfield. That's the other funny thing with this new kickoff rule. When you start at the 30, we were talking about this. You get one 14 or so yard completion in the middle of the field, you're basically at midfield in one play. It doesn't feel like the 5-yard closer to midfield rule change would make a big difference, but it absolutely has. But then the screen to Eckler later on that drive that you're referencing was huge. And then he had the 24-yard touchdown later in the half. I mean, there were 2 drives that were basically his.
So here's your opening drive. You reference this, but here's the specifics. Eckler right tackle, 8 yards to start the game. Eckler, short right pass to the same side for 8 yards. There's your 16, and all of a sudden, to your point, you're just shy of midfield.
1st and 10 at the 46.
1st and 10 at the 46. Brian Robinson, no gain. That was the theme of the day. They tried to thump him inside, and there was not much happening there. So now you're 2nd and 10. Again, those are difficult situations for any offense to be in, let alone one with a rookie quarterback and the whole yin and the yang and the blah, blah, blah.
You need 4 there to feel like 3rd down is manageable.
How about 14? Austin Eckler, little hitch, little screen pass, little bubble, whatever you want to call it a smoke. I don't care. But he turned a pass at the line of scrimmage into a 14-yard 1st down. Now you're in Cincy territory.
People miss
yes.
the play you're talking about. And now you're 1st and 10 from the Bengals side of the field.
Mm-hmm.
And where were they there? It was like they're 45.
So they're 40.
Oh, they're 40. So, yeah. So, I mean, you're basically 5 yards away from field goal range on 3 Eckler plays to start the game. And you've asked very little to nothing from your quarterback yet. He's thrown 2 balls behind the line of scrimmage to a running back and handed the ball off. And you are now in field goal range almost. And it came that easily for much of the night. But the easy button goes away in Arizona with no Austin Eckler. I think B-Rob can do some of that. Remember, he had the 30-yard catch and run to the goal line in Tampa. So he's got that club in the bag still, I think, as a pass catcher. And I won't pretend to know what McNichols is capable of because I just haven't seen enough of him. We haven't seen really any of him in that regard in this offense. Next on Grant and Danny, let's blitz the East. We'll check in on the other teams in the division. I still want to play that Aaron Rodgers audio on Jaden Daniels. He was immensely impressed by the young quarterback. We'll let you hear what one of the best quarterbacks to ever live said about Daniels at 5:25 today, coming up in a half hour. This is The Fan. The DMV's football operations got a bright future, and it's time for you to plan your own. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Condorian Murad. They're going to help you update your last will and testament. They're going to help you to set up a trust for you or your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. We had such a great trip with those guys. The whole crew was a lot of fun, and just good to really, I think, kick it with people who have been good to our show that we've gotten to know at different events over the years.
It's a lot of fun, man. It's really cool.
But make some memories with them was very, very good. We appreciate all that they do for our show. So if you dig the program, take care of them. kmlawyers.com. It is time to blitz the East. Each and every week, we spin you around the division, get you the latest on each team in the East. So to do that right now, we begin with the Dallas Cowboys on Grant and Danny. And to do a deep dive on Dallas, Kevin Haglund, middays 105.3, The Fan in Dallas, joining us on our blitz of the division. The second half against the Ravens, Kevin, was very, very different. Dallas looked like they had a chance, but man, did they get annihilated in the first 30 minutes.
No freaking kidding. And I would actually argue it was closer to 40 to 42 minutes. But yeah, that team looked terrible. They looked terrible against the Saints. I understand why people are concerned going up against the Giants.
What's going on? Why all of a sudden are they, I mean, the New Orleans game took me by total surprise, Kevin, but why are they coming out so flat and struggling so much, especially on the defensive side of the ball?
Yeah, so I think you can make an argument, and look, we've talked with Jerry and Steven about this, and they feverishly disagree that I kind of wonder just a little bit if, like, the scheme and the game has maybe passed Mike Zimmer by. Like, I know he's done unbelievable stuff in his football career, but you look at the last couple of years, he was in charge of the defense with Minnesota. It was not good, and it feels like they're trying to fit personnel into a scheme that they're not really set up for. And it's been a disaster the first 3 weeks.
They can't stop the run. I mean, that to me is the most alarming thing. They're giving up 185 a game, 32nd of 32 teams. They're giving up 5.4 yards per play. Like, that's one of those things I don't want to pretend like that you can't fix. It's a small sample through 3 weeks, but it's easy to take advantage of. Like, you just ground and pound them. If Washington was playing this week, I'd feel pretty good about the ability to just get downhill on them. I'm sure that's what the Giants will try to do with Singletary. Is there a fix there? Is that just a weird couple of week thing, or is the personnel suggest that's going to be an all year problem?
I don't think there's a quick fix, because one of the people that you were hoping could contribute to that quick fix was last year's first round pick, Mozzie Smith. And he looked good in the fourth quarter against the Ravens, but then again, so did most of the Cowboys. But like everybody else on the team, he struggled mightily in the first 3 quarters. He's still really getting pushed off the ball. DeMarvion Overshone, who is a player that I really like, he is also an undersized linebacker, so he can get pushed off the block probably easier than you would like. And so I wish I could tell you it was a quick fix, but your audience will probably be glad to know I do not believe it is.
Cowboys dominated the Browns in week 1, 33-17, but we now know, feels like a little bit more about Cleveland. They have since been walloped by the Saints 44-19 and beaten by the Ravens 28-25 in a game that for much of the day wasn't that close. As you've heard Kevin mention, they're at the Giants Thursday Night Football tomorrow, and then the Steelers and Lions after that. Oh, wow, I didn't even look at this. After the bye, then San Francisco and Atlanta. What a brutal schedule coming up, too.
Yeah, I mean, look, and it's weird because I think you can make a really strong argument Pittsburgh is easily the worst 3-0 team in the league. And then you could make another argument that San Francisco is going to end up being significantly better than their record looks right now. But it is a tough road ahead. And you were talking about the rush defense. I'll encapsulate the problems with the rush defense and offense with one specific stat. The Cowboys have run for 10 or more yards 3 times this season, twice by CeeDee Lamb. Their opponents have run for 10 or more yards 16 times this season. So that really shows not only it's the run defense, but it's the run offense as well that has just been poor.
So, Kevin, you mentioned CeeDee Lamb. Overall numbers are fine. 13 catches, 218 yards, top 10 in the league in terms of yards, and they catching touchdown. But that's not what we're used to. That dude is capable of 2,000 yards this year and 100 some odd catches. It's weird to say because it's been fine, but it's kind of not what we're used to. Is it a case of people are trying to take him away? Is it a case of Dak hasn't looked for him yet? Where are we at with CeeDee Lamb?
I honestly think it's a case of this is kind of his training camp, which I realize by now he's a veteran and you'd think you could just like plug and play, but it doesn't necessarily work like that. Like against the Saints, there is one specific play where he broke to the left when the throw was to break to the right, and you saw a wide open target headed towards the end zone just completely missed. And CeeDee Lamb is like, look, that's on me. I should have known that. And that's another frustrating part about, he was out all this time because the Cowboys like to drag their feet on contract negotiations. And, maybe if he was at training camp, they complete that touchdown pass. Does that mean they beat the Saints? Probably not. But that would have helped along the way.
If they beat the Giants, it goes without saying at 2-2, everyone will calm down a bit. If they were to lose to New York on Thursday night with the extra time going into the weekend, like what is the story going to be in town? And are we too soon to start talking about not wanting to be Mike McCarthy?
No, I don't think you're too soon and I think it would take like an epic embarrassment for that to happen immediately, like 37-3 or something like that. But I said this morning on the KNC Masterpiece that it's a lot more interesting if the Cowboys lose this game than if they win. Obviously, I hope they win, but if they win, you would have beaten what looks like a terrible Cleveland team, what looks like a terrible Giants team, and then the two good teams you played, you got smoked by them, and it's just going to be kind of same old, same old. But if they lose, then the Jones family talking about, well, we like our personnel, you're going to have to revisit that and be like, do you?
Kevin, the other thought on that is I don't think this division is particularly good, right? I mean, Washington has one of the worst defenses ever assembled. Philadelphia's 2-1, but it's not like this impossible juggernaut 2-1. Like they probably should have lost to New Orleans here this past week. So even though Dallas maybe hasn't gotten right yet, there's still a pretty good opportunity here for them to make some hay.
Yeah, well, I mean, wouldn't you argue like? I'm not saying this will be the case for sure, but if I told you a 10-7 team wins this division, wouldn't you be like, I could probably see that?
For sure I could.
Yeah,
but I know Cowboys fans aren't known for their patience and sort of big picture view in that way. But is that something that you maybe like that there's a pulse of that out there where they go, no matter what happens here early, this is still a winnable division, or is that not even on the radar?
No, I really think it is, but I think that is mistaken thinking because if you look at when this team, like if they were to lose to the Giants, they'd be 1-3, like y'all said. But if you look at this team the last 3 years when they've been really good in the regular season, their third losses have come when they were 5-3, 6-3, and 7-3. And so they've got way further down the road and usually struggle like towards the back half of the season as opposed to early in the season. This is usually when they do really well. So I think I'm actually more panicked, not about the division, but like that this is a sign of what this season's going to be.
I think Thursday is going to be pretty telling for sure. Kevin, thank you. We appreciate you, buddy.
No problem, y'all. Go Cowboys.
Thanks,
Kevin Aglin, middays, 105.3.
Gets me every time with it, man.
In Dallas. I tried to get him cut off right before that, but I didn't have a quick enough.
I tried to talk over him with the thanks, Kevin, but he still got it.
Let's talk about the New Yorkers. Patricia Traynor, we love having Patricia on. Grant and Danny here on our Blitzing of the East. Always such good insight on the New York Football Giants. We were just breaking this matchup down from the Dallas perspective. How about the G-men? They got right. They almost beat Washington, couldn't pull it off. Then they go to Cleveland. They look better than the score, 21-15. You guys got Malik Neighbors cooking, Daniel Jones playing better, and a chance to get back to 500, Patricia.
Yeah, big game for the Giants. I mean, the Cowboys are reeling, coming off a 2-game losing streak, both at home, including one in which they got blown out. I mean, if the Giants can't snap the Cowboys hold over them this week, I don't know when they're going to do it.
So what's the feel? Coming into the season, Patricia, just, full disclosure, I thought the Giants were really going to struggle and be, picking top 5 and, we're going to have kind of a disaster plane crash into the mountain kind of season. That hasn't been the case. They easily could be 2-1, as Grant kind of mentioned, with an opportunity here on Thursday. What's sort of the pulse among fans and people kind of covering the team? Is it better than expected? Is it about the same? Give me your thoughts there.
Yeah, I think if you look at the loss to Washington, if you think about it, they're really, if they had a kicker, they'd probably win that game.
That's right, yeah.
So, I feel that, the first game, I look at it this way. The first game that they played, the starters hadn't played in over a month because of the way Brian Dable distributed the snaps. So they looked like they hadn't played in over a month. And the fact that they have gradually gotten better week by week by week is certainly encouraging. The fact that, you know, they're not out of the playoff race, despite what some people would have you think this early in the season, that's been encouraging in the locker room. And here's the other thing. The guys in the locker room, they've gotten angry over, you know, what has happened to them. So, you know, sometimes when you get angry, you do one of two things. You either throw a temper tantrum and you take your ball and you go home, or you go out there and you start throwing fisticuffs and start, you know, fighting for what's yours. And that's what the Giants have done. They have taken that fight approach and you know, whatever happens, happens.
I want to go back to Malik Neighbors because I'm obsessed with him. He has 130 catches. He's on pace for 1,530 yards. He was my favorite receiver coming out in this draft. I just loved watching him with Daniels at LSU. How good is he, do you think?
He is something else. I mean, I made this comparison, and I know I caught a little heat for it because it's still early, but I think he's better than Odell Beckham Jr. was when he first broke onto the scene. I mean, Malik Neighbors is physical. He's a physical receiver, which makes him so tough to cover. He will fight you for the ball. And I think he's also the type who is never satisfied with his performance. You know, he spoke this week to the media about his performance. And, you know, he, by all accounts, he had a great game against Cleveland, right? He wasn't happy with it. He's like, I could have made better catches. I could have done this. I could have done that. And that's what you want to see in a competitor. You want to see somebody who is never satisfied, who's always working to get even better, even when that person is maybe better than 90% of his competition.
How's the defense at this point? The sack totals have been pretty substantial, I would say, through a few weeks, but it's still tough to get a feel for how good this defense is.
Yeah, I mean, the pass rush finally woke up. I mean, now the critics will say, well, it was against a banged-up Cleveland Browns offensive line. The Dallas Cowboys line, if I'm not mistaken, not quite the world beaters they once were a few years ago when nobody was getting into the backfield on them. But the big thing with the Giants defense right now is still the run defense. That needs to be cleaned up. There's too many missed tackles happening. The run fits aren't there. Guys are getting caught up in the wash. So if they can just tighten that up a little bit and play a little bit better in that regard, I think they'll have something.
4 touchdowns without a pick for Daniel Jones the last couple of weeks. As is generally the case, the Commanders seem to have jump-started Daniel Jones. Thought he looked really good against the Browns. 235 and a pair through the air. He's only sacked twice. I think 3 sacks the last couple of games. Seems like they're protecting him better and he's playing better. Is the heat off of him for now?
For now, I would say the heat's been turned down to maybe a very low simmer. I mean, you're always going to have people who are going to question whether or not he's the guy moving forward, but certainly you don't hear 50 million people coming at him and saying, you know, hey, you know, you're no good, that, you know, the Giants got to draft Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders or, you know, pick your quarterback. So I think the heat is definitely turned down. And as long as they, you know, I think they're competitive and they win and he's not making stupid mistakes and, you know, like he was in the preseason and in the first game against the Vikings where he just made some mistakes that just left you saying, what is he doing, man? This is year 6. I think the heat will probably stay at a low simmer with him.
Patricia, thank you as always.
My pleasure.
Talk to you soon. Hit that Eagles sounder. Ed Kratz joins us to break down those Eagles. Ed, there's some good clock management away from being 3-0, but it doesn't feel that good, huh?
Well, the defense, I think you have to be encouraged by the defense. You know, they were just dreadful at stopping the run first 2 games. They managed to beat the Packers despite giving up a lot of yards on the ground. And they gave up a lot to the Falcons. Bijan Robinson almost had 100 on them. So, you know, they get down to New Orleans and they stopped this high-powered Saints offense, averaging 45 points a game, over 400 yards of offense. And, you know, they do a good job. They only give up 219 yards in total offense. And, of course, they hold them to 12 points, 1 touchdown. So, you know, that is something that is certainly encouraging from the Eagles standpoint.
The Eagles are fascinating because they could so easily be 3-0 based on how the Falcons game ended. But I could also really easily see them 0-3, obviously. And there was this topic I heard. I tuned into Philly Sports Radio on our Odyssey app, and they were arguing. The question was just like, is this team good? And they didn't know the answer. So I'll ask you that question. Is this Eagles team any good?
Well, listen, 3 weeks in, if there was one word I would use to describe them, it's growing. You know, they have a whole new coaching staff on, you know, both coordinators are new, just like they were last year. They were 10-1 last year. So, to face some adversity and be, have the one loss and, you haven't played with A.J. Brown, their star receiver for just that one game. They've been without him. Now they're going to be without Devontae Smith on Sunday. So your two top wide receivers are out. And I think to have this kind of adversity early in the year is probably a good thing in the long run for this team because, like I said, they got to 10-1 last year, overcame some stuff, won some close games, but they're learning how to handle adversity, and I don't think that's a bad thing. But I would say this team's growing. They're very young on defense. They're counting on 22 or 23-year-old defensive tackles and Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, and they're young on the outside. They're starting a rookie cornerback, Quinyon Mitchell. So I think they're growing, and it's not going to be pretty. There's going to be some moments where it doesn't look good, but I think as the season goes on, you begin to iron it out, and then maybe ask me that again, and I'll let you know whether they're good or not. But right now, I think it's too early to say, yeah, they're good or not. They're good or bad.
You mentioned the top two wide receivers are out. Obviously, Jahan Dotson's next man up. We have some interest in him here in D.C. The Eagles traded a third-round pick to Washington to get him, and it doesn't look like he's done a whole lot, catch here or there, over the first few games of the season. Would he be their top option at wide receiver going into this game, or is this kind of a now or never situation to get him involved? What would you say there?
Well, see, again, I think like last year, they didn't have any injuries to Brown and Smith, so they never developed another option. And when Brown went out and didn't play in that playoff game, that, the wheels were off the Eagles season by that point, but still they didn't have Brown, and they got tuned up in Tampa in the playoff game. So I think learning to play without these guys, it's going to give Dotson the opportunity. And, Nick Sirianni will say, well, hey, he wasn't here the whole summer, so we're still kind of getting him up to speed. But each week I can see his role growing. They have a rookie, Johnny Wilson, but there's going to be a lot of new faces in the huddle on Sunday, that's for sure, at that receiver spot. But they still have Dallas Goedert, who had a monster game, the tight end. They couldn't guard him, 10 catches, 170 yards. First time in Eagles history a tight end did that since 1965 when Pete Retzlaff did it. And they still have Saquon Barkley, who's leading the league in rushing with 351 yards. And, he's clearly a difference maker. You could say they might be 0-3 if they didn't have Saquon Barkley on this team. I mean, that's how good this guy's been. He's tied for the league lead in rushing touchdowns. He's leading the league in first down, picking up first downs, and he's leading the league in rushing. So even though you don't have these receivers, you're gonna have a role for Dotson, but you're still going to go to Goddard. You still have Barkley. They just have so many weapons, and that's where I think General Manager Howie Roseman gets a lot of credit for building this team and kind of has made it foolproof against some of these questionable decisions Nick Sirianni is making, whether to kick a field goal or go for it on fourth down, because there is so much talent on this team. It's just a matter of kind of getting it all on the same page.
You covered the question I was about to ask about Saquon Barkley and how incredible he's been. Jalen Hurts, there's a couple turnovers here and there, but it looks better than last year, but maybe not quite as good as when he was an MVP candidate. Where is he through 3 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a better job. I guess the offense in general is doing a better job against picking up the blitz. It was something they struggled with last year, but Hurts is completing 71% of his passes against the blitz. And now they play Tampa, who really befuddled him the last few times they've played. It seems like they play Tampa every year. It's almost like they're an NFC East team. But they always befuddle Hurts with the blitz. So we'll see if, he has taken that step. And you mentioned the turnovers. Listen, the guy's been in the league now 5 years. He's got to eliminate some of these careless decisions and some of these late throws, because he's had an interception in 7 straight games. To his credit, he responds well to them, and the Eagles are only 3-4 in those games, but it could be, 1-6 or 2-5, whatever. But, you got to straighten that out. And he's, like I said, he's been in the league such a long time. Not all the interceptions are his fault. You could blame a receiver for not running the right pattern or fighting for the ball, but they go on his side of the ledger, and it's something he needs to clean up.
Eagles at Bucks, 1:00, second straight road game for the Eagles as they go into a bye on the other side of this Tampa game. Good time for that with their receiver room in shambles. Ed, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Hey, my pleasure, guys. Thanks.
Ed. You get that early bye typically, Danny. Week 5, you go,
usually don't love that.
It's too early. We don't want that. But now you fast forward to week 5 if you're the Eagles, and you got one fewer game you got to play without your top 2 receivers. They come back with the Browns, Giants, Bengals, Jaguars. That's a chance to maybe rip off 3 out of 4 right out of the bye. So if they could win this game, they'll be in really, really good shape. If they're 2-2, not ideal, but as long as you handle your business on the other side, you should be okay.
You just kind of touched on it. It's why I picked them to win the division. I thought their schedule lined up pretty favorably for them, and I thought maybe last year's demise and how terrible it was down the stretch was a bit overstated in terms of how terrible it really was, and they'd bounce back and be fine.
Nothing terrible about Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin hooking up for a couple of unbelievable throw and catch combinations in big plays for the Commanders on Monday night. Aaron Rodgers had thoughts on those Jaden Daniels throws. You'll hear from the greatest quarterback, perhaps in Packers history, next on The Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Thank you for listening to the program today and every day. We are available to you all over D.C. on the flagship 106.7 in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1, wherever you are, coast to coast, on the Odyssey app. And remember, you can always watch the show if you're at home. You want to stream on the smart TV. You can watch us via the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. Aaron Rodgers was on the McAfee show for his weekly appointment yesterday, and they got into Monday Night Football. They were breaking down the Commanders getting a big win for whatever reason, kind of going through some of the big plays of the game. And he was ultra impressed with Jaden Daniels. He had a lot of love for Terry McLaurin as well. I just like when guys around the league are talking about Washington positively.
I like that.
And especially some of the best players in the league.
Yeah, instead of having to do the I'm trying to remember who it was. Was it Sauce Gardner or somebody like trying to say something nice about Daniel Jones, right? Where he's just like, he I don't know, man. Like, trying to make fun some complimentary.
Hey, what about Daniel Jones makes it hard to defend him? It's like, yeah, he's in the league.
He's playing.
There's only 32 of those guys, so he could beat you on a given Sunday. Yeah, it's just nice. And all over the league, the people coming out of the woodwork. Devontae Adams heaping praise on Jaden Daniels, Aaron Rodgers doing the same. This was Rodgers with McAfee yesterday.
The rarity is the kid last night. Unbelievable performance. I mean, Daniels played incredibly well. We got to see him in training camp. Again, joint practice with him. And I was impressed, by the way, through the ball. I actually did watch a decent amount of film on him because we were looking at both their stud receivers. We thought there would be a chance to pick either of those two guys. So in the process of watching those guys, you got to see Daniels play, and he was very impressive. What I loved about him is that he played from the pocket on time. And when you can do that, you can stick around the league for a long time because he also has that extra skill set that we saw last night that he can run. I mean, he can really, really run. And he is fast and athletic and elusive. But the key to sticking around the league is playing from the pocket.
Fact. That is how Daniels is going to be continually winning people over. This, to me, is, I won't even call it a secret sauce, but the whole ball game for him. The whole point is going to be, does he win from the pocket? Does he want to be in the pocket? And does he stay on time? And in the second half against the Giants, he lived in the pocket. And in the entirety of this Bengals game, doesn't mean he's not going to run.
Mm-hmm.
He should run. As I was the one screaming all offseason. I want him to run a lot. I still do, by the way. If it's not there, pull the ball down, take off. But I want your eyes downfield looking to throw before you get to the line of scrimmage and then continue to run forward. But the really, really good athletic quarterbacks in this league win from the pocket. The guys that are great runners who aren't consistent enough in the pocket don't win a lot. And on top of that, you might win in the regular season, but it's just hard to beat the really good teams that defend you properly come playoff time that way. And beyond that, and more importantly, you're just putting too much wear and tear on the body. As Rodgers said, you want to have a long career, you better be able to win on time in the pocket. But the fact that I forgot even about the joint practices before I had originally seen that clip. It means so much more to me. And I don't think this is the case, but I guess he could just be saying something nice and not really have noticed Jaden Daniels. But he certainly made it sound like he was even ultra impressed in the couple of days when they had the joint workouts with how he operated at camp.
Yeah, you saw him because you're watching tape of receivers from his days at LSU. And then you see him up close and personal with the joint practices and kind of confirm what your eyes saw there. And now you see the showcase that was Monday Night Football. So just the analogy I've been using a bunch too, and again, just talking about some of the dads that we walking the kids to school, asking me about Jaden Daniels and otherwise.
Great conversations.
Great sports
on your way to school.
I was talking to one, so it wasn't this week, it would have been last week. But I said the whole point is, Mike Grizzle used an analogy years ago. That Trey Turner, remember former national Trey Turner, now plays in Philly, which is a treat every time I see him. But he's a baseball player who's really fast. Billy Hamilton was a really fast guy who tried to play baseball. Yeah, he made it to Major League, so he did okay. But you know what I mean? Like, the difference between Trey Turner and Billy Hamilton, one is a $350 million player named Trey Turner who happens to be able to fly and is also a great baseball player, then vice versa. You can't just run and be a quarterback. You got to be a great quarterback who can run. And that's kind of the ultimate design here for Jaden Daniels. And that's what Rodgers is talking about to me, is that you can do something first, second, and third that make you sustain in this league and be awesome. The extra secret sauce, the mumbo sauce, as it were, to your game is when all hell breaks loose, you turn it into a positive. And instead of a 15-yard loss, you get a 5-yard gain like happened this past week.
Yeah, I don't know where this will end up yet. I certainly hope they got their guy for a long, long time. But here's what I do know. You watch Anthony Richardson as an example, who is an electric athlete, who can break your back running the football, who's got a massively strong arm. And it is a pretty gross watch from a quarterbacking standpoint. By the way, he already has 6 interceptions this season. He is completing 49% of his passes right now. Jaden Daniels is so much more polished, such a better passer. I'm not talking about 80% complete. I don't care about that. They throw behind the line of scrimmage a lot. 91% when you weren't doing that, by the way, the other night was unbelievable. That was incredible. I love that. But just, it's night and day. It's 2 different sports, essentially. Yep. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, Richardson is this best athlete on the field, dude, that they're going, man, if he could become a really good passer, we've got a Super Bowl caliber team every year. And Daniels, maybe it's just because he played a ton more in college. He's older, despite being a year younger in the league, right? Like, he played a million more games. All that stuff is a factor, I'm sure, in terms of the maturity and the prep and whatnot. But he's just a better prospect, a better player. And that's some of the examples I would use to juxtapose what you're talking about in terms of, are you an athlete who's trying to play quarterback, or are you a quarterback who happens to be athletic? This was Rogers talking a little bit more about Daniels and also McLaurin from Monday night.
Why Daniels played so good last night. It wasn't like everything was off schedule. It was him making plays from the pocket.
Touchdown to Terry, last one. I mean, he's.
That was awesome. And he knew there was pressure, and he knew how to get it up, and he had a beautiful stop and go on the outside. They're in a zero coverage here. He knows there's one extra guy. He knows where he's going with the ball. He throws an absolute dime. It's really hard you got a guy barreling down on you. You got to put enough air on Terry on that ball so he can stutter go. And then you got to expect where he's going to be when he transitions out of this. I mean, he's throwing the ball as Terry is stuttering. It's an incredible play. So you got to give credit not just to Jaden, but Cliff Kingsbury, I thought, called a great game. Dan Quinn, anybody who's been around Dan loves him. He's created a really good culture there. And then, the stuff that I heard from Terry when they're talking about Terry on the field, because he came in, I believe he had 8 catches for 39 yards. They read us in the first 2 games. Terry McLaurin's had 1,000 yards, but I saw on the thing last night, like 10 different quarterbacks have thrown the ball before Jaden. But his humility in that moment, that's what you need from your star players. You need your best players to be your best people. And I give Terry a lot of credit. Obviously, him to have a couple big plays was awesome last night. I think he had 4 for 100 or something like that, which is great for him. But I have a ton of respect for Terry, and even more after just kind of hearing the commentary last night about how he's kind of gone about it and knows it's gonna. I'm gonna get it in time. I know I'm gonna get mine, but just the patience that we don't see a lot in this league from star players if it's not starting out right. And I would say to those star players too, it's a long season, it's 17 weeks. You never know when you get hot, get on a roll, hit a stretch of games where you place a certain type of defense and you get more one-on-ones and you get opportunities. But I was really impressed by the quarterback play from the 2 winning quarterbacks last night.
That was an awesome breakdown of that play from one of the great quarterbacks to do it in his era. Really good insight into McLaurin and Daniels from Rogers, who seems super plugged in, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That tells you a lot about how much football he watches and how much he knows about other teams. Although I don't know, was he working the game for some reason? Is he doing something with like Westwood One?
Not that I know of.
They occasionally have Larry Fitzgerald or Tom
Sure, yeah,
Brady.
it's on your bye weeks. You go sit on the Amazon set or something.
I don't mean that. Like every year, Westwood One pays like a marquee player to be like on their Monday Night Football halftime show. So it's Brady, or it could be Larry Fitz or somebody. To me, that almost seemed like Rodgers had to be so up on the games last night that he was working for somebody. But I just thought that was impressive, and I can't hear enough when the great players around the league are heaping praise on Washington's players.
It's fun because it's the opposite, right? It's either bite your tongue or it's some columnist says, the only mention when it's the rundown on PTI on the right-hand side, it's like Washington embarrassment or Snyder does it again or whatever, the things we're used to. It's just a lot of fun to bask in it. Doesn't it? Big picture, who knows what it means? I know that I'm having fun this week.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Chris Collinsworth got paid. Nice little extension for the analyst on NBC. Get into that as we continue next on the Fan. Andrew Marchand of The Athletic broke this story today, so tip of the cap to him. But Chris Collinsworth of NBC signed a new extension to continue to call games with Mike Tirico as the lead NFL #1 analyst on NBC through 2029, 5 years out, which means that every single booth in the NFL is now locked in through at least the 2027 season. Of the A booths on NBC, you've got Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth, set through 2029. On ESPN for Monday Night Football, you've got Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. Aikman signed through 2027. They were staying at our hotel.
They were. Different floor than us.
In Kentucky. CBS, Jim Nantz and Tony Romo, the A analyst and A play-by-play. Romo is signed through 2030. And Fox has Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady locked in. Brady is signed through the 2033 season. Now, I'm not sure what Burkhardt's contract is, but Brady, Fox, 2033, CBS, Romo, 2030, ESPN, Aikman, 2027, NBC, Collinsworth, 2029. Of those 4 broadcast crews, which do you like best?
It's too early for Brady just yet. I mean, people have hammered him I think just because he could be perfect and great and they would still hammer him. I think it's just because it's Tom Brady.
I don't think he's been exceptional. I didn't expect it. It's a hard job. People don't understand. That's a really difficult job. It's also one of the easiest gigs, both play-by-play and color, to poke fun at and make fun of and say that you're doing this wrong or that wrong. But I actually think he's been pretty fine. Like, I think for as early in the game as he is, I think he's impressed me a little bit. I think he's been good.
And this is one of those weird persnickety complaints, but he also doesn't have a great voice. It's a little strained, kind of. Like, that doesn't sound like it, but you know what I mean? It's like that sort of vocal fry a little bit where it's not very natural.
Well, he doesn't really know how to broadcast.
Yeah.
Like, which isn't to say you're talking about like the sound of his voice, which I understand, but even still, he talking and broadcasting are 2 different things. And I think he's still figuring that out.
Mm-hmm. I can't stand Romo. So that's the bottom for me. So that kind of leaves, I think Tirico is so good and is so masterful at it. I don't love Collinsworth. In fact, I even said on the scale of love to hate, it's probably closer to hate. I don't hate him at all, but I'm a little lower on Collinsworth, but it might be that team just because I think Tirico is so perfect.
So you'd go NBC 1, ESPN 2.
Yeah.
You're already going Burkhardt and Brady over Nantz and Romo?
I am, yeah. I mean, Nantz I think is great, but I can't with Romo. I can't do it.
So Burkhardt, who I'm a big fan of, and Brady have to be 4 because I've seen a combined couple of games of them at this point. I'll put Nantz and Romo 3rd as well. I like Eagle better than Nantz for CBS's top guys. And Romo, while I don't think he's as bad as everybody else, I just think there's other better guys. I would probably go with Buck and Aikman as my 1 seed. I like Tirico better than Buck narrowly, but I think the combo of Buck and Aikman, who have been working together for a long, long time, the presentation on ESPN, which is terrific, so is NBC's, it's very close. But I would go Buck, Aikman 1, Tirico, Collinsworth 2, and then probably CBS followed by Fox, just because they're in their infancy and Brady's just trying to figure this thing out.
Yeah.
He's drinking through a fire hose right now.
Right. I was going to say, I think it will get better. I mean, there's something I understand. It's like you shared the locker room with a lot of these guys like moments ago. They're your peers, like in the span of your life, mere minutes before you start doing this gig. So it's hard to criticize somebody, but it sounds like he picked it up this week. I mean, we couldn't hear as much, obviously, because we were on the road for our weekend and our games with our buddies, Kondori and Morad. But I think that's something he'll grow into.
We watched him. It was Ravens Cowboys.
Yeah, it's like, the Cowboys fan that we were with was yelling after every play. I could barely hear.
That's a good point.
We're eating pizza and doing bits and shit. But I think about like kind of how these guys kind of started. I mean, John Gruden never got around to doing it. He didn't criticize anybody in his time on Monday Night Football for 5 years, 6 years, however long he was doing it, right? So it'll take a second to get to the point where you go, hey, that was not a good play. Here's why. That's fine. It takes a minute for you to be willing to do that, to translate it to us audience members, because how hard this thing is. We're idiots. We're supposed to, generally be aware of how hard it is, but we're going to sit there and look at a guy that made the NFL and go, he sucks, because we need some of that stuff. We need that translation.
Looking at the wild card standings really quickly in Major League Baseball, the Nats are trying to play spoilers. The Royals are tied with the Tigers for the second wild card, 2 up on the Twins. So if they could get a win tonight and a win tomorrow in the matinee getaway game with Patrick Corbin on the mound, that'd be pretty amazing that the Royals could be on the outside looking into the playoffs possibly that quickly as they're in D.C. But more importantly in the NL, the Mets are 1/2 game up on the Diamondbacks in the wild card race. The Braves are the first team out, 1/2 game out of the wild card. And how crazy is this? I just feel so bad for the Mets and the Braves. Oh, this is terrible. You hate to see this for them. They got rained out today. So they're going to likely have to play a game the day after the season ends on Monday, the day before they have to play a playoff game if they make it, to make up game 162 because of today's postponement now. And assuming the game is needed, and right now both will probably need it to figure out because they're both within a half game of the Diamondbacks in the last wild card, they would potentially be staring at having to play game 162 on Monday and then start your playoff series the next day.
just to back you up there, it's actually today's game is rained out and tomorrow's game has already been postponed as well. So
How
that'll
did they
be
already postpone tomorrow?
It's going to be a disaster.
So there's a hurricane happening down.
There's
south.
a Carolina down there.
Yeah.
Weather guy.
Yeah. So
This guy.
so it'll be a double header on Monday.
Oh, even
so it'll
worse.
be 161 and 162.
Okay, so they play 2 games on Monday and then have to play a playoff game on Tuesday. That is a disaster.
This is what I would do, by the way, to Major League Baseball. If they put me in charge, I would go, this is what we make wild card teams
the Braves
do.
and the Mets with
Yeah,
weather?
well, specifically, I'll call it the Braves and Mets rule. But
Right.
this is what we do. If you're one of these wild card teams versus someone that won 100 some odd games for however many months, you play double headers and you got to play another game at 10 o'clock the next morning. Then you can come see me at my place.
G&D on the family. We'll get you ready for Nats baseball. We'll hit the headlines from the day that was in the NFL and in sports next on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:15 tonight, and that's pregame at that time. As is the case with our local football team's defense, there are times in life when we see our loved ones struggle, especially as they get older. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kandori and Murad can guide you through the process of managing health care or financial power of attorney, or even securing a guardianship or conservatorship. Is that the word, Danny? Conservatorship?
I think that's the right word.
I'm going to restart that one.
It's one of those that I don't
Conservatorship.
like reading, and
Yeah.
I'm glad you
I
have
might
to do
tweak
that one.
this one.
Yeah.
For a family member, schedule a free consultation with their elder law and estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Couple of news and notes from around sports. We just talked about the Mets and the Braves getting postponed. They'll have the Monday doubleheader on the precipice of the playoffs, so that could be ultra damaging to one or both of those two teams, which is just a shame
You hate
to
to see
see. That's the big news out of Major League Baseball. In the NFL, Josh Allen had to clarify some comments today that were perceived as a dig at his ex-teammates. Have you seen this story at all?
I didn't see that, no.
So Wednesday, he came out today. He said his recent positive comments toward his current teammates were not digs or in any way directed at former teammates. Some of what Allen said in his postgame news conference following a 37-point win over Jacksonville was perceived by some to be a shot at Stephon Diggs. Allen's clarifying the remarks came in response to a question about how encouraging it is to see the team embrace the offense's everybody eats philosophy. I know there's a lot of people talking out there. Again, I'm not trying to tear down anybody, Allen said on Wednesday. I've loved everybody that I've played with, and you don't have to tear other people down to build each other up. Sounds like he just talked about the fact that his receivers were all kind of buying into the offense, that doesn't have to be about you, that if somebody else is making the plays, that's okay. And that has been a real focal point for what they've done.
Mm-hmm.
And probably correctly, people said, that wasn't the way that it used to be.
Right. Remember that whole Wizards, like, now everybody eats and everybody shares, and everyone was kind of like, well, who are you talking about? What did you guys mean? So it sounds like people interpret it that way.
But I don't think he was thinking about Stephon Diggs when he said it. I really don't. I don't think he was trying to take a shot at him. But it's a reality that Stephon Diggs is a diva wide receiver. I like him. He went to Maryland. He's a Terp. But he had problems in Minnesota. He had problems in Buffalo. Now he's on to Houston. Like this is what he has done. And he's yelled at Josh Allen in every playoff loss on the sideline, screaming about not getting touches. So he said that's the beauty of it when guys get to buy into this and really understand, like, I might not get the ball 4 or 5 times thrown to me a game, but the 1 or 2 times I do, I'm going to have opportunities to be in the end zone. He talked about how fun it is basically distributing. This is definitely a result of Stephon Diggs not being there anymore. I don't think he was taking a shot at him, but you've got younger, lesser paid, less established receivers. And I'm sure as a quarterback, when you don't have the pressure to just force the ball to Diggs, there is something enjoyable about that.
Yeah, it's all comes across. I don't necessarily take it as a shot, right? But you almost inadvertently do it, where it's like, I'm so happy with my wife. It's not like, she doesn't nag at me all the time. If your ex-girlfriend was known for nagging or something, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of what it sounds like.
Yeah, I know what it's like in other relationships. Mine's really good.
Yeah, mine's great.
The Browns have a quarterback also who's said some things he may have to answer for. Deshaun Watson says he's not seeking more designed quarterback run plays. This is one of those things where when you're playing as badly as he is, you can't do anything right. And probably every comment you make will be taken either out of context or worse than it should have been. But I do find this to be a mistake by Watson. So he was asked Wednesday whether he wanted more designed runs to try to help get the running game going. Is that a way maybe that Cleveland could start running the ball better? They've been bottom 5 to 7 in the league after every single one of the 3 games so far, rushing the football. He said, I'm not a running back. Went on to say, I'm not going in there to ask them for more designed runs. If I don't have to run, I'm not going to run. I'm not trying to take any hits. I'm not a running quarterback. I can make things happen, but I'm not trying to run. I'm not a running back. It's not my specialty. They signed me to throw the ball, make decisions, be a quarterback, not a runner. The Browns 24th in the NFL in rushing yards, averaging about 95 yards per game. Their offense just 3.8 yards per play. And the idea is maybe if Watson jump-started them using some of that athleticism, it could help them. Just doesn't sound great when he hasn't played well. The team isn't playing well. and he's basically turning the valve off on a possible solution.
I'd imagine if I was a fan, that wouldn't make me very pleased.
But because you already are mad at him, right?
Well, it's, in other words, here's how it sounds. I'm not willing to do whatever it takes to get this going. I understand his point. His point is basically, that's not what we should be majoring in.
But there's also something to, I covered Robert Griffin, and he hated the notion of being a running quarterback. We get this sometimes with Jaden Daniels, frankly. Like, people will call up and yell at me for calling him a running quarterback. He ran for 1,000 yards in college. He had a 16-carry game already in his 3 games in the NFL. I hate to tell you, it's not a pejorative. You may take it that way. I don't know why people bristle at this, but this notion of running quarterback just gets under people's skin and bothers them for some reason. Deshaun Watson traditionally really hasn't been one, but this idea for Griffin, it was like this non-starter. I remember one time even in a text exchange where he was like, I don't like comparisons. I don't remember who it was at the time. Maybe Russell Wilson. He's like, I think the comparison should be Aaron Rodgers, in terms of what he saw himself as. And I think Watson similarly is going, I'm not a running quarterback. Leave me alone.
Well, you know what it reminds me of is NBA stars not wanting to do the NBA dunk contest, right? Where it's like, I'm more than a dunker. Where it's like, it's okay. Dunking's pretty cool. I'm entertained at home. I'm clapping like a seal. But they wanted, no, my game is so much better than that. And it became this thing that you weren't cool if you're doing that. I think there's a similar kind of stigma to it. But if I'm a fan, here's how that reads to me. We stink, and I'm not going to do everything I can to fix it. I know wasn't his point, but that's how it would read. Now, not having Nick Chubb, I think is going to hurt your running game. You're used to, if you're in Cleveland, we couldn't do much, but we could sure as bleep run the ball. It was downhill, thunder and thunder with Chubb and with Kareem Hunt, and our running game was not the issue for a while. Now that it is, they don't know what to do with their hands.
Deshaun Watson in an offense led by a 2-time NFL Coach of the Year over the last 4 years. Think about that, Kevin Stefanski. 1-2, the Browns, with Watson 57% of his passes complete, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. It's just been a really tough go of it. He had his best statistical game against the Giants this past week in that he had 2 touchdowns, no picks. But even in that game, it was 57% complete, only 5.3 yards per attempt. Oh, my God, that's disgusting. I mean, his yards per attempt, 4.8 for the year.
Gross.
That's a bad offense. It's not happening.
No.
It just seems like he's not snapping out of what we thought maybe, it's going to take him a while. He missed a year. This is just what he is. This is now year 3 of this. He was not as good as Brissett 2 years ago. He was not as good as Flacco last year. And there's going to be a time this year maybe where Jameis Winston outplays him.
We're here. This is not where they thought they were going. I mean, listen, the sitting out for as long as he did, and I'm not here to legislate the why or the how. I'm just saying the NFL allowed him to play. Well, there's a whole big situation.
Oh, okay.
The NFL is allowing him to play. So we're just going for that. So based on the rules, he sat out and didn't play for a long time. The thought was, okay, it's rust. He'll be back to at least a shell of what he was, and he hasn't come close. He's been a disaster.
What a terrible, terrible trade, and a terrible contract.
Yes, the contract to me that's the worst. The trade I get taking moonshots. I'd have done it. I
remember you were all in.
Any chance to have one. Everyone is thinking wrong. One shouldn't be available. It turns out it wasn't. He's terrible. But the whole point is, I will sell. I'll sell that chair. I'll stand for the rest of my life in order to get a quarterback.
You
we might have one now.
Finally gotten one.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I'm excited.
Speaking of maybe landing a quarterback who could be the guy, Jaden Daniels today named the NFC Offensive Player of the Week, not the Rookie of the Week, but the Player of the Week for his exploits in prime time. First Washington player to win the NFC Player of the Week award offensively since Adrian Peterson did it in 2018. AP, that must have been that Eagles game, I would think, when he had the 90-yard touchdown run. He had a big game against the Giants as well. But Adrian Peterson, Week 8, 2018, the last guy to do it. Daniels, the first quarterback for this team to get this honor since Kirko in 2017, and the first Washington rookie to do it since who else? Bob Thrizzle Sizzle, 3 sticks 12 years ago.
Yeah, well deserved. The other big quarterback performances, either, Dak Prescott threw for a bunch of yards in a loss, and, the other guys were AFC guys. Joe Burrow against somebody, I can't remember who, threw for 324 and 3, and Josh Allen was incredible on Monday Night Football as well against the Yags.
How impressive was Joe Burrow, by the way?
Very.
I know it was a loss.
They were mad at him around us. They're ticked off.
Oh, well, they were mad at every incompletion because they had no margin for error.
That dude is so smooth.
They were 0-2 and chasing the game, and the Commanders scored every time, and the Bengals had to also. Now, luckily for them, they never punted, but they missed a field goal, and that basically ended up proving to be the difference because they had to go for 2 subsequently. And that was kind of the ball game, was the one missed kick by Evan Money McPherson.
He is really impressive. Talking about Burrow, it just has this. There's an ease to him throwing where I'm like, these are difficult. Some of these are difficult throws.
Yeah,
and he's just sort of, I can't touch this ball, and it's just without much oomph to it. Without like him like doing the Dak Prescott hip swizzle thing or whatever. Just kind of flicks it, and it goes exactly where it's supposed to go.
He's special.
He's something.
All right, let's get to your Nats starting lineups and pitching matchups for tonight. The Royals are in town. The lineups presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure, in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Opposite Michael Lorenz, and on the mound for the Nationals, DJ Hurst, DJ Hurst, DJ Hurst. Batting first to right field, DJ. I'm sure it's DJ. Dylan Cruz.
DJ Cruz.
What if they're all DJ? Cruz, DJ Cruz, DJ Cruz. He's a left-right-handed right fielder pitcher. Batting second and left field, D. James Wood. Batting third, your DH, Luis Garcia Jr. Batting fourth at second, Jose Batting fifth at first base, Joey Gallo. Batting sixth at third base, Ildemar Vargas. Batting seventh in the catching, Drew Millis. Hitting eighth in center field, your guy, my guy, our guy, that's Jacob Young. Batting ninth, that is Nasim Nunez at shortstop. And that is a late season September lineup for your Nationals.
Certainly is. The Nats are 26-23, playing 530 baseball at home since June 7th. After opening the season just 10-17 at Nats Park, things have looked up down the stretch. Washington's 36 wins at home this season, the most since their 2019 World Series campaign when they went 50-31 at home. The Nats pitching staff has worked to a 2.31 ERA, 36 punches, and a 189 opponent average over the last 4 games. They have been throwing the ball very well. The lineup is very cold, though. They got to start scoring some runs. Let's get you your game day weather ahead of Nats baseball with our show meteorologist, Darius Dameron.
Yes, it is 73 degrees and cloudy outside. Could be some periods of rain tonight, but should not be enough to cause any kind of postponement or cancellation of the game. Let's play ball.
Today's game day weather presented by Pepco. Storm season's here. We know a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed at pepco.com/storm prep. Danny, it'll be your first time spending an evening in your home in several days.
My feet is up. We're going to relax tonight.
You're not going to go shoot some basketball?
Too wet outside. It's gross, man.
Pickleball?
No, too gross to do. We're going to be indoors, probably roughhousing with my boys.
All right, very good. For Danny Rui, I'm Grant Paulson saying so long. Big thanks to Darius and Ryan for the hard work behind the scenes as always. Thank everybody for listening. We are back at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Till tomorrow, Vargas.
Thank you for coming.